Okay, we should be live now. Really sorry about that debacle right there. Um, I've ranted about this at length in the past. Basically, there's something wrong with Streamyard. I'm getting sick and tired of this crap. My internet is perfectly fine. Like, it's a perfectly strong signal. It's got 5 full bars. There's never any lag. There's never any connection issues. Nothing. As soon as I start to run Streamyard, like, within seconds, everything breaks, nothing connects, the whole computer starts shutting down, everything starts lagging, everything's unresponsive. Like, I swear down, StreamYard is just flat out broken. Like, it's just flat out broken, it doesn't work. Like, there needs to be some sort of alternative as far as, streaming is concerned. There's gotta be some sort of alternative because every single stream that I do here now, literally every single one, there's problems. Like, as soon as you start it, it starts messing up. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. I can only apologize for that. Because yeah, I was supposed to start this, well, saying that, it's only 2 minutes past 11:30, isn't it? So, yeah, I was supposed to start this at 11:30, but yeah, started messing up, connection, just a again, this laptop was on already earlier, I was using it. Everything was working perfectly, right? There was no connection issue whatsoever, and then literally within seconds of me setting up StreamYard, it breaks. And right now, I'm not even sure if it's working at the moment. So if there is anybody watching this, I know there was right before my connection disappeared, there was about 4 people watching. If there's, I can't actually see if there is right now. If there is anybody watching, can you let me know? Is this working? Because I don't even know if it is. I don't even know if it is working. So I need someone to let me know. Again, like I said, every single bloody time I use StreamYard, this is exactly what happens. It's like it not only messes with the internet, it seems to mess with the computer. Like, the actual computer itself starts to not function properly when StreamYard is on. Like, it means I end up needing to turn the computer off, like, actually shut it down in order to get StreamYard started. Alright, so what I'm gonna do, because I'm in a bit of a mood right now as a result of this, I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea, and I'm gonna leave StreamYard running for a few minutes. And if it doesn't like if it starts lagging during that time, like, I'll keep an eye on it. Then I'll just like restart the stream or something because it's bloody doing my head in now. So I'll be back in a moment. I'll just go on mute for a moment. Okay, yeah, I'm still not sure if this is bloody working because when I go to unmute the microphone, it takes like a couple of seconds for it to actually do it. So I don't know how much you can actually hear. But yeah, got a cup of tea ready anyway. So I've actually forgot what I wanted to talk about now in this stream because again I was hoping to have already started by now because there were a few things on my mind earlier this morning that I wanted to get out the way about boxing because I don't have a lot of time today. I was planning to stream probably until about 4 o'clock. Usually I do my streams a little bit later than this, but today I was going to go until about 4 o'clock because I need to catch a train to go to the gym later this evening. I've got a training session in the gym, but I also need to go somewhere else before then to pick up a few things. So yeah, it's going to be quite a busy late afternoon for me. So yeah, I figured I would just do a stream in the morning since I'm in the house myself. There's nobody else here. This would be the most ideal time for me to do it right now. But again, because this thing has pissed me off so much, I'm not sure what I even wanted to talk about. But yeah, I was going to talk a little bit more about the Usyk Dubois situation because yeah, I got quite a few like I got quite interesting feedback for my the video. Wait, who's this? One second. Nasai fan Ni Farage. Hello Nordic normies are voting me out. Meanwhile, they're getting kicked out of Spain. Oh, are you? Oh yeah, Nigel Farage. It's good to see you here. How you doing, man? Yeah, yeah. The normies are voting you out. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, let me know. Let me know if the is the audio coming through all right. Is like on the microphone, and let me know as well. Is the connection all right? Like, am I roboting? Because I can't always tell now. Yeah, the stream, I started this up and just everything stopped working. Like the whole computer went slow, and I think Streamyard hacked me or whatever. So yeah, let me know about that. And yeah, what was I saying? The feedback I got from that video, there was a couple of trolls saying, Dubois won by knockout the first fight and was robbed, and this fight he's gonna get justice or whatever. But what I noticed is that the vast majority of people, surprisingly, and this is surprising with normies, because I would have thought that normies were easy enough to manipulate by the media because that's kind of what they've always been. But I've noticed that even a lot of normies in the UK are not falling for the propaganda surrounding that fight. And a lot of them are now saying basically what we were saying in the aftermath of the first fight, which was that it was a perfectly fair result. Usyk won fair and square. Dubois landed a clear low blow. I mean, I guess they've taken it upon themselves to actually watch the replay, which they probably didn't do the first time, and they've conceded that it was a low blow. And a lot of them seem to be there seems to be a little bit of a growing disdain for the way that the media covered that first fight, and for the fact that the rematch has even happened. I've noticed there's not quite as much support for Daniel Dubois and his entourage as I thought there was going to be, and that kind of took me by surprise. And that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about here, because when I made my video about that fight, I was talking about how that the media is going to have basically convinced all the normies in the UK to get behind Dubois and to see it as justice, right? He's rightfully earned the rematch, and he got screwed over in the first fight, and all this crap. And I've noticed surprisingly a lot of the normies don't seem to be falling for it. And a couple of people did point that out in my comment section. They pointed out, look, Dubois getting a lot of criticism for that bottle job with the Parker situation. Sorry, I'm eating a boiled egg. That's why I'm chewing. But yeah, with the Parker situation, a lot of people are very critical towards Dubois as a result of that. And they're saying he should have taken that fight. Dubois is a bum. Hope Usyk whoops him worse now. Yeah, the audio's good. All right, good. I was worried it might have been roboting because it always seems to happen. See, when I start up Streamyard, like for the first like 5-10 minutes, it just nothing works. Like the whole computer doesn't work. I end up having to come out the studio and shut down the computer and actually like restart everything. And then usually it eventually works. I think that StreamYard is really flawed and it actually damages your hardware. Like there's something about it. I don't know what that is. I don't know what causes it. But it's clearly something, you know. That's lovely, man. Got a few snacks here. I got a couple of boiled eggs and some roast beef and a packet of crisps. I need the calories because I got a crazy session tonight. Yeah, hi David, how you doing? Hi, why is Pat coming back? He needs the money or what? Sounds good. Well, let's not forget that back in the day, Pacquiao did have issues with tax. He was accused of like not paying his tax, remember? And he also was rumored to have had a gambling addiction. So you never know. Maybe Manny's been gambling again, or maybe he's just been too charitable. Giving away all his money. Not really investing it wisely. That's one of the things that we've all come to know about Pacquiao. He's not very good with his money. He never has been. He gives a lot of it away. Buys a lot of expensive cars and stuff. He's got like that many kids. Does a lot for charity. He's just not very good with his money. He never has been. But I think he can beat Barrios. It's a hard fight to call, though. Dubois knew it was low, and the WBA refused the appeal, and he ducked Parker. Yeah, he did. He did duck Parker. I mean, all I can really say about that situation is, if he was genuinely injured or ill, prior to the Parker fight, then why wasn't the fight rescheduled? I mean, you would assume if somebody is willing and able to fight someone and the fight is agreed to and it's been signed on, there's a contract in place, and then one of the guys pulls out injured, you would expect, the thing you would expect to happen as a result of that is you would expect them to renegotiate or to reschedule the fight, maybe under the same terms and everything, just at a different date when both guys are healed. And now Parker only fought 2 rounds in his last fight. So it's not like that fight took a lot out of him. And Dubois, supposedly he's fit enough. Like he could have gone through with that rematch. They could have rescheduled it in the next 2 months or something. So why was the fight not rescheduled? Why then does Dubois go ahead and get a shot at Usyk? It doesn't make any sense to me. So it was very, very clear in my mind that he ducked the Parker fight, that he pulled out under false pretenses, and that he was probably never going to go through with that fight anyway. He was probably just waiting for the opportunity to get a shot at Usyk, which he probably sees as, a bigger payday, bigger opportunity. And, maybe a guy who doesn't hit as hard, so he's maybe got more of a chance of swindling a victory against Usyk. I don't know, man. It seems to me like it was a tactical move from Dubois and his team to pull out of the Parker fight. And I think that they're full of crap. I really do. So, yeah, I think that situation right there, I'm glad that people are calling it out, basically, is what I'm trying to say. I'm glad that people don't seem to be falling for it. Morally, Dubois should fight Parker as he wasted his time. Fortunately, Turkey seems like he's not interested. He said, good luck as a sly insult. Yeah. Yeah, Turkey has been saying a lot of things lately, which have been quite disturbing, hasn't he? To say the least. Didn't he say recently he wants a black heavyweight champion? Didn't he say that? I mean, that guy's not very good at hiding his biases, is he? Like he's unless he's like just playing dumb and he's trying to like add a bit of misdirection or something, which I doubt very much. Unless that's the case, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you in that regard. Sorry about the noise in the background. It's my refrigerator. Oh yeah, some roast beef, by the way, to snack on. Oh, yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, got another black eye. I'll tell you how that happened later. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think Dubois should have been forced to reschedule the Parker fight. I don't think he should have been allowed to just pull out of that fight under false pretenses, allegedly, and then go in and fight Parker immediately. I don't think he should have been allowed that, personally. I really don't. 1 second. After how NPCs and fanatics denied the low blows from Ward against Kovalev, you can expect nothing in boxing. Yeah. I mean, that one was even worse because you can see in the replay, there was like 4 or 5 consecutive low blows, all of them below the belt, like well below the belt. And the cope that people used was, but he hurt him with a right hand before the low blows. All right, okay. So if I hurt someone with a right hand in a fight, then I just pull out a submachine gun and start blowing their kneecaps. That's all right, isn't it? Because I hurt them with a right hand before it, so it's fine. You know, kind of an extreme example, but you know where I'm coming from, don't you? Absolute lying scumbags they are. AJ was way past his best, and his shot, the win means nothing. AJ thought Klitschko would have messed up Dubois. Yeah, I agree. And people are suspecting Dubois is juicing due to his... Well, obviously he's juicing. Every single professional athlete, every single modern professional athlete is on PEDs. You can't recover without it. So, of course he is. Yeah, how's it going, Camwell? God bless you, man. Tired from my night shift. Yeah, I've been doing night shifts as well. I have. Got another one this Saturday, actually. We're supposed to do one Friday as well, but I've got something I need to do. I've got a party I need to go to on Friday, so I won't be able to do it then. But yeah, I've been working night shifts. Dubois' team was being suspect, not telling us the illness and medication, but Frank knew the medication needs to be VADA checked, but logically, you both know the illness and medication. Yeah, quote-unquote medication. Anabolic steroids, you mean? I hope he doesn't get hurt. It will be extremely sad watching him get a beating from Barrios. Maybe Barrios not coming to win like against Davis. Yeah. Well, yeah, Barrios has taken one alleged dive, hasn't he? So who knows? He might take another. But look, I don't know if he really needs to, because Pacquiao, even at 46, however old he is, I don't know if he can go 12 rounds at a good pace. But I know Pacquiao can still box. Like, if you look at his exhibitions he's had, he can still punch. He's still quick. He's still got his fundamentals. He's still got a decent chin. Like, he could probably still win that fight. I'm about 80% certain that he's capable of winning it. I'm not saying he definitely will, but I'm fairly confident that he's capable of it. That he can outwork and maybe outlast someone like Barrios, because Barrios is one of these guys who's kind of a tall, lanky, like wide open target, easy to hit. He's the kind of guy that Pacquiao has fought time and time again. Like, how many tall guys has Pacquiao fought where he's been able to sort of make them extend and then like counter them with quick straight shots and that. Like I just think from a technical and stylistic point of view, it's an easy fight for Pacquiao. But the obvious concern is Pacquiao's age. He's 46. So does he have the stamina to go 12 rounds? That's my main concern with Pacquiao. It's probably my only concern. Can at 46, can he still go 12 rounds? Because he's not going to knock Barrios out. Pacquiao nowadays doesn't knock people out. He's not knocked anybody out in years. I think the last knockout he had was Lucas Matisse, if I'm not mistaken, who basically quit. So Pacquiao was not going to knock him out. Manny needs a points win. And I think that he's more than capable of doing that if he's got the cardio, if he's got the stamina to go 12. And that's a big if, by the way. A big if. So we'll need to wait and see, won't we? Parker should get the shot versus Usyk. Turkey ain't funding. Dubois versus Usyk, and Frank Eddie are turning on Turkey. But are they really turning on him, or is it just like theatre? Is it just reality TV? I don't know. I don't know, man. But I do agree with what you're saying. I think Parker should have gotten the shot. Like, Parker is far more deserving of a shot against Usyk than Dubois is, just based on merit and based on the fact that, you know, Usyk and Dubois have already fought and it was a relatively conclusive result, you know. That beef is beautiful, man. It's like topside beef. It's really nice. It's good. All right, where was I? So Pacquiao had the lawsuit and the election cost him millions, but it's weird because $100 million should last you a while in the Philippines. I thought Floyd would go broke before Pac. Yeah, but like I was saying earlier, remember, Pacquiao has had, alleged gambling problems, and and he's also had like tax issues and stuff. So it's not just the election. There's other stuff with it. I know it would have cost him a lot of money for his campaign, but there's a lot of other stuff going on with Manny as well. You know, namely, like I said, gambling and tax issues. All that stuff adds up over the years, and you know, sometimes the more money you've got, the more money you spend, and the more money you waste. And I suspect that could be the issue with Manny. You know, seems like it to me anyway. Well, Floyd ain't as rich as he's portrayed to be. Yeah, of course he's not, because again, he's got his own tax issues and spends money like crazy, doesn't he? But to be honest, I reckon that's pretty standard for most celebrities. I reckon like none of them are as rich as they make out. It's all part of the brand, though. Like with Mayweather having money, the clue's in the name. His nickname's money, isn't it? So having money is just part of his brand. You know, he's got even if he's not like a billionaire or whatever, he's got to like make out he is. You know. Turkey wants a black heavyweight champion, but he ain't interested in Dubois versus Usyk. Maybe Turkey plotting like he did with Fury because Frank and Fury have pissed him off. Yeah, maybe. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But look, I don't think Turkey is necessary to fund that fight anyway. Because again, it's happening in a stadium in the UK, so they obviously feel as if they can sell enough tickets to not need Turkey's involvement. You know. That's what I would assume anyway. I think Parker had Dubois' number. They knew it. Well, I definitely think that it was a dangerous fight for Dubois because Parker had been looking very good in his most recent outings. Like, obviously, he had that win over Wilder. He had that win over Zhang. You know, those are two big wins. And, he's definitely a fighter who's improved his technique and his confidence over the years. So I think they kind of bottled it. I think they saw how Parker was looking in training. And I think pulling out of the fight was a technical move, or a tactical move, should I say, by Dubois and his team. You know, I think that's what it was, to be honest. Because Parker might not be the biggest puncher, but what Parker does have is he has like consistent power over 12 rounds. Like, he's a guy who can carry his power late, the power he does have. And, he showed in that Zhang fight that he's got a lot of heart and a great chin. So Dubois wouldn't have been able to like break him mentally and make him quit like he was able to do to Hrgovic, for example. So Yeah, you got to bear that in mind, and I'm sure Dubois and his team definitely did bear it in mind. Only people saying it's a body shot or Fury fangirls, yeah, and just idiot normies that believe everything they hear on the news. Just those people, no one else. It's sad to see what happened to AJ, but I think it's spiritual punishment, like Haney and Ryan Garcia got. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Look, AJ deserved everything he got. It is sad in the sense that he was a guy who was hyped up to be like one of the greatest heavyweights ever by like the British media and by his fans, but that was never true. I never believed he was one of the greatest ever. Like you remember when AJ was on his way up, and you had like Barry Hearn and all that saying that no heavyweight in the world can go 3 rounds with him. It was all like hyperbolic like that. It was all complete nonsense. I never believed it. I always thought it was just hype. But I think, see, without that hype, if AJ had had like kind of a more humble upbringing as a fighter, he might have developed into a much better fighter than what he did. So the hype actually worked against him in a sense. Obviously, it made him a lot of money, but it worked against him from a developmental standpoint. I think Parker will maybe fight Cabello next. I have a feeling Usyk might get sold out against Dubois. I could see that. I could see that totally. Because I think all it would take is a British referee to turn a blind eye to the low blows from Dubois, and it would change the result of the fight. That's all it would take, right? I mean, look, Usyk is not a god, right? Usyk is not invincible. He's a human being. I know he's a man of God, but he's not invincible. I know he's got balls of steel, but they're still balls at the end of the day. He's still got a bladder, and it still hurts getting hit below the belt. So all Dubois has to do, like I said, is have a referee that's there not to enforce the rules, but to turn a blind eye to all the stuff he does, like he had in the Hrgovic fight. And you never know, that might be enough to sway the result in his favour. Stranger things have happened. Usyk should have made the fight in Poland, but money ain't as big, maybe. Yeah. There's definitely more money in British boxing than there is in Poland. Like, no doubt about it. Like, you could sell tickets in Poland, don't get me wrong, but there's not going to be as much interest as there is in the UK. The UK just has a bigger economy for the sport. And there's no like massive promoters over in Poland, is there? Who are gonna like hype it up like there is over here. So here's what it is. When Pacquiao knocked out Hatton, yeah, I like rewatching that from time to time. That's one of my favorite knockouts. Brutal as well. And what's even funnier is the meme, the right hook roll under, same move every time. That was funny. That was incredible. That's like an amazing, like, historic part of like boxing on the internet, isn't it? Yeah, how's it going, Owen? Good to see you, man. God bless you. Usyk said he wants Fury trilogy. Apparently, Parker should get the shot. Wait, Usyk said he wants to fight Fury again. I've not heard that. I find that hard to believe, because didn't he say after the second fight he's not interested in fighting Fury again? And there's like no demand for that fight anyway, is there? So yeah, I don't think he'll fight Fury again. I don't think that fight will happen. The first two fights were too one-sided. I respect Turkey for getting fighters to fight, but he's biased for sure, yeah. And he's not very good, like I said. He's not very good at hiding his bias. He makes it way too obvious. Like, he makes it too obvious who he's supporting and who he favours, That's just one of his issues, I think. Yeah, how's it going, Thomas? Yeah, good to see you here, man. Yeah. I think Turkey will set up Canelo to lose against Crawford. Yeah, I'm fairly confident, and I've said this from day one. I'm fairly confident that Crawford will beat Canelo. Like, Canelo is an absolute bum. I don't think people realize how bad Canelo is. I don't think they realize how like limited he is. I don't think they realize how unathletic and uncommitted and lazy he is, and how easy he is to outbox. They're just used to seeing fights that aren't real. They're works. And one day that'll be common knowledge. One day, everyone will look back at Canelo's career and they'll see how fraudulent it was. But today is not that day. People still think his fights are real. So that they think of him knocking out Kovalev and beating Callum Smith and beating all these big light heavyweights. But what they don't realize is that they weren't real fights. You take a good world class welterweight and put him in with Canelo. Canelo gets beaten because he's not that good. A good world class welterweight would beat Canelo. Right, I'm serious about that. So Crawford, the idea is Crawford isn't big enough. Crawford is bigger than Canelo naturally, and he's a much more like physically durable and powerful fighter. He'll win that fight, in my opinion. I think he'll win it easily. I don't think Canelo will do anything to him. And I'm not a big Crawford fan. Like I don't rate Crawford as much as some people do. I don't think Crawford is an elite fighter. Like he's world class, no doubt about it, but I don't think he's elite. But he doesn't have to be elite to beat Canelo because Canelo sucks. I would say any B-level welterweight would beat Canelo in a real fight. So yeah, I don't think they need to set Crawford up. I think Crawford will go in there. I think he'll toy with Canelo. I think he'll outbox him. I think he'll make him look daft. Canelo will swing off balance and will leave himself open. And he's got nothing. He's got nothing for Crawford, in my opinion. The Arabs locked Floyd and Dubois at one point for trying to scam them, and they were not having it. What was that all about? Like, why was he trying to scam them? I've not heard about that. What was that all about? Yeah, morning. How's it going, man? God bless you. It's weird. It feels weird doing a stream in the morning. It's not the time I normally do it, but it's because I'm busy this afternoon. Need more midweek day streams. Yeah. Well, again, it's difficult for me to do that because of my job, but because this week I'm not doing my day job. I actually I booked some annual leave this week so I can focus on training as well as other stuff. I've been working my second job in the evenings. I've been doing night shift, so that's really taken its toll. And I'm still trying to like figure out my schedule, how I'm going to balance everything. Because like last week was insane. Like I was working every day on my day job, and then I was doing like multiple shifts at nighttime. So I was basically like finishing my night shift, going home, getting like 3 hours sleep, and then going to work. So as you can tell, I was like worn out last week, and I would like bear in mind I was training and sparring and doing all sorts. I was just I felt so like worn out. I felt so exhausted, and it's something I'll need to get used to. So yeah, but when I do when I do get some days off and all that, I might do this more often, do like a midday stream, because it's normally more convenient to stream in the afternoon or at night. But I know not everybody prefers it, Like today, the reason I'm doing this so early today, I don't know if you were here earlier, I mentioned it. Basically, later on this afternoon, I'm getting the train and I'm going to the gym to do some boxing training. So, but before I do that, I need to go somewhere else. I need to go to my nana's house to pick some stuff up because there's some stuff there I need to get. So it's going to be like a busy afternoon for me. Like I'm getting the train to Glasgow, and then I'm going up to hers, and then I'm going to the boxing gym. I'll be there probably about an hour and a half. Then I'm getting the train back here, so that's a good like 4 or 5 hours that'll take. So yeah, I won't have the time to do a stream tonight. So I figured I'll just do it now, get it out of the way while I'm chilling out with my cup of tea and relaxing. And yeah, I'll be on this for a while today, like because I've got nothing else to do, until then. And because again, I'm leaving probably about 4 or something. So yeah, I've got a busy evening planned. Busy evening, but not busy in the morning. And I've got the house to myself for the first time all week. So yeah, it's all right, isn't it? Can work and watch you. Or do you watch these like during your work? So I take it you work in the vicinity of a computer, like you work in like a call center or something. Yeah, you've just answered my question there. Just had a Glaswegian feminist on a customer service call who's making a formal complaint against me. She's making a complaint against you. Like, what for? Like, what did you do exactly? What did you do to annoy her? Turkey just provides the massive funds, and should Usyk get criticism for fighting Dubois again? What does he prove? The low blow was genuinely low, and he beats Dubois easily. Yeah, he beats Dubois easily if it's fairly officiated, but is it going to be fairly officiated? That's the question, you know? That's the question, isn't it? Yeah, Dubois might have quit against Parker. Like, don't get me wrong, I was picking Dubois to beat Parker, but I wasn't confident because, you know, seeing the way that Parker was looking in the build-up, he was showing some pretty good power. He was looking strong, like he'd bulked up, like Parker to me, and he was looking confident. Like Parker really seemed to believe he was going to win that fight. So, you know, that's one of the things that we can say is Daniel Dubois' problem is a lack of confidence and a lack of heart. So it wouldn't have surprised me at all if Parker had gone in there and won that fight. Like that would not have surprised me at all. You know. Dubois is good, but new wave of cocksuckers have come to blow Dubois' heart out of the water. Yeah, yeah. Look, Dubois is a talented fighter. He's a big guy. He can punch. You know, he's strong, relatively explosive. He is quite quick for a guy of his size, but his problem is mental. He's a coward. He's got no heart. You know, he quits under pressure. He quits when a fight isn't going his way. That's why he needs to be able to cheat and foul all the time. When you know that's just what he needs. He needs everything to be stacked in his favor in order to get a good performance out of him. You know. Yeah, Caballero would be a good opponent too. I mean, he's an undefeated guy, a guy who's been on an absolute tear lately. Has some pretty underrated wins. You know, he's beaten guys like Chisora and Zhang, and you know several others like Caballero, like Makhmudov, whatnot. Caballero's a guy who's kind of like a wild card in the division right now. So, in my opinion, that would definitely be a credible win for Usyk if he was able to get it, and an interesting challenge at this stage of his career. So, I mean, at 38 years old, I don't see what he has to gain from rematching Dubois. I mean, he's already rematched AJ and Joshua and proven that those wins weren't flukes. So, what has he got to gain from rematching Dubois? He's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, from what I can tell, you know. AJ in his prime was quick with his hands, hard hitting and strong, but kind of robotic with his technique and chinny when it came mentally and chin resistance, yeah. And I noticed about AJ, he didn't have a very good recovery rate. When he would get hurt in a fight, it would take him several rounds to recover. So, yeah, he was able to do it against Dillian White. He was able to do it against Klitschko, but it didn't work for him against Andy Ruiz or Dubois, did it? So, and of course, against Usyk, he was just technically beaten. So, yeah, AJ definitely had his moments, he had his talents, but he was never as good as he was hyped up to be. You know, I think we all basically slightly overrated him. Is there odds for Dubois to low blow Usyk? Do you know? I'd have to look into that. I don't think that the bookies offer odds on that sort of thing. I know they do they do like have odds on like someone getting a point deducted or something, but I don't think they have odds for an actual foul and what the foul's going to be. So I doubt that very much. But I'll look into it, but I doubt it. Joshua had a fake image. Oh yeah, like as a person, his image was 100% fake. Because he was like a, fake tough guy thug from the street. Who had tried to have this like clean, humble image, which was never the case. Talked about that in the past. I'm kind of sick of talking about it, if truth be told. I think his chin was way better at one point. He recovered from the White Povetkin and Klitschko punches. Now it's gone, yeah. Well, I think part of the reason he recovered in those fights was because White got very, very sloppy after he hurt. After he hurt Joshua, he was just throwing the same like overhand shots and swinging himself off balance, completely missing. So I think White wasted an opportunity. Povetkin hurt Joshua badly, and I think he kind of. He kind of, I don't know what happened with Povetkin. He was throwing the same like overhand right left hook. He wasn't going to the body, and like getting undershots like he usually did. I think that was a poor performance from him technically. And Klitschko just stopped punching. Like, Klitschko had Joshua right on the verge of a brutal knockout loss, brutal knockout defeat, and he just stopped punching. I'm actually like not convinced that was a real fight. Like, something tells me that might have been a fixed fight and that Klitschko might have just carried him, because I can't get my head around why he didn't, why he didn't finish the job. He should have, in my opinion. You're right, Nordic. No man is invincible. Only the Almighty God in heaven. Yep, absolutely. God bless you. People think Turkey played Fury by pretending to fanboy. Yeah, I've heard that theory. It's definitely a possibility, but I think it's kind of giving Turkey a little bit too much credit. I don't think he's that intelligent, to be honest. Yeah, I'm confident Crawford will win. I'm confident. Said it from day one. Again, in my opinion, any world-class welterweight or any B-level welterweight beats Canelo in a real fight. And, Crawford, as flawed as he is, as limited as he is, and I think he is flawed and limited, he's still better than Canelo. And at least he has had real fights. Crawford has genuinely had real fights in his career. Canelo hasn't had one, in my opinion. He hasn't had one. Interesting as well. I was going to talk about this in a video, but like, I've been looking a lot into, like, I don't really follow MMA, as you guys know, but I've been looking into the history of sort of fixed fights in the MMA scene, and you'd be surprised like how many like well known. And when I say like, well, I'm not just talking about alleged. I'm talking about like where it's been proven and guys have admitted to it. Like, well known like big fights in MMA were fixed. And a lot of them were what they call works, right? Where the guys agree on a result beforehand, like WWE. And that was how a lot of stars in MMA were built, like on basically predetermined results, fights that look realistic, but later on the guys admit it was basically a work. That's essentially Canelo's entire career. All of his fights are works. And they've been able to create this mythical figure in Canelo, a guy who can't even compete with top level welterweights. Never was able to beat top level welterweights, but they moved him up through middleweight, super middleweight, light heavyweight, and had guys just lay down for him. All his fights were works, and as a result of it, they built up, like I said, a mythical figure in the sport. A guy who isn't that good, was never that good, but people believe he's too big to, for any welterweight to beat because he beat light heavyweights. But that's not how it works. Like Crawford, at very least, I've criticized Crawford a lot in the past. I don't think he's that good. Crawford has had real fights, genuine fights, where both guys have come to win. He's had fixed fights too, but he's had a lot more real fights than Canelo has, and he's somewhat battle hardened, So I'm confident he's going to go in there and he's going to put a beating on Canelo and he's going to school him. I'm confident. I'm almost certain he will. Usyk did say he wants his last fight with Pereira. Pereira lost in UFC recent interview. Usyk said he wants AJ or Fury for his last fight. I thought you were saying he wants to fight Alex Pereira as his last fight. I was going to say then, what? He wants to fight him in boxing or fight him in UFC? Like, can you imagine Usyk in MMA though? Like, I actually reckon Usyk is one of the few like top level boxers that could do well in MMA. Like, I genuinely think he could. Yeah, I heard about that. Turkey was holding Crawford's hand in the ring. Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Maybe he's his new favorite. Who knows, man? But yeah, I find that quite disturbing, actually. It's probably just a cultural thing from the Saudis. They probably hold hands with other men, and it's not seen as weird as it's seen over here, Probably. LDBC will be over the moon if Crawford wins. I don't know. Like, did the LDBC, because they used to not like Crawford, have they like adopted Crawford as their own? Is that kind of what's happened? It seems like it to me, you know. Because probably because he beat Spence, they just jumped from Spence straight over to him, you know. Personally, I would have liked to have seen Caballero or Parker get a chance. Yeah, well, both of them are definitely more deserving at this stage of a shot at Usyk than Dubois is. You know, that's definitely true. Mm. Oh, they're beautiful. They're really nice. Them. Not been eating crisps lately. They're quite nice. Canelo is now wasted in a real fight against a good boxer coming to win. He gets defeated easily. Yeah, I've said that for years. That's been the case his whole career. Canelo was never a good fighter, ever. As I said, any world class fighter, welterweight or above, or any B level fighter, welterweight or above, will beat Canelo easily. Any one of them. One guy said Bivol would outbox Usyk if they were the same size. No, he wouldn't. Usyk's style is a nightmare for Bivol. Absolute nightmare. I don't think Bivol has a lot of experience of fighting southpaws. And also, Usyk's lead hand control is far too much for Bivol. Like the way Bivol fights, that like pendulum step, that Soviet style of boxing. Um, I mean, look, Usyk will have seen that time and time and time again throughout his amateur career. He'll have sparred with guys like that numerous times in his career, and that'll be nothing new to him. You know, Crawford looked bigger than Canelo, and they stood face to face. That there goes the narrative. Yeah, but because Canelo's been fighting at super middleweight lately, the normies can't get their head around that. They think he's bigger, and they think he's too big for Crawford. But what they don't realize, like I said a million times, they don't realize the fights aren't real. Canelo's fights are works. That's what they are, works. Where they look realistic, but it's because both guys have agreed on a predetermined result. Now, if those guys were like if Sergey Kovalev or Callum Smith was to go in there and set about Canelo, they would smash his face in and knock him out in 3 rounds. That's what would happen in a real fight. But because the fights were works, they're able to make it look realistic and make it seem like Canelo actually genuinely won when the fight wasn't real, you know? That's how it works. So I'm fairly confident if it's a real fight, Crawford will easily beat Canelo. I don't even think, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Canelo didn't win a round. Like, I don't think Crawford will knock him out. I think he'll just school him. I think it'll be a wide, unanimous decision win for Crawford and an easy one. And it'll be kind of a boring fight, I think. That's how I think it will. Boring fight, and he'll win on points. Floyd owed the Arabs money at one point. He tried to get away with it. Why did he owe them money though? Was it like a loan that he took out? Is that what it was? I don't know the situation. Really sorry about this. It's just these are very tasty, and I'm kind of hungry today. You know, I've been working 8 to 6. It's been hard to balance things, honestly. Yeah, it is hard, to balance your work life with other stuff. You know, can't imagine doing a second job at this point. Yeah, it's not easy. Thankfully, though, my second job is 0 hours contract, so I can turn down shifts. But I've been accepting shifts because I want to get like as much experience as possible. Plus, the extra money doesn't hurt, you know. But it's one of them things that I reckon I'll just need to get used to. I reckon I'll need to get used to it because, again, it's I do have plans for the future. Like I have a couple of career plans at the moment, things I'm planning to get into, but I'm playing the long game at the moment. So my current day job, I'm basically milking that for all it's worth. I'm not planning to stay there like more than a few months. And I'm gonna continue to do it, basically like fulfill all my obligations, use up all my annual leave if possible, and basically once I've gained a little bit more experience in my second job, I'm going to apply for a full-time position doing something similar, essentially, because I'm kind of in that industry now, and I'm just building up my CV, my resume, and getting as much experience as possible so that I can apply for a full-time position in that industry. And thankfully, that industry right now is bigger than it's ever been. Because this country is let's just say that there's a lot of counter-terrorism stuff. There's a lot of issues in retail. That there's security is basically a massive booming industry right now, and that's what I'm planning to be my career, basically. But like I said, I'm playing the long game. I'm not jumping into anything just yet. I'm playing the long game with it. I don't think all Canelo's fights are fixed. All of them are fixed. I disagree. I don't think he's ever had a real fight. I think he's solid in his prime. I disagree. I think he sucks. But he's got a way with corruption and judges. I disagree. I think that the scorecards for all of Canelo's fights are predetermined, and I think the opponents are in on it. I don't think Canelo, his entire career, has ever had an actual fight. I think he's an industry plant. I think he's completely fake. I genuinely do. Dubois quit before the fight. He knew he quit out of the ring. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like he bottled it, in my opinion. That's what he did. He realized it was not worth the risk, and he bottled it. He probably heard behind the scenes, look, you can pull out of this fight, and you can get an Usyk fight. You can walk straight into that fight without having to fight Parker first. It's a higher reward for potentially lower risk. So it is what it is. Basically, the feminist was owed money from us, but it's weeks before we can get it back. And my tone of voice upset her. I work for the government, and there's no way of getting it quicker to her. Yeah. So basically, your hands were tied. You're just doing your job. There's nothing you can do, and she's blaming you for something that's completely out of your hands. I know the type, mate. I know the type. What a bitch. Well, if he wants to shut Dubois and his team up, tell them you're not getting the fight, and you'll never get the fight, That's about it, eh? I mean, why does he have to fight him again? Like, what is it? He's already beat him up and made him quit, so what's he going to do? Beat him up and make him quit again? How's that going to shut them up? That's just going to legitimize or it's going to help to legitimize the claims about it not being a low blow when it clearly was. So I think Usyk has made a big mistake taking the rematch. I think it was a foolish move, and I don't think it was at all necessary. Usyk is not going to get one shred of credit for beating Dubois again. As soon as the fight is over, people are just going to say, well, he already beat him before, so who cares? And if he loses everything, right? His entire legacy is tainted because of it. So he's in a lose-lose situation. He has nothing to gain. He has everything to lose, nothing to gain. White versus Chisora 3 would make perfect sense. Two guys who are completely shot. I'd probably favour Chisora in the third fight because White has looked so bad that he looks as if he hasn't even trained in years. At least Chisora's still game and he comes to win. So, yeah, I'd probably favour him. Probably favour Chisora. Probably on points. And the one fight Canelo had with Bivol, he got whooped. But again, beat and didn't want his super middleweight titles on the line. Again, that was another work. That was a fixed fight. Okay, it was predetermined for Bivol to win on points with pre-written scorecards, right? And look, that's something that happens in MMA, right? Go and look up the history of Pride FC and the UFC's like worked fights. They say about 75% of the fights were works essentially, like when that was first getting started, because they were basically rigging the results to build certain stars and build certain promotions, right? And the way that they did it was they would have a guy win a certain amount of fights. Then when he became sort of like the betting favorite all the time, and when it just got a little bit unrealistic, they would have him lose a fight, right? They would have him lose a work to kind of bring the narrative back to where it was, and keep the fans guessing. That was kind of what they did right there with that was what they did right there with Canelo, right? Because Canelo, it was just getting ridiculous. Beating Sergey Kovalev, beating Callum Smith, beating guys that were just so much bigger and so much better than him, that the fact he can even last 3 rounds with these guys is unrealistic, right? So it was getting to the point where nobody was betting on Canelo. No, I mean, nobody was betting against Canelo. Like, there was no money being made from the gambling industry on Canelo's fights, because his fights were like, people were like, again, Precise was talking about this back then. He was talking about fighting Ilunga Makabu at cruiserweight. Everybody was saying he was going to knock Makabu out. Everybody was betting on him. They were all betting on Canelo, even with the size difference, right? They were saying, they were saying he was going to go up and beat Usyk and maybe beat Tyson Fury. Like, that's how mythological Canelo was becoming. It was ridiculous. Okay, the betting industry needed to bring Canelo's reputation down to earth a little bit. So they gave him a loss. They gave him a work, right? You think Canelo wasn't in on it? That fight was a work. Okay, Bivol in a real fight knocks Canelo out in 3 rounds with ease, as does any world-class light heavyweight. He carried him, right? Canelo knew his role, right? It was a sparring session. It was a work. And it was a predetermined result with predetermined scorecards. Look at the scorecards for that fight. I mean, they were clearly pre-written, predetermined. All right, so yeah, it was a work, that fight. All of Canelo's fights are fake, right? And I'm guaranteeing you, look, if the Crawford fight is real, because look, let's say I could be wrong, right? Maybe Crawford takes a dive. Maybe the establishment have still got plans for Canelo, and they still want to keep him winning, right? But if that's a real fight, I'm about 80% sure Crawford just schools Canelo and wins easily on points, because he's so much more battle hardened. He's so much more tested. He's just a better fighter in every way, shape, and form. Canelo cannot fight. He is a bum. People don't realize how bad he is, right? Look, being whooped by Bivol. No, he wasn't whooped by Bivol. The fight was simply a rigged work, essentially. That's what it was. If Bivol wanted to whoop him, Canelo wouldn't have made it the distance, all right? It was a work, like all Canelo's fights. Yeah, White and Chisora need to stop. Yeah, they're both probably like CTE ridden, aren't they? But that's up to them, innit? Yo, Nordic, it's early over here. Yeah, how you doing, Reversely? Yeah, I was explaining earlier that this particular stream, I needed to do it early today because I've got the house to myself at the moment, and I'm going out later. I'm going to the gym. So I don't have time or I'm not going to have time this afternoon to do a stream. I've got to basically do it now, but I'm going to be here for a while. This is going to be a pretty long stream. We've already been going over an hour, and I haven't even opened my Iron Brew yet. Come to think of it, so I might as well do that. Let me move this table here. I've got my stuff set up on a wee table, and I've not even opened this. I'll open it before it becomes room temp, because I like it when it's nice and cold. Oh, this is going to be good. We are. It's one of my favorite sounds. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, where was I? But yeah, good to see you, Reversely. How you doing, man? Boxing fan Anthony. People saying weight won't matter in the Canelo Crawford fight don't know what they're talking about. It's not just height and wingspan. Fighters need to get accumulated to a weight class. Yeah, but as I've said a million times, yeah, especially when basically jumping up 3 weight classes. Yeah, but he's fighting Canelo. Look, if Crawford was jumping up 3 weight classes, to fight a guy who was good, who could fight, then yeah, I'd share your concern. But he's not. He's fighting Canelo, who's an absolute bum. Canelo is an absolute bum, and any B-level welterweight would beat him. So I'm not concerned about Crawford. I think Crawford wins easily. I do. That's why Usyk beat Jayapataya. Well, Usyk would beat Jayapataya quite easily, in my opinion. Be a good fight, mine, but Usyk would win, no doubt about it. Beevil's style very predictable. Yeah, it is. I mean, he's very effective. Don't get me wrong. Like Beevil can box very well, and he's definitely improved a bit over the years. But he's a little bit one-paced, a little bit. What's the term I'm looking for? It's just a little bit basic, isn't he? It's not like he does anything like spectacular. Who wins, Cabell or Parker? Cabell or Parker? I would probably favor Parker, but I wouldn't write Cabell off. I think that would be a very close fight, kind of like the Parker Carlos Takam fight back in the day, where the pressure would get to him a little bit. But I think Parker would just like pick up points with a jab, kind of like the Andy Ruiz fight as well. And I think he'd win a close decision, probably. That's probably what would happen there, I reckon. Put down you're a minority, you'll get the job. Then diversity, yeah. But if I show up and they see I'm not a minority, that'll be dishonest, wouldn't it? Hopefully, the security will be protected against knife threats. Well, put it this way, I've done a lot of training lately on because I had to get my security license before getting the job. I've done a lot of training on how to deal with that sort of thing. And yeah, it's something security does have to face, especially nowadays. Because again, in one of the main issues that I had to be educated on, and I actually did learn quite a lot while I was doing the course, was one of the things you really need to pay attention for is terrorism, because in this country, like the terror threat is really high at the moment, and basically places that have manned security are like high profile targets. So because right now the kind of work I've been doing, it's mostly like nightclubs and all that. Been doing the doors, but and pubs and stuff. But like see when you get into like more like corporate security and close protection and even retail security and stuff like that. When you get into all that stuff, that's when you have to be really careful about like terrorism and stuff, because it's all over the place. Like apparently like counter-terrorism units in this country are out like 30 times a week or something, responding to threats and that. And like there's also, because again I work mostly in like city center, and there's certain like high profile targets in the city center at the moment that like people I work with deal with and all that. And yeah, that's it's something you need to it's something you need to be educated on. Like you need to be licensed on it to work in that industry. I asked you about Inoue getting dropped before. Yeah, no, hang on a sec. No, before I finish reading this comment, I asked you about Inoue getting dropped before, and you had a lot of excuses. Right now, that's a flat out lie. So this guy here, Jonathan, whatever your name is, you've got one chance. Your next comment on this stream better be, "I apologize for lying," right? Because I've never made a single excuse for Inoue under any, because why would I even need to do that? So that's just dishonest. So your next comment, I'm not reading the rest of that comment. Your next comment had better be, "I apologize for lying. I take that back." And yeah, then you're forgiven. If your next comment is anything but that, you're blocked. So yeah, choose your next comment wisely. Yeah, that kind of thing's not tolerated here. It will make Frank and Dubois salty. Well, they're already salty. Frank and Dubois are going to be salty no matter what. They're always going to be salty. It's just who they are. So they'd be more salty if they didn't get the payday. They'd be more salty if they didn't get the rematch and the opportunity. So that's how I would have dealt with it. Right now, what is it you'd like to do? Tell me more. You're a planner already. Well, again, right now, I've got two jobs right now. Like my day job, I'm a janitor, and I work 30 hours a week, and that. And my second job, I work security. So I work the doors basically. But what my plan is at the moment, because my janitor job, it's something that it's kind of a dead end job. It's not something that there's really any chance of progressing, and the money's not great either. So what I'm planning to do is I'm gonna like drag that job out for a wee bit, get some more money from it, and again fulfill my obligations, because I can't just quit right now, because over the next month or so I've agreed with some of my colleagues to like cover some of their shifts, and because some days that I need off and whatnot, and I don't want to just like turn my back on that. I don't want to like, because I'm a man of my word. If I agree to do something, I'll do it. So I've just got a few obligations with that job over the next like month and a half or so, and like I said, I've still got annual leave to use. I want to use that, and then like probably within the next few months or so, I'm going to hand in my notice, and by that time, I'll have built up my security I mean, I'll have built up my experience in security, hopefully, and build up my resume a bit. And then I'm going to apply for kind of like a full time security position, like maybe like corporate security or retail security or something like that. And like while I'm doing it, I'm gonna try and get as many like qualifications and licenses as I can. Like I'm looking into getting like CCTV and like close protection and all that other stuff that you can get. But yeah, it's just a long term game, because I think security. I think that's going to be my career. Like that's my like right now I've got two jobs, and one of them is security. But like I'm planning for security to be like my long term career. Like that's my plan at the moment, because it's probably the only thing I'm like reasonably good at. Like from the feedback I've gotten so far, I'm reasonably good at the job. So it's something that I'm kind of like. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily passionate about it, but it's something I'm optimistic about. I think it's like a good career path for me. Yeah, how's it going, Lee? Good to see you here, man. It's been a while. God bless you, man. Inoue fights are a work too. Well, they don't look like it to me. They don't look like it. Maybe they are. I mean, I know he's from Japan, and there's definitely. I was referring to fixed fights in MMA recently. A lot of those fixed fights did take place in Japan, ironically enough. But with Inoue's fights, I'm not sure. Like, and they look like real fights to me. Like, what I will say, if Inoue's fights are fixed, they're bloody realistic. Like they are some of the most like they're some of the most carefully fixed fights I've ever seen, if they are fixed. Because someone like me, like that kind of, I can usually tell right off the bat if a fight is fixed. But Inoue's fights look real to me. They look real to me. So again, unless there's some really really good choreography there, then I don't think they are. But I could be wrong. I'm not. I wouldn't put it past boxing, and I wouldn't put it past Japan either. Um, how do you vision a prime Mike Tyson versus Alexander Usyk fight would go? And then I would favourite Usyk. Normie's pick Tyson. Usyk easily. I don't think it's even competitive. Look, Tyson was about 5'9", 5'10", and he was a guy who would like did the same thing every fight. He would tuck up, but boom, like he would bob and weave and throw hooks, and that worked in his era at a certain level. Against an elite fighter who's taller than him, who's faster than him, who's got better lead hand control, better lateral movement and footwork, Tyson would look like David Tua against Lennox Lewis. That's what he would look like in there with Usyk. Usyk would just school him behind the jab at long range, box him, and he would outbox him easily. And he'd probably stop him late when Tyson realized he couldn't win and did something stupid and got himself caught and stopped. So I think Usyk would school Mike Tyson, and I think Usyk would stop him late. And I'm not saying Mike Tyson wasn't good. He was. He was a freak. Like that guy was really powerful and fast, but he was nowhere near as technically skilled or as athletic as Usyk. Nowhere near. You know. Japanese market is huge, and yeah. The amount of money that the Japanese spend on like local stars, like in MMA and boxing, it's crazy. Like there's a big market there. It is. There's no doubt about it. And Inoue's success proves that. Beterbiev had good success against Usyk when they fought, underrated skills. Yeah, but Beterbiev is the elite of the elite. Like, that guy is one of the best fighters of all time, technically, and in terms of his like physical ability as a fighter, like, he's a genetic freak. He's even more of a genetic freak, I would say, than Mike Tyson was. I gotta be honest. Like, he really is. Opetaya only fights guys where he's the 150 favorite, like against Sequia. Yeah. Yeah, like, Jai Opetaya, I've noticed his fanboys are getting like they're getting really annoyed. Like, whenever you even suggest, like, I think I talked about this before. I was in the comment section of somebody's video. I forget if was it Delboy? It might have been Delboy's video. I forget. But or was it Precise? I can't remember. I think it was Delboy, right? And I was in the comment section, and I said, I would like this was my exact words, right? I said I would like to see Opetaya fight some more world class opponents. So now bear in mind, I said some more. I'm insisting, or I'm insinuating, he has fought at least one world class opponent before, right? I'm referring to the Briedis fight, and I had some normie who was a Jai Opetaya fanboy, got pissed at me in the comments, and he was saying, don't you know that he fought Briedis? Don't you know who Briedis is? He has fought Briedis. He fought Briedis, and you're accusing him and criticizing." Like, the guy was just spurging out in the comments, getting angry, as if I was calling Opetaya a cherry picker and saying he hasn't fought anybody, when I was actually being complimentary of Opetaya because he had a great performance, and I was saying I would like to see him step up again and fight some more world class opponents because I think he's very good. And this guy got angry at me and was calling me a hater and was like, big long paragraph of how I'm overly critical and don't you know who Briedis is? Now, if this guy had gone to my channel and just typed in Briedis in the search bar, he would see I've made numerous videos about Briedis. Obviously, I know who Briedis is. I knew who Briedis was and was making prediction videos for his fights years before this guy had ever heard of him. I guarantee it. Right? I talked about Briedis back before he fought Marco Huck. So, I mean, the, the the idea of me not knowing who Briedis is, it kind of insulted me, as far as I'm aware, you know. So yeah, as far as I'm aware, that's kind of that just kind of annoyed me. Like, when these people don't know who you are, they don't know who they're talking to, and they start accusing you of stuff. When all they would need to do is go on my channel to see that what they're saying is verifiably untrue. You know, if Mike fought Usyk, you need to get him out of there in the first 5 because Usyk outboxes him to a decision. Mike slows down. Yeah, Mike Tyson didn't do well going the distance in fights. Like, he could go the distance, but he never kept his shape like for a full 12 rounds or even a full 10 rounds. He always had issues going the stretch. And Usyk's feints, Usyk's like insane stamina, like will be his lead hand control, his lateral movement, his footwork. It will be too much. He would absolutely dominate Tyson. I don't think Tyson would win a round. I don't think he'd land a significant punch. You know, Jonathan is probably a new hater. Well, I don't know. I don't know who the guy is. I don't know. I think Beterbiev is better than Bivol. Yeah, definitely. Well, I thought Beterbiev clearly won the first fight. The second fight was close and competitive. It was definitely a much closer fight, but I still just gave it to Beterbiev. Just. But the first fight, I thought Beterbiev won clearly, even at like 40 years old. Nayo Inoue fights are real, are fixed. You can see it from a distance. Yeah. Well, again, to me, they look real. Like, I'm not like completely dismissing the idea that they're fixed. They could be fixed. They could be, for all I know. You know, Japan is known for fixed fights, like I was saying earlier with MMA, but I don't think they are. My personal opinion is Inoue's fights are real. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. My opinion. They look real to me. You know, I don't agree with the narrative that Lee Wood lost because of inactivity. He looked like he usually does, but Kakache was too big for Lee Wood's get out of jail card, like against Warrington. Conlon. Yeah, do you know, I agree with that. I picked Kakache to win that fight. I was confident he would win. The inactivity was one of the reasons for that. But even in Nottingham, I felt that Kakache was too strong, too durable, picked his shots too well. He was too fit. He had much better stamina. And I just thought he was the better fighter, and I was confidently picking him to beat Lee Wood. I said that in a video, and yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that that was the reason Lee Wood lost. Like, I don't think it helped. Maybe the fight would have been slightly more competitive if Lee Wood had, if Lee Wood had been a little bit more active over the last couple of years. But I don't think he'd have won anyway. I still think Kakache would have beaten him. I genuinely do. All right, Jonathan, there are valid excuses, blah, blah, blah. You just stopped reading as soon as I said excuses. Why are you saying Nui got dropped because blah, blah, blah? Well, that's not an apology. That doesn't look like an apology to me for your dishonesty. So goodbye. You will never comment here ever again. Goodbye. So yeah, that guy's gone. What was I going to say? One sec. Ban user, delete their comments. Yeah, I forgot how you do that for a moment. Yeah, that guy's gone. Good riddance to him. I gave you the choice. I gave you the chance. You could have apologized for your disrespect and your dishonesty, but you chose not to. So goodbye. What games you been playing lately? Well, the last game what was I going to say? That the last game that I played through and recorded to do a review was for the game Condemned Criminal Origins. It's a horror game. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a horror game from 2005 for the Xbox 360, and that's probably going to be my next review. That all the footage is ready for that. I just need to like finish up my I need to do like the script and whatnot. But yeah, that's probably going to be my next review. I was also playing the DLC for Duke Nukem Forever recently, the Doctor Who Cloned Me. I'm going to be doing a walkthrough of that. And I also recently replayed Spyro 1. I'm going to be doing a full walkthrough for Spyro 1 soon. Yeah, and I did kind of a little practice run for it. So yeah, I'm going to be doing that soon. Yeah, but the last game I played all the way through was it was, like I said, Condemned Criminal Origins, and you'll be seeing that review pretty soon. I need to watch your Legend of Spyro review. Yeah, I enjoyed making that video. See, the Legend of Spyro series, and obviously I go into detail in the video, but like the Legend of Spyro series kind of took me by surprise because I did really enjoy them. I think they're fun, like beat 'em up action adventure games. But then obviously they had nothing on the original Spyro. Like they're nowhere near as good as the original trilogy, but they were never going to be. That's my point. Like they were never going to be as good as the original trilogy. So I didn't expect them to be. As far as I'm concerned, they were they were perfectly fine action adventure beat 'em ups. Like they had some flaws, don't get me wrong, but you could go a lot you could go you could do a lot worse than them. But the originals were, of course, like legendary platformers. So yeah, they didn't match up to them. You go into Taylor Esserman fight, right? I think Esserman's style is could cause anyone problems. Could cause hard for anyone and could cause Taylor a lot of problems. Yeah, I'm going to that fight. I am. I've got a mate coming up from down south, from Nottingham, who actually knows Echo Esserman and knows his team and that. But yeah, we're going to that fight. And yeah, I think, look, I do favour Josh Taylor. He is the better fighter by far. But like you say, Esserman is a very game fighter and he's got a very, very hard style. I talked about in my video, he reminds me of Timothy Bradley. He's a guy who's kind of a buzzsaw. He just comes forward, throwing loads of punches and smothers you on the inside. He's a little bit dirty, a little bit rough. Very good chin, very good stamina. He's got a great attitude towards the sport though, because he's very motivated and he's a guy who's always fit. Like I know for a fact that guy works hard. He's always in shape. So that's going to be a hard fight. It's going to be a tough one to call. I wouldn't be surprised by an upset. I wouldn't be surprised by it. I'm rooting for Taylor, but I'm not confident. Not confident in him one bit. But yeah, I'm going to the fight in a couple of weeks. So that should be all right. You got the Kakachi Wood fight bang on. Correct, by the way. Good fight. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I just felt Kakachi was too strong, too fit, and had too much momentum. at this stage. I just thought he was going to break down Wood, and yeah, that's exactly what happened. And like Lee Talks Boxing was saying, Wood's get out of jail free card that he had against Warrington wasn't going to be the case against a guy as big and as durable as Kikache, because Warrington, was physically smaller than Kikache, and Warrington makes a lot of mistakes and gets himself squared up and as a tear up when he doesn't need to. Kakachi doesn't really do that. He's a lot more selective with his shots, and he has the ability to tough it out, with someone of Lee Wood's size. So, yeah, it was a good win for Kakachi, a great performance, probably his career best performance. I think Lee Wood should call it a day now. He's not going to get that big city ground fight because he just doesn't have the opponent. So, yeah, that's kind of pointless. But Kakachi, I think, has a bright future in the sport. Even at 36, he looks like a young 36 to me. So I think he has a pretty good future in the sport, I never rated Mayweather at all. Neither did I. Another fighter who had all his fights were works. Just a complete bum. All his fights were fixed, in my opinion. Who do you think has the best chance of beating Inoue, Nakatani or Ball? I'd say probably Nakatani. He's definitely technically better. Although Ball is very durable and very game and very dirty and very fit, so he could last a while in that fight. But I think stylistically, it's a bad fight for him because Inoue would catch him on the way in and probably stop him. So I'd say Nakatani probably. I was offered to go to Fisher versus Allen too by a mate. I considered it, but I know it's going to be Dave Allen special throwing 2 punches around, so I decided not to. Yeah, I don't blame you. I've got no real issue in that fight. The first one was all right, but in the second one, it's just going to be probably predetermined because they're not going to give up on Johnny Fisher just yet, are they? They're not going to let him get knocked out. So, and I thought he won the first fight anyway. To be perfectly honest, I thought Johnny Fisher actually did legitimately win that fight. So I'm not that interested in it, to be honest. Wood versus Warrington 2 in Leeds or Nottingham would be a banger domestic fight. Neither are likely to win world titles, so it makes sense. Yeah, I hope that fight gets made. Actually, if Lee Wood doesn't retire, that's the perfect fight because I think Warrington, I think he deserves the rematch because the first fight stoppage was very controversial, but I think it's a situation where I don't know which of them has enough left because Warrington has had a couple of bad knockout defeats. He's kind of deteriorated skill wise, in my opinion. I think Warrington went backwards technically. I think he just stopped boxing and just became a pure slugger, a pure brawler. And that'll always be dangerous fighting someone like Lee Wood who's got power. We not even we saw against Kakache, Lee Wood has still got power. He can still punch. So I wouldn't write him off against Warrington in a rematch. That would be a 50-50 fight for me. And I would probably go to that fight, especially if it was in Nottingham. And even if it was in Leeds, I'd consider it. Because I've been to a Warrington fight in Leeds before. I went to his fight against, what's his name? Galahad. I went to that fight, so I would probably go to the fight either way. So it'll be interesting, and that's a fight that makes sense for both guys. Because where else are they going to go? Who else are they going to fight? I can't think of anything that makes sense. Well, who ducked Opataya? I can't think of anyone who ducked him. It seems to me Opataya just isn't interested in taking fights. Good fighter, but he just doesn't seem very ambitious to me, and neither do his fans. Yeah, Dave Allen more often than not, like Lee was saying, it's the Dave Allen special. Throw 2 punches a fight or 2 punches around and barely do anything. That's just what he does. He doesn't come to win more often than not. I doubt this fight happens anytime soon, as he's likely fighting Sugar Nunez at 135. But what do you think of a future fight between Kakache versus Bob Bosa? That's interesting, if Kakache could move up to 140 and carry the weight well, that's a winnable fight. Barbosa is quite a tricky southpaw. He's difficult to hit, but not really that durable in my opinion. Not really that technically good. He's kind of just awkward. I don't think he's that good technically. I think Kakache is a better boxer. I think Kakache could win that in a very close fight potentially. But again, it depends if he can carry the weight. He's a small guy, like he's a big guy for super featherweight, but like, you know, if it depends how he looks at like lightweight. You know, could he do that? Could he carry the weight to 140 and still perform at the same level? I'm not so sure. I'm really not so sure. In my work, TalkSport is always on in the office, and I was at lunch. I could hear Gareth A. Davis talking about Tyson Fury versus Moses Itelma and questioning who would win. What planet are these guys on, man? Oh, that's mortifying, isn't it? I would hate to have to listen to that at work, like to have to listen to TalkSport, mate. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. Then again, I work in nightclubs now, so you can imagine the kind of crap I have to hear. You know, that's why I actually prefer. See, when I'm at work, I prefer it when they put me on the door to when they actually put me inside. Then I've got to hear all the crappy normie music, and it's not pleasant. I tell you that. But yeah, I think listening to TalkSport probably be even worse. You know, React poor ducked him. Well, there's one guy. There's one guy that ducked him. Canelo struggled against washed-up lightweights earlier, but he can beat bigger men. Triple G outboxed and beat Canelo 2 times, but took it easy in the third fight. Clearly sold out, yeah. I even think the first 2 fights were works. I think Canelo would get knocked out by Triple G in a real fight, but Triple G just never came to win in any fight, you know. Any one of them, anyway. He sold his legacy to Canelo, you know. It's such a shame Warrington never got a unification fight 2019. He was so good back then. Yeah, in 2019, he was very good. To me, he was probably the best technical boxer in the UK by far. Like I don't think anybody at featherweight would have had an easy time with him back then. But sadly, he didn't develop. He became like an idiot football hooligan brawler. You know. Do you know, I've wondered that for years, how Gareth A. Davis has a platform. He must just be related to someone in the industry, because I can't think of how he has one. I really can't. Yeah, I saw on TalkSport the other day, we're all saying Italma would run through Bacoli. I hope that fight happens. But like Italma, again, they're making the same mistake with Italma that they made with AJ. They're hyping him up prematurely. He hasn't done anything in his career yet. He hasn't done anything worth mentioning, anything worth talking about. He's done nothing. So why are we even talking about that guy? Like, let him build up his career. Let him fight some bums. Let him fight some journeymen. Let him get seasoned, and let him, find out how good he is before we talk about him fighting Tyson Fury and Usyk and guys like that. Like, he hasn't done anything that's even remotely worth mentioning. So, just a complete joke, in my opinion. What do you think about Bacoli versus a Jagba? It was a very close fight from what I seen. I didn't see the whole thing, but from what I saw, it just looked like Bacoli was fatter than he's ever been, less motivated than he's ever been, and didn't really try. And Jagba kind of got him on a bad night. I think Bacoli in shape and motivated, like Bacoli from the Anderson fight, I think would have knocked him out. I think he would have won it handily, but that particular night, he was just unprepared and out of shape. Still recovering from that Parker knockout, probably. You know. Moses Italma is 6'2". I don't hear people questioning his size like they were with Usyk. Yeah, again, I guess that only applies to certain fighters, then, doesn't it? You know, because again, I think Usyk is taller than 6'2", if I'm not mistaken. So that's a little bit unusual, isn't it? A little bit unusual. I never even thought about that. I never thought about that, but now that I think about it, yeah, Moses Italma might be undersized. You know, he might be. Chisora's recent fights fixed because he's about to retire and he sells a lot of tickets. I thought he lost to Gerald Washington and Joyce. He definitely took more punches against Joyce, but I think the reason he got the win was because the punches he landed were so much more effective, and he scored that knockdown and whatnot. And he was actually putting power on his shots, whereas Joyce was just tapping and slapping. So, yeah, I think it was a fair decision personally, but Gerald Washington could have gone either way. That was a very close fight. I definitely think Chisora was favoured by the establishment in that fight. You know, if it had been in America, he might not have gotten it. Wouldn't go as far as to say that they were fixed. I guess you could just call it hometown decision. You know, like I guess that's kind of a fix, isn't it? It's kind of a similar situation. You know, boxing establishment as fixing fights with plenty of bigger names for decades. It's just the likes of Canelo, Haney, and Mayweather. Yeah, it's industry plants. Guys like that are industry plants who all of their fights are just flat out rigged, in my opinion. Gareth A. Davis is a scandal waiting to happen. Honestly, yeah. Look, that guy, he doesn't know crap about boxing. He just talks a lot of rubbish. He fanboys for Tyson Fury just to get a platform. You know, just to boost his own notoriety and keep himself in the limelight. And I don't understand why anybody takes him seriously. I don't understand why he has followers. He has people who actually listen to what he says and care about what his opinion is. Like, I just don't get it, man. Just a load of crap. I swear that fridge better shut up. It always makes noises. Can you guys hear that? Like every like 10, 20 minutes or something, that fridge starts making loud noises. And I don't know whether the microphone picks it up or not. It might. Who knows? At least AJ thought I'd step up at some point. Yeah. Well, I mean, Italma is yet to do that. I'm not saying he won't do it. I'm just saying he's yet to do it. He's yet to fight a step up. And when he does, that's when we can start talking about how we would do in world title fights and all that. Like, there's no need to talk about that crap right now, you know. I remember feeling so vindicated when I picked Warrington to beat Frampton back in the day. Yeah, same. I did as well. Crazy, that was almost 7 years ago. Yeah, man, that's insane. But I remember going into that fight, so many people were like, oh, you know, Frampton is too powerful. Warrington can't punch. Frampton will beat his ass and all that. Like most people, what I remember going into that fight were picking Frampton, and he was the favourite. But I always favoured Warrington from day one when it came to that fight. Always did, you know. Lee talks oil drilling. I'm closing the border apparently, so no more oil drilling. Oh, it's a shame for him. How rubbish is Catterall after seeing Teofimo beat Barbosa with ease? Lopez had harder spars than that, yeah. Well, Catterall, his reputation as a fighter is entirely fake because, you know, two clear losses to Josh Taylor, thanks to the lying scum boxing media, are considered 2 wins against Josh Taylor. When he lost both fights, clearly he did practically nothing, just cheated his way through them. And we've seen his level now. People have found out that, and he also lost to Regis Prograis also. So that's just the boxing media and the British boxing fraternity gave Jack Catterall a false reputation. And now that reputation has been well and truly exposed for what it is, false. And a very limited fighter like Arnold Barbosa was able to completely school him. So, I mean, what does that tell you about that guy? I mean, I was 100% right about him, wasn't I? Macaulay was in awful shape versus a Jagbert. That being said, I actually thought the draw was fair. Yeah, you can't really argue that decision. It was what it is. Like, neither guy really conclusively won the fight, did they? You know, Joyce would have beaten Chisora if he fought like he did versus Hrgovic, in my opinion. I actually think he would have beaten White as well. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I don't know what was wrong with Joe Joyce in that fight. I don't know what he was playing at, but Joe Joyce has completely forgotten how to box ever since winning against Parker. Like, it seems like after that fight, he just forgot how to box. Every fight, he's just stood there like a dumbass, and he throws punches like like he doesn't even know how to throw a punch now. And he's just like, oh yeah, everyone's got a plan until they punch me in the face, and nothing happens in it. Like that's his. I swear the guy's just like punch drunk now, yeah, and he's lost the plot, and he doesn't know. He doesn't even know how to punch anymore or how to defend himself or nothing. It's such a crazy decline, in my opinion, you know. Wasn't shocked Rolly beat Ryan. Yeah, me neither. I wasn't shocked. Ryan Garcia is not trustworthy. He is a very, very easily manipulated industry plant. And No result in any fight involving him surprises me. No result. That didn't surprise me either. No, it can't, but headbutt it like John Fury. Can't believe Gareth A. Davis has gone from calling Fury unbeatable to thinking Italma can beat him. Is that what he actually said? Did he say Italma can beat Fury now? What was he being serious, or was he talking about like sometime in the distant, faraway future, in like 10 years or something? Because if he's genuinely saying that he would win now, then man, he's got to be trolling. He's got to be trolling. He's got to be, no doubt about it. It's just ridiculous amount of hype. Ryan Garcia is a talented bum. He's quick with power, but hardly tried against Rolly Instagram model. Look, guys, that wasn't a real fight. Okay, it was a sparring session. Look, that was as clear like a work as you'll ever see. Just go and watch it. Like, Ryan Garcia isn't trying. Neither is Rolly Romero. It was complete garbage. Complete and utter garbage, you know. What do you think about Pacquiao return Nordic? I think it's pointless, and man should stay at exhibitions. I was talking about it earlier. I think Pacquiao probably needs the money. He's you know, because again, I know I spoke about this at length earlier, but Pacquiao has had like rumors of gambling problems, tax problems. You know, he does a lot for charity. Obviously, you know, somebody mentioned earlier in the comments that he had an election, like a failed election campaign, which cost him a lot of money. He's just not very good with his money. Like, Manny's never been good with his money. So, and he's probably addicted to boxing. The guy just likes to fight, you know. So, at any level, he's gonna take the opportunity to do it. So, yeah, I think it's just a cash grab. I think he's after the money. But I think he does have the ability to potentially beat Barrios. It just depends if he can go 12 rounds, because Barrios is exactly the kind of opponent who would have been easy work for a prime Pacquiao stylistically. You know, kind of a tall, lanky guy who doesn't really know how to use his height, doesn't have great defense, makes a lot of mistakes, you know, jumps around all over the place. Manny, you know, even at like 40% of his prime, would take that guy apart. It just depends if he can go 12 rounds. If he can win. I'll probably watch it out of curiosity, but we'll see, won't we? You know, we'll see. Jagba didn't do more to make it convincing for him to win. Volume just went down. Yeah, Jagba doesn't have great stamina. He's one of these like big bodybuilder types who can't really throw a lot of punches. You know, he's one of them. Hey man, love your videos. Nice to see you live. Yeah, thanks. Good to see you here. God bless you. Nice to see you catch alive. Gareth A. Davis said Italma wouldn't be out of place with anyone in the top 15. But again, how does he know that when he's not fought anyone in the top 15? Like, all he's fought is journeymen and like shot guys. So how exactly? I know Gareth A. Davis is part of the British boxing fraternity and he's trying to hype up Italma, but just the way I see it is just cool it a little bit with the hype. Okay, they're making the same mistake that they made with bloody, you know, the same mistake that they made with Anthony Joshua. They're just hyping him too fast. Let the guy develop away from the spotlight. You know, let him actually have a legacy of sorts before we talk about him fighting world champions, you know, winning world titles. I don't understand why everybody's got to be rushed. I mean, the guy's only, what, 20, 21? Like, why rush him, you know? Yeah, he could be getting told what to say. Like they could just be telling him to say this to hype up Italma, but is it wise to hype him up this early on? I don't think so. Italma has potential, but let's see how good the stamina, heart, and chin is before throwing him in with pound for pound number one Usyk. Yeah. I mean, he goes from like Dempsey McKean to fighting Usyk. I mean, come on, man, that's just not wise, isn't it? It's not wise at all. Let's give the kid a break and let him learn how to box first. All right, let him at least fight like a Robert Hellenius type or a Gerald Washington type or someone like that. Let him at least fight someone of that level before we put him in there with like a pound for pound number one, all time great, who's still a world class heavyweight champion. You know, let's not push it too much. You know, does chin run in the family? I don't know. I don't have enough data to back that up. I've never met my father, so I don't know what his chin was like, but I know mine's pretty good. Did did I inherit it from him? I don't know. Maybe I inherited it from my mum. She's got a pretty good chin, you know. My mother was actually quite hard, from what I hear, when she was young. So, yeah, maybe I inherited her chin, but I don't know. If it does run in the family, then Tyson Fury would have one of the weakest chins ever, because John Fury had no chin at all. He had an absolute glass chin, one of the worst I've ever seen for a heavyweight, and you would have expected his son to have gotten knocked out brutally with the guys he's fought if he inherited a chin from him. So I don't know, man. I don't know if it runs in the family. Maybe sometimes it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Normies will call a certain fighter for getting dropped, like Inoue. Most knockout artists get dropped. Beterbiev, Pac-Man, Roy Jones. Well, look, when you get a guy like Inoue, whose attitude towards the sport is to go in there, square up, and be a two-handed puncher and try to knock his opponents out, a guy like that is going to get dropped. A guy like that is going to get hit, all right? Because he's in there exchanging punches. He's setting the pace. He's standing in the pocket trying to fight. He's not running around trying to pity pat and fancy down his way to a decision. No, he's in there to knock you out, right? So that comes with it a certain amount of risk. Right? Same with Beterbiev. Beterbiev's been down a couple of times. Pacquiao's been down. You know, these guys go down because they're taking risks, they're taking chances, right? In order to make an entertaining fight and to win as conclusively as possible, right? That's what these guys are doing. So I don't criticize fighters for getting dropped. If a fighter gets dropped in a fight, I'm not going to say, oh, he's a complete bum, because it depends on the context. You know, if a guy goes in there and takes risks, he's more likely to get dropped. And if you can get dropped and then get up and then win, that shows a certain strength of character and a certain strength of will, you know, that a lot of people don't have. You know, it's a good test for any fighter, testing their heart, you know. Italma could be the Vitali of the Italma family as brothers. His brothers have poor chins. Yeah. Yeah, that's another good example, though, of how it might not run in the family. Vitali had a great chin. Vladimir did not have a great chin. They both had a lot of heart, but Vladimir didn't have the same kind of chin, did he? So, probably doesn't run in the family. I think there's more evidence to suggest it doesn't, you know. After Usyk beats Dubois, do you think he will give Parker a title shot? Well, you're assuming Usyk will beat Dubois. And that will largely depend, in my opinion, on the politics. If we have a British referee who's willing to turn a blind eye to low blows and Dubois hits Usyk in the bladder, we might see a Sergey Kovalev, Andre Ward style knockout, you know, quote unquote knockout. You know, we might see that. So you never know. But to answer your question, I don't see any reason why Usyk wouldn't give Parker a title shot, especially if it becomes mandatory. I mean, Parker is the WBO interim champion. So if Parker wants that fight, what he needs to do is if Usyk beats Dubois, he needs to contact the WBO immediately and force the mandatory. That's what he'll need to do. So Usyk has no choice. If he wants to hold on to his title, he'll have to fight Parker. So, I mean, I think Usyk would fight Parker. Usyk's never ducked anybody. So, not as far as I know anyway. So I think he would take it, but it's the ball's in Parker's court. He's the interim champion, right? Which will make him mandatory if he requests it. So he needs to go ahead and do that, in my opinion, if he wants it, you know. British boxing is in decline. A few years ago, we had Fury, Taylor, and Warrington, and a couple more champions. Now we have Ball, Dubois, and some crap prospects like Whittaker. Yeah, that guy's another complete fraud, Whittaker. He's rubbish. Ball's an okay fighter. But yeah, guys like Fury, Taylor, and Warrington were elite fighters, in my opinion. They were some of the best fighters this country's ever had. But You know, they were up there with guys like Calzaghe, for example. But like, I don't think the guys we have now are on that level. Like again, Fury, Taylor, and Warrington are all on their way out. Guys like Ball, you know, good fighter, but he's not. He's never going to be really elite, is he? Whitaker is a complete bum. Dubois is a fraud, in my opinion. Getting by on corruption. So yeah, there's just nobody. And you know why is that? It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Why can't the UK produce like more world class fighters with the amount of boxing gyms that are in this country? You'd think they'd be able to produce like more consistent world class professionals. Well, look, as I've talked about time and time again, and I'm sick of repeating this on this channel. I've talked about it in lives. Boxing gyms in this country suck. They do. They all suck. Like there's no quality boxing coaches in this country. I'm exaggerating, obviously, because there's some like you know guys like Shane McGuigan and whatnot, you know, who have but I'm talking about like at the grassroots. Like there's no great like amateur boxing gyms that produce world class fighters, because you go to an amateur boxing gym in this country, and most of them just have you do sit-ups. You know, most of them have you do burpees and all that rubbish. You know, it's mostly just flipping circuit training. That's what like I've been to boxing gyms where all they do is circuit training. I'm not even joking. And see, when that happens now, I never go back there, you know, because it's a waste of bloody time. Circuit training and all that like terminal endurance stuff is a waste of time. That's what it is. Not only that, but most coaches in this country don't even really know how to coach. They don't really know how to. They don't know how to develop a fighter from a technical and strategic point of view. It seems to be all about, oh, that guy can throw more punches than that guy, because he, you know, that guy does sit-ups in between his like rounds on the bag, so he must be better. You know, that's kind of the attitude that a lot of coaches in this country have towards boxing. And I've actually I don't want to talk too much about like myself in this regard, but I've had a few run-ins with boxing coaches lately, like a few you know, because I've been going to like different gyms lately for sparring. As you guys can tell, I've been sparring a lot lately, and I've got some interest in like I've got some interesting sparring stories to tell you guys. Some of it has got quite ugly, but basically, what's kind of occurred to me from all the gyms I've gone to and all the work I've done, like the people I've spoken to and all that, like it's occurred to me that in this country, boxing, like at the grassroots level, there's no quality. Like there's no, I don't know, man. Like there's no real understanding of how to develop fighters and how to train properly and all that. It's so bad, and that's why most fighters that come out the amateurs nowadays have all got eating disorders. They've all got like numerous injuries, and none of them really get beyond like journeyman level, do they nowadays? You know, there's a reason for that. Not only that, but the way amateur boxing is officiated in this country is an absolute disgrace. It is a disgrace, and I'll talk about that too. Rumor has it Tommy Fury got chinned by a 14-year-old. Who was the 14-year-old that chinned him? What was it? Was it a boxing match? Was it a spar? Was it like a street fight? I guess Tommy Chin does run in the family then. Eh? Tommy Fury is he's inherited John Fury's chin then. He's getting knocked out by a 14-year-old. One of the most underrated traits in Usyk's game is chin. Usyk has the most underrated chin in the game. Well, I'll tell you why that is. Look at Usyk when he gets hit. Now Usyk doesn't get hit very often, but see, when he does get hit, he rides the shots. Like he keeps his chin tucked. Like if a shot hits him, you'll usually see he has the kind of reflexes where he knows how to take the sting off the shot. Like he'll immediately tuck under his shoulder, and it'll be in an instant. He won't like he'll minimize the effect of the shot. And he'll ride it. There is an art to getting hit in boxing, and there's an art to like avoiding getting hurt in boxing. Like I'll give you something that happened the other day. So the other day I was in a boxing gym, right, and this lad got absolutely this lad got laid out in sparring. It's the first time I've ever seen somebody actually get knocked out cold in sparring. Like, I've seen people get dropped numerous times. I've seen people get like put through the ropes, and I've seen people get TKO'd. I've seen that. This was the first time. This was just this Monday, just a couple of days ago. I seen a lad get brutally knocked out. So I was sparring this guy. So I sparred the guy who knocked him out right before it, right? Because it was a kind of thing. There was like 8 or 9 of us or something. There was a group of us all sparring. And basically we would each jump in, do a couple of rounds, then jump out. And I was in sparring this guy. So he was a couple of inches shorter than me, this guy. So he was quite like built. He must have been like a welterweight or something. He was like quite well built, but short. And this guy, he had kind of a Mike Tyson approach. So he had like tuck up like that, and he would constantly move side to side, and he would kind of like crouch forward and try to draw a lead. And his basic style was he would like slip your shots and then come up with a hook. So like I was sparring with him, and because I was taller, I was kind of just sparring upright. I don't like sparring shorter guys. I never feel comfortable doing it. I always prefer sparring taller guys, right? But I'm sparring this guy, and he's crouched forward, and I'm kind of just like sticking the jab out there. I'm like just flicking it out, trying to keep him at long range. And then when he tries to counter, I'm like parrying it away. But then right towards the end of the round, I made a bit of a mistake. So I had my right hand here by my chin, but I wasn't covering like the side of my head. So like I threw a jab, and I kind of overextended on it. And this guy immediately went like he slipped, and he threw a left hook round the side of my guard, and it caught me kind of here. And like I was talking about with Usyk, how when a shot hits him, he has the reflexes where he'll tuck his chin and he'll minimize the effect of the shot. So I tucked my chin, and the shot caught me. It caught me like round about my ear area, but it didn't really bother me because like I kind of had my chin tucked here, so I kind of rode the shot, but I still felt the power on it. I felt the power on this guy's left hook. And I thought to myself, I'm like, man, this guy's got a good left hook. Like he's got a really powerful, dangerous left hook. So then I jumped out at the end of the round, and this other guy who was around about his size jumped in. And I'm not even kidding. About 30 seconds into the round, he caught him with the exact same shot that he caught me with. But the guy he caught didn't ride the shot. He got caught with it full force. So it hit him, and his head just went, oh, like you saw his head spin. And then about half a second later, it was like a delayed reaction. About half a second later, he just went, like he literally just fell backwards, like pure hard, and slumped into the corner. And it was quite frightening because like he was leaning on the ropes, like his back, but his head was facing the ground like that. Like he was literally like, I'm talking fully unconscious on his ass, staring at the ground. And it was quite, and then the guy who knocked him out, like got to his knees and was like trying to hold his head up, and then the coach jumped in and everything. It was quite scary actually. But that was the worst knockout I've ever seen in sparring. That was this Monday. And again, I was sparring the guy right before it, and he caught me with the exact same shot, but I was able to ride it. It was quite interesting. Like it was quite brutal actually. But yeah, that was quite sickening. But yeah, that I don't know why. Like that reminded me of it when you're talking about Usyk's chin, and I'm reminded of how Usyk kind of rides with punches. That was kind of what I did when I got caught with that shot. I was able to ride it, and I was able to tuck my chin, and I was able to take the sting off it. So even though I didn't block the punch, I still minimized its effect, if you know what I mean. And that's the thing. Like I've never been down in sparring. I've never been dropped, and lately I've sparred with heavyweights, and I've taken some pretty big shots, and I've still not been down. And I think that's part of the reason for it, is I kind of know how to get out of trouble. Like if I make a mistake, I know how to tuck up and not end up on my ass basically. And yeah, Usyk does have one of the best chins in the game. Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, a lot of it is his fundamentals. A lot of it is knowing how to tuck his chin and ride a shot, and not even if he doesn't fully avoid it, he can minimize its effects. You know, Usyk has never been down from a headshot. Very good chin, considering how many punches he's faced. Yeah, I mean, Usyk, and not only that, it's not just that he's faced punchers. Usyk has fought big guys, right? Guys with like 30, 40 pound weight advantage. I don't know if you guys realize how big a difference that makes in boxing. If you're in the ring with someone who's 40 pounds heavier, and I know, listen, I've sparred with heavyweights, it's so different. It's so like sparring a guy your own size and being able to take a punch is one thing, right? Or your own weight, should I say. Sparring a guy who's 40 pounds heavier and still being able to take a punch takes a very, very specific type of person. Usyk is phenomenally tough, and he's phenomenally calm under pressure. Because if you're like, when you're getting hit by a guy like Tyson Fury, again, like 40 pounds heavier, and he's catching you with uppercuts on the way in, most fighters would capitulate mentally under that situation. But not Usyk. He's able to still be the aggressor, and he's able to still be the stronger and fitter guy down the stretch. Which nation has the best fighters? Well, it depends, because you could have a nation like, say, Mexico, for example, which have a long, long list of successful fighters. But I don't necessarily think that means they're the best fighters. Like, I think, for example, Mexico has a strong tradition with boxing, where a lot of guys just a lot of guys there box. Like, even the taxi drivers in Mexico know how to box, right? There's just, I'm assuming there's just boxing gyms everywhere, and boxing is a big part of their culture, right? So and they have a culture of being tough guys anyway, right? So it's no surprise that there's been so many successful fighters from there. But I don't think they tend to be the best fighters from like a technical point of view. If you look at like the Soviet fighters, a country like Ukraine, which is a small country, it has produced so many elite technicians. Guys like the Klitschko's, guys like Usyk, guys like Lomachenko, Vozdik, and Sinchenko, and guys like that. Like, there's been so many like world class technical boxers from that part of the world, who are also like so disciplined. Like, same with like country like Russia, right? Russia's a big country, but it's mostly wasteland, right? If you look at like where the boxers come from, that they all kind of come from the same region, kind of thing, and they're so much better, like, technically, and they're so much more disciplined than what you'd see from like a country like Mexico, even though there's so many more fighters from Mexico. So like, chances are there's going to be so many more of them that are successful. But I don't know, it's hard to say which nation produces the best fighters overall, because it depends on what you mean, really. Like do you mean who has the most like technically skilled fighters, or who has the most disciplined fighters? I don't know. It's really hard to say. But I'd say Eastern Europe definitely has the best, in terms of discipline. Like fighters tend to be more disciplined in that part of the world. And I suspect fighters in that part of the world actually have like a stable of like grassroots coaches who know how to train, unlike this country. Because that's the problem with Britain. Like, there's a lot of young, fit, like tough, athletic guys in this country, but when they get into a sport like boxing, they're not taught right. They're not taught how to box. They're not taught how to develop into world-class boxers. So that's why you just don't get much talent coming through over here. So, but I think if the UK had that, if they had a more modern approach to boxing training, I think the UK would have like a massive, massive stable of fighters. I think that they're capable of it. Gareth A. Davis is either the evil brother of James May or the long lost relative of Jimmy Savile. Yeah, he gives me Jimmy Savile vibes as well. Definitely a bit of a weirdo, isn't he? Usyk barely gets hit though. If he was trading like Inoue, he would go down to. Oh yeah, if Usyk was going in there and squaring up and fighting like a two-handed puncher, like Inoue is, then yeah, he would probably have gone down. He probably even been knocked out. Because look, Inoue wouldn't be able to do that against guys who are 40 pounds heavier. That just wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be, Chin and power seem to be randomly given by God. Inoue's brother has no KO power, yeah. Well, again, it's genetic. Look, let me explain why that is, right? Because again, look, because I've been training so much lately, I've been researching and educating myself on, sort of the genetic aspect of sports performance, right? Certain people have a particular what's the word I'm looking for? Like, certain people have more genetic potential and more proclivity for explosivity. So explosivity, that's what power is, right? Power is strength displayed quickly, right? So you can get stronger. Let's say you undertake a strength program, right? A well-structured strength program. You lift weights, you do your progressively overloading, you do calisthenics. You imply the process of strength, a stress recovery adaptation, right? So you put your body through all the relevant systemic stress that it needs to go through to get stronger. That's possible for any human being. Any human being can do that. Any human being can get strong. The problem is not everybody can become explosive, you see, because explosivity is generally determined by your genetics. Like you're saying, some people are born powerful. The reason why they're born powerful is because they're born with the ability to call their muscle into contraction in like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second, right? These guys, I'm talking like probably like 1/16 of a second. These people are able to call their muscles into contraction to display their strength quickly. And if you look at a lot of sports, like a lot of team sports, for example, college football and things like that, like the NFL and whatnot, there people are actually selected for teams not based on their skill at how well they play the game, not based on their experience, not based on what they're able to accomplish in the sport. No, people are given scholarships and they're selected at a very young age for a sport like that based on their natural proclivity for explosivity. So they actually have tests that they do in a lot of these like strength and conditioning gyms. Like, for example, you've probably heard of the standing vertical jump, where basically you'll get an athlete and he'll stand and he'll just jump up in the air like that. So there's no technique whatsoever. There's no way to train this. You just jump up in the air from a standing upright position, and a device will measure how high you're able to reach. So basically, what happens in that instance is you call your muscles into contraction, and you push your entire body up as hard and as fast as possible. And basically, depending on how high you reach, you will be sorted into a particular group, essentially. And that is entirely dependent on your genetics. If you have a high standing vertical jump, that means that you are genetically explosive. You are more explosive than the average person. Now, when you see particular athletes in boxing, right? You look at someone like Mike Tyson, or you look at someone like Roy Jones, right? You think of guys who are freakishly powerful and freakishly explosive. Like, for example, Roy Jones can be in the boxing ring. Roy Jones was not a very good technical boxer. He had very poor technique, right? Roy Jones could stand on the ropes, right, out of a boxing stance. So literally both his feet are parallel, and he could have both his hands behind his back like this, and he could lean over. So by any standard, Roy Jones, when he does that, is in a vulnerable position. Any good boxer should be able to take him out. But because Roy Jones had such amazing genetics, he was able to do that. And then from that position, so with both his feet parallel out of a boxing stance, bending forward and his hands behind his back, he could go bang, and he could catch you with a left hook without even setting it up, without even rotating his hips, nothing, just bang, because he can call his muscles into contraction so quickly that left hook hits you so fast and so hard that your nervous system can't even react to it, and you go down. So if you look at when Roy, I believe it was, who was it? Was it Richard Hall or whoever it was he knocked out from that position? Now, you could study that knockout, and I know this is a bit long-winded, but I'll make it, it'll make sense when I get to the end. Basically, you can study that knockout for years, right? You can watch that knockout over and over again. You can study Roy Jones' fighting style. You can study his training techniques. You could see all the stuff he does in the gym all the strength and conditioning he does. You know, you can take all the steroids that he took, like so top of the line steroids, like whatever stack Roy Jones was on, you could take that exact same stack and then some. You could spend 5 years undergoing the most strenuous and most like professional strength and conditioning program that's ever been devised. You could box at the same time, you know, practicing boxing. And after years and years, you would still not be like, if you're an average guy with average genetics. So if you're someone like me, you're just an average person with average guy with average genetics. You would still not be able to perform that same movement that Roy Jones performed. You would not be able to put your hands behind your back and on a neutral stance and knock an opponent out in like a fraction of a second, you know, with a punch that isn't even thrown with very good technique. You would never be able to do that because you're not Roy Jones. It doesn't matter how much you train. It doesn't matter how many steroids you take. It doesn't look, none of that stuff matters. The fact of the matter is, you are not Roy Jones. You were not born with the same proclivity for explosivity as Roy Jones was. That's how much of a role genetics plays in boxing. And that's how much of a role genetics plays in sports. So when you see like you see somebody who's like a freak athlete like Roy Jones or Mike Tyson, whoever Roy Jones's trainer was, whoever his coach was, is going to get a lot of, you know, a lot of credit, and that's going to build his reputation of being a great coach. But the fact that a lot of people don't seem to understand is it doesn't really matter who his coach was, because he was born a great athlete. He's like that genetically. And you take a guy like Inoue. I suspect Inoue has similar kind of genetic potential to what Roy Jones had. I'm assuming that Inoue is a kind of guy who's just born gifted, and he was born with the ability to contract his muscles to produce, you know, to use the absolute maximum force he could possibly produce, but to do it so quick to the point where his opponents can't react to it. So he would get away with the kind of mistakes that the average person of average genetics wouldn't. And that's probably why, you know, Inoue's brother has no KO power. He probably doesn't, he wasn't born with those same genetics. He probably wasn't as gifted. And that's probably why. Like, chances are he's probably trained just as much as his brother has. He probably has the exact same coaching, the exact same strength and conditioning, everything, the exact same nutrition. He just doesn't have the genetics. That's probably what it is. And, you know, that's a component of sport that I think the vast majority of people who watch it don't either don't pay attention to or don't understand. They don't understand how important a role genetics plays in sport. That's generally how that's what I've grown to understand from educating myself about kind of my own body and about strength and conditioning and sort of sports science, you know. There's not many, if any, in Scotland, mate. Scotland is the worst. Like, see, when it comes to boxing gyms in Scotland, mate, I've been to boxing gyms in this country where you'll go in, you'll pay your dues. Let's say you pay a fiver for a session, and the coach will stand there on his phone for the entire hour doing nothing, occasionally going 5 seconds to go or something like that. And then half an hour you'll be outside doing circuits. So you're running around in circles, doing star jumps, doing air squats, and all that like pointless, gimmicky circuit crap. And then the next half hour you'll be hitting the bag, but nobody will be coaching you. Like, that's what most boxing gyms in this country are like. I'm not even joking. Most boxing gyms in Scotland are like that. And you wonder why Scotland can't produce a world champion. You wonder why. With all the like strong, fit, tough, you know, active young lads there are in this country, Scotland has a lot of like fighters, right? It has a lot of tough lads. You would think they'd be able to produce world champions. You think they'd be able to produce like world-class professionals, but they're not able to do it. Why is that? It's because there's no coaching. There's no like boxing gyms that actually know how to develop fighters beyond the amateurs, you know? Also, British culture doesn't exactly help athletes. It's normal to get pissed out of your mind every weekend. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're not like a raging alkie who goes out every weekend getting pissed, people think there's something wrong with you. You know, if you're not living like a debaucherous lifestyle where you're riddled with STDs and you're an alcoholic, you're out there snorting coke and all that. Like if you're not doing that stuff on a regular basis, most people in this country think you're a loser or you've got something wrong with you or whatever. And obviously that doesn't help. Like imagine you're a young lad, right, and you're trying to train for boxing. You know, so you're trying to make weight, you're trying to get stronger, you're trying to get the right amount of sleep, you're trying to get the right amount of conditioning, all that other stuff, and you know you're trying to recover. All your mates every weekend are out getting pissed and are out on the gear and are out getting laid and are out like brawling and stuff and just acting like idiots, and you're kind of left out because you've got to take care of yourself for the sport. Like, obviously, that doesn't leave much of an incentive, does it, to live the life? You know, guys like Josh Taylor are a prime example of that. You know, they've just got they can't live the life because they feel left out from everything. You know, that's the problem with this country. You're absolutely right. Like British culture and alcoholism and just being irresponsible. It's not. It doesn't go together with being an athlete, does it? You know. Calzaghe and Marvin Hagler, that's a complete mismatch. Calzaghe completely destroys Marvin Hagler. He's too big, too fit, too strong, throws way too many punches. He's too accurate. I don't think Marvin Hagler would win a single second. I think it would be a repeat of the Jeff Lacey fight if that happened. In my opinion, I think Calzaghe would absolutely dominate Marvin Hagler. I don't think it would be remotely competitive. Make a video on your sparring stories. Well, again, like, look, the gyms that I go to now, the problem is they don't allow you to record sparring. They get all pissed off about it. I have a little bit of footage. I've got a little bit of sparring footage from like one session, but like the coach got mad at me for filming and said, "Oh no, you need to ask permission." Oh, they've not which I don't. It's not illegal to film sparring, so that's a lot of bollocks. But yeah, basically the coach told me don't send that to anyone. This, that, and the other. This is private in here, and yeah, we don't do that. And yeah, they got mad at me for filming a spar. So unfortunately, I've had some crazy sessions since then, and I've not been able to record it, sadly. So it's just lost media, I guess. But I will talk about it in videos here and there, like because a lot of it's quite interesting. Basically, what one sparring session I'll tell you about. I already told you about my Monday sparring session. Like, basically, the coach on Monday there, one of the coaches got mad at me again. Like, I keep getting into like arguments with coaches over stupid shit, right? So the first round I sparred, this was on Monday there. I sparred with this guy. He was a few inches taller than me. This guy, he was kind of an awkward switch hitter. But if truth be told, he wasn't very good. Like I was kind of carrying the guy, right? And basically, I was just like blocking his punches, feinting, not really doing much. But I noticed that this guy couldn't avoid my hook. Like basically, when he would switch to southpaw, throw a jab, I would just throw a left hook at the same time and would catch him. Sometimes I'd throw it to his body. Sometimes I throw it to his head. I would kind of like back him up with my jab and hit him straight to the bottom. Like I was hitting this guy with everything. Like it was kind of easy, if truth be told. And at the end of the round, the coach said to me, like I think because it's his coach, he's one of his fighters. The coach got annoyed at me and told me to take my gloves off. And he said to me, "Those aren't those are bag mitts. They're not sparring gloves." And I'm like, "What are you on about?" Like I'll show you the gloves. I've got them down here. They're Everlast Power Locks. Actual. Hold on a second. I'll show you the gloves. I'll be back in a second because I want to show you guys this. All right. So these are Everlast Power Locks, 14-ounce sparring gloves. These are the gloves I was wearing. Look at this. I mean, these are professional sparring gloves, and this guy was trying to say these are bag mitts. Do they look like bag mitts to you? But I'm like, this guy, I like sparring this guy. Easy work. Like I'm schooling the guy, right? And then at the end of the round, coach told me to take them gloves off. Said that they were bag mitts, which evidently they're not. Those are, like I said, Everlast Power Locks, right? They're 14 ounce. And then he gave me these white gloves. They were like these big, like bulky, like filthy white gloves that were like falling apart. They had like dry blood on them and everything. Like I couldn't, so, but like I'm like, all right, fair enough. And the rest of the session, I wore those, and it was just as easy. I don't really care what gloves I wear; it's all good. But yeah, that was what happened on Monday there. Like last week, I sparred with it was two heavyweights, and basically, and I kind of feel like I got set up. I'm still seething about it, right? But I jumped in the ring, and the coach said to me, he was like, so he said something like, all right, this is going to be a technical spar. So he's implying to me that it's going to be like that it's going to be light, right? This is just a tech, because these guys, I'm talking, these were big guys, right? One of them was about 6'4", and he was about he must have been about 240, like at least, maybe even more, right? And the other one was about maybe 6'2", 6'3", something like that, well over 230. Like these were big lads, right? Big guys. And again, they were both heavyweights. And the coach says to me, he's like, basically, what you're going to work on. He's asking me what I'm going to do, and I'm like, well, I'll probably just like block and move and slip and use my jab. And then, so he's like, all right, yeah, so technical spar, box, work on your jab, move around, like just work on things, right? And then he goes over to the guy, and like he whispers into his ear. Now he didn't whisper into my ear. He told me this openly, but he goes over to the guy, the first guy I'm sparring with, the first heavyweight, and he whispers into his ear. So I'm thinking he's telling I'm thinking he's telling the guy, all right, just keep it light. This is just a technical spar. Don't go crazy, right? That's what I'm thinking. He's telling the guy, right? So then the spar starts. Right, I touch gloves, and this guy, guys, I'm not kidding. I'm still marked up from it. You can see my black eye. This is from last week, right? This guy charges at me, like full force, like charges at me, starts ramming his jab into my face. And bear in mind, I'm about like what 180, 190, something like that. This guy's about 230 big. And like it's like this he was a good boxer, this guy, but I'm thinking it's a light spar, right? This guy starts setting about me, right? Leans all his weight on me, like backs me up to the ropes, starts digging into my body, and starts smacking his right hand into the side of my face, like trying to smash my face in. Like this guy set about me, beat my ass. Like it was. I wasn't ready for it. I thought it was going to be light. This guy battered me, right, and I took a right beating, and it got quite ugly. And there was even a moment where, he had his sort of shoulder on me, and he caught me with like 3 right hooks. And then I sort of spun out, and then as I spun out, he caught me with a left hook. So like I'm getting hit from all angles. And then at the end of the round, I'm just like a little bit concussed. I'm like, wow, I should not have. I should have been ready for that. Like, and then he jumped out, and then the next guy jumped in. The next guy's even bigger, but he's not quite as good. Like this guy's kind of just I think he's kind of new, so he's not like he's not that experienced, but this guy was just like jabbing me like really hard from long range, and he was doing this thing where like he'd throw his jab into my guard and I'd block it, and then he'd throw like a big long right hand over the jab and try to catch me. So what I started doing with him is I started like leaning forward and sticking my jab to his body, and I noticed that when I would stick my jab to his body, he would drop his arm. It was kind of a bad habit he had. And I was able to like he's wide open for my overhand right. But I noticed like when I throw my overhand right, I pulled it. So I didn't land it flush. Like I was just kind of like that. And then I stopped. And then I told him, I don't know why I did this. I think I'm too nice sometimes. I told the guy, I'm like, put your hand up. Like you're open for a right hand. Like, and then it's just like I just kept backing him up and jabbing him to the body and blocking and slipping and not really going full force. But I was seething about it afterwards because see when I see at the end of the round, because I sparred 2 rounds with the second guy, and then that was it, right? And I thought to myself, I'm too bloody nice sometimes in sparring. It's like I'm these guys are way bigger than me, way stronger, way heavier, and they're going full contact, like throwing full force, literally trying to smash my face in. And I'm like, and I'm not even like, I'm just being technical and blocking and, doing what I do when I'm in there with someone lighter than me. And that kind of that kind of occurred to me afterwards. I need to stop doing that. Like I think like with sparring nowadays, I need to be more assertive, and I can't like allow myself to get bullied like that, basically by bigger guys. So I don't know. That was one thing that happened last week, and I wish I got it on camera because it would have been, I don't know, it would have been an interesting thing to watch. Like even for myself to just watch it back, it would have been interesting. But yeah, that was what happened then. And there was another session I had. This was about 2 weeks before it, and I was in the ring with this one guy, and I talk about how so many coaches they don't really understand like how to coach sparring. So I was in with this one guy. It was like this. He wasn't very good. This guy. He was kind of again. He was like taller than me, and he was thin, and he was but technically he was quite poor. This guy. And I was just hitting this guy to the body. Like that's what I was doing. I was just like blocking his punches. He couldn't really land anything on me. And I was hitting him to the body. And then the coach stopped the spar for a moment. And he said to me, he's like, your guard is too high. And I'm like, well, my guard is like this, right? You guys know I use a high guard. I'm blocking the punches. This guy's not landing anything. And I'm like getting through his guard and hitting him to the body. And, and the coach is telling me that my guard is too high. And I'm like, what do you mean my guard is too high? He's not hitting me. Like, I don't know, man. It's like, that's the kind of stuff you have to deal with in boxing gyms in this country. It's like you get set up, you get your arse kicked and stuff like that. And you get poor advice from coaches who don't really know what they're talking about. Like again, when you work in the bag and the coach is like, oh, I threw more punches and I'm doing sit-ups and push-ups and planks and all that in between rounds. And I'm like, yeah, but when I'm hitting the bag hard and I'm throwing with proper technique. So I'm getting a proper conditioning workout for boxing. And a lot of coaches don't seem to understand that. Like, I don't know, it's kind of frustrating. Like boxing in this country and the way it's like taught at the grassroots level is just kind of frustrating. But yeah, there's a lot of things I could tell you. Because I haven't streamed in a while, and I've been training and sparring so much. I've got so many bloody stories to tell you, like stories just like that that'll need to come back to me. But I feel like I'm just going off on tangents at the moment. Like that's what it kind of feels like, Oh yeah. Hagler would get slapped about the ring by Calzaghe, in my opinion. Like I just think, look, Calzaghe was way bigger than Hagler, way more stamina, way better technically. Hagler was a tough guy, don't get me wrong, and he could punch, but he never fought anybody who was as big or as technically skilled as Calzaghe, who had that kind of volume and work rate as well. Like Calzaghe was kind of a genetic freak too, who could throw 100 punches around and still not tire. So yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? If Leonard could do it, yeah. Leonard Hagler was a very close fight, but like Leonard was nowhere near as big or as fit as Calzaghe. Calzaghe could throw so many more punches. So yeah, I think he would, and he was a southpaw too. I don't know, did Hagler fight many southpaws? I don't think he did. So, and Calzaghe was a great southpaw too. He knew how to use the stance to his advantage. So yeah, I think he would win it. Hagler was a pure middleweight. He would moved up in weight. He never moved up a weight class. Calzaghe would probably just do what he did to Jeff Lacey, but Hagler would win a couple of rounds. Yeah. Well, Hagler was probably better than Jeff Lacey. He had more stamina. He was a bit tougher, but I think Lacey was probably a bigger puncher, and he's probably physically stronger than Hagler. But Hagler was definitely a better fighter overall. So it would probably be a little bit more competitive. than the Lacey fight was, but probably similar. Like, I don't think it'd be much more competitive, to be honest. Yeah, Calzaghe fought at super middleweight. Oh, to be fair though, Calzaghe is a big guy. I met Calzaghe. You guys saw the photograph I took with Calzaghe, and I'm not a small guy. I'm quite big. Calzaghe towers over me. He's easily about 6 foot. And you know, he was a guy who, let's not forget, he fought at cruiserweight at one point early in his career when he fought Bobby Joe Edwards or whatever his name is, you know, who I think is Eubank's cousin. Calzaghe fought him and beat him quite easily too, and that was a big guy. So Calzaghe fought big guys, and he was very big for a light heavyweight. He used for a super middleweight. He used to walk around at about 14 stone. And he did fight at light heavyweight towards the end of his career. So Calzaghe was a big man. He was bigger than people think. Look at him when he fought Roy Jones. Roy Jones was more defined. He had more muscle mass, but Calzaghe just looked naturally bigger. Like when Calzaghe was more filled out and had more body fat, he looked healthier at that weight than Roy Jones did. You know, which I thought was quite interesting. But he still looked bigger. You know. Fury was taking the sting out when Usyk wobbled Fury in round 9. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good point. Fury is very good at riding with punches too. So even when he gets hit, he doesn't get hit cleanly. He doesn't get hit with the full force of the punch in most cases. Usyk's got that same quality about him, you know. It's what a lot of world-class fighters are able to do, you know. Although I don't like Fury really anymore as a person, he's got the heart of a lion. He's got fighting heart. Like when Fury fights and he gets hurt, he gets back up, he keeps going, and then usually he makes it the distance. Well, he's never been stopped yet, has he? So yeah, I definitely think he's got fighting heart. No doubt about it. Yeah, Beevil. Apparently, Beevil's never been down, has he? So he has got a good chin. I think a lot of it is his defense, though. Like Beevil doesn't get hit a whole lot. He has got great defense and great legs as well. Like he moves around the ring very well, so he usually is able to get out of trouble quickly. You know, he's usually able to get out of trouble. Thoughts on Francois Bothic, Nordic, limited skill but brave. Yeah, Francois Botha was actually not bad from a technical point of view. Like he was a good pressure fighter. He had a great chin, decent power. He was quick. Even for a fat guy, he was quick and he had good stamina. Defense wasn't the best. Would often fall apart in fights. Kind of was susceptible to pressure. I noticed, if you look at his fight, one of the more interesting fights with him is later in his career. You know, when he fought Sonny Bill Williams, go watch that fight. That fight's fascinating to me. And that was him, must have been in his 40s by that point. And he showed a lot of refined skills there. Because earlier in his career, where he fought Lennox Lewis, he was kind of just a bruiser. You know, he was like a brawler. But I think he did kind of develop a bit. And yeah, he was an all right fighter. I'd say a decent B-level heavyweight. Not elite, but a tough guy. Give anybody a tough fight, you know. Botha versus Morrison, random heavyweight 90s fight between two former champions, yeah. Morrison was a much bigger puncher than Botha, and he had much more natural talent. I don't think Morrison was anywhere near as tough or as fit, though, as Botha was. Morrison never had a great chin. He never had great stamina, even in his prime, but he was very explosive and very fast, you know, so he was more talented in that regard, you know. If you can answer this, Nordic, do you know why that guy, Unrivaled Boxing from years ago, disappeared? How's Johnny Boy Boxing in prison? I've not spoken to either of them guys in ages. I've not spoken to Mark in years, and again, Johnny's in prison, so it's their business. It's nothing to do with me. I've got nothing against either of them. I don't know what they're up to. God bless them. But yeah, I like them both. I got respect for them, you know. British culture has been warped into something it's not, but half of young people don't drink anymore. That's a good thing. If that's true, and less young people are drinking, that's a good thing, in my opinion. But it still is bad, you know. There's still too many people drinking at a young age, you know. Yeah, drinking culture in this country is. Mate, again, I work in nightclubs on the doors, so I see so much alcoholism. I see so many people abusing it. And it's sad to see. It really is. You feel like you're babysitting people. It just turns people into idiots. How can you get into amateur boxing now? You can just make a video talking about them. Yeah, I could do that, I suppose. It's not the same though. Like I prefer it when I can show it with tangible video evidence. But again, boxing coaches in this country are immature with that sort of thing. They hate it when you record sparring. It's like sparring has got to all be done behind closed doors and nobody's allowed to see it and you're not allowed to watch it and study it. So you don't know what mistakes you made. Like I like, when I spar and I get to watch it afterwards so I can study it and I could see what my I can see what my what my style is, like what works for me, what doesn't work for me, what mistakes I made, what I did right, what I didn't do so right, what I did right but didn't follow up on, and things like you can study it and you can learn a lot. Like I learn more watching my spars than I do actually sparring because you can pick up on it afterwards because you get like kind of a second person perspective. So I don't know. It's just a shame, but a lot of boxing coaches don't like it. Like when I was training at Scott Harrison's gym, like he encouraged it because again, he knows, he understands boxing. He was a world class professional, but most of these like amateur boxing coaches are just clueless morons who don't know anything about how to develop fighters and like again, they have this real immature attitude towards sparring. Like you can't film it even though it would be beneficial. I would encourage anybody to film their sparring, and it's the same with any type of workout. You film it so that you can observe your form, because if you don't see it for yourself, how are you supposed to know what it looks like? How are you supposed to know what your form is like if you can't see it? That's kind of the way I view it. So I don't know, man. I don't get it one bit. Good afternoon. Yeah, how's it going? Apology. Good to see you here, man. It's hot down there in Scotland, like it is here. Yeah. It's been hot the past few days. It's very very sunny, very very warm. Not to my taste. I prefer it to be cold personally. Imagine threatening Nordic warrior Korean ending move. Yeah. Don't wanna threaten me in it. They don't like you, keep giving their fighters too much work. That's what it feels like. I feel like when I go to the boxing gym, I feel like they don't like me. I don't know if it's because I'm old or if it's because of the way I speak or it's because of the way I look. I just feel like they don't like me very much when I go to a boxing gym, and they like seeing me get my face smashed in and they like seeing me get set up. And if they see me doing well, like if they see me winning a spar and doing well, they'll complain about it and say I'm wearing the wrong gloves or I'm being too rough or something. I don't know. It's like, for example, like that story I was telling you about those heavyweights, right? Those guys are a good 30, 40, maybe even 50 pounds heavier than me. Now, imagine this, right? Let's put myself in that shoes, right? Imagine I'm sparring a guy who is about 30 pounds lighter than me. Now, you guys have seen my sparring etiquette. Like, you've seen me show some of the sparring footage from Scott Harrison's gym, right? When I was sparring amateurs who were lighter than me, right? And let's say I'm sparring a guy who maybe he might even still be taller than me. Let's say the guy's like 5'10". He's just a skinny guy who's still got a longer reach than me. But let's say he's 30 pounds lighter because he's cutting weight for a fight. Like he wants to fight at light middleweight or welterweight or whatever, right? Now let's say me being about 180, 190, right? So shorter, but I've got a lot more body fat on me, and I'm a bigger, more heavy set guy in general. Let's say I decide I'm just going to bum rush this guy in sparring. I'm going to ragdoll him, right? I'm just going to charge at him, ram my jab into his face, lean all my weight on him, start digging him to the body, and start smacking him in the side of the head with my right hand while holding him in place with my other hand. And if he tries to spin out, I'm going to clock him with a hook. I'm going to start uppercutting him. I'm just going to set about the guy and smash his face in, right? If I did that, and I want you guys to think about this very carefully, knowing who I am, right? If I was to do that in a boxing gym, do you think I would be allowed back in that gym? I guarantee you, 100%, I would be willing to put money on this. I guarantee you, if I did that, I would get kicked out the gym. They would call me a bully, and they would say, "Don't ever come back in this gym again." Honestly, they would say that guy's a prick. don't ever let him back in the gym because he has no sparring etiquette. That's what they would say if I did that. Now, I mean, one of the obvious things to point out about that, which I think puts it into perspective, is that if I did that, the guy I'm doing it to would be on the canvas. When it happened to me, I didn't go onto the canvas. I stayed on my feet the entire time, right? But if I did that to someone who's 30 pounds lighter than me, I guarantee you they're going to the canvas. No doubt about it, right? But I guarantee you, if I were to do that, I would get kicked out of the boxing gym and I would never be allowed back in. I'd probably get blacklisted from any boxing gym I showed up to, right? But for some reason, and I can't get my head around this, I've been seething about it ever since. I can't get my head around this. I don't understand it. For some reason, it's okay for heavyweights to do that to me. Like it's okay for a heavyweight who's like 40 pounds heavier than me, or possibly even 50 pounds heavier than me, to lean all his weight on me and start smashing my face in to the point where my face is all bruised up and swollen up for about a week. Like that's that for some reason that's acceptable in a boxing gym. After the coach has told me it's a technical spar, like that's okay. But if I were to do something similar, that wouldn't be acceptable. I know for a fact. Imagine, just think about it, right? If I'm in the ring with a skinny guy who's cutting weight, who's preparing for a fight, right? Who's got a fight coming up, he's looking for sparring, he's trying to get the rounds in, and the coach is telling everybody, look, technical spar, keep it light, working on things, working on your defense, so, technique, strategy, all that sort of stuff. And I go in there and set about this guy and smash his face in. Would I, while this guy's got a fight coming up, would I be allowed back in the boxing gym if I did that? Like, if I just ragdoll the guy, like, would I? And smash his face in? I don't think so. But for some reason, it's okay for heavyweights to do that to me, and I'm the one who gets criticized afterwards. I'm supposed to be, I'm supposed to be the one who's doing something wrong. Like, I don't know, man. That's boxing gyms in this country. Certain people seem to be held to different standards. Like, I definitely seem to be held. I just think they don't like me when I go to a boxing gym. There's something about me. I don't fit in. People don't like me very much, and they like seeing people do harm to me. That's what I think. That's just what it feels like to me, anyway. And then whenever I ask about fighting and stuff like that, it's, oh no, you've still got work to do and all that. I'm 31 years old, so obviously if I want to compete in boxing, I need to be somewhat fast tracked. I don't have time to faff about and develop. I've got to get a fight quickly, but it's like, I don't know, man. There's just no respect in that regard, That's what it seems like. Like, I'll deal with it. Don't get me wrong. I'll adapt to it because it's what I do. I've got that fighting mentality. Next time I spar in any gym, under any context, I'm not going to take the same approach to it. Like there's not going to be any more like Mr. Nice Guy from me in sparring now. Like the sparring session I had on Monday there, I was a lot more assertive then than I was last week. Like the guys I was in with, I wasn't like fancy danning around and carrying them as much. I was still carrying them a little bit, if you know what I mean, but I wasn't like letting myself get bullied like I have in the past. That's not happening no more because I know for a fact now that it's going to be it's a double standard, if you know what I mean. I understand that now, and it just seems to be universal with boxing gyms in this country. That seems to be what it's like. Hey mate, yeah, how's it going? Remember me? I'm in your city for work this weekend. I'm coming to your gym to smack your face in. Well, good luck with that because I don't go to the gym on the weekend. So yeah, you've come up at the wrong time, and yeah, I'm working it this weekend too. So yeah, I guess you're gonna have to reschedule that, mate. Unfortunately, which is sad, the Zelenov, the Zelenov tactic. This is going to be a light spar, and then as soon as it starts, it's like he just starts slugging. Like, that's literally what it was like, mate. I'm not even joking. That's what it was like. It's going to be a light spar. It's going to be technical, and then as soon as it starts, charges right at me, starts smashing my face in. Like, couldn't believe it. Like that's exactly what it was like though. It was the Zelenov tactic. My son's coach was telling him he needs to stop loading up on punches. He wants him to fight like Haney. So basically what he's telling him is don't punch, just slap and do no damage. That's what he's telling him basically. He's telling him to not punch. So to not box. He's telling him to be a runner and a spoiler, Leonard, 5 years out of the ring, coming off eye surgery and still beat Hagler. Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, what would Calzaghe do to that guy? Let's be honest, man. Let's be honest. I pray Usyk knocks out Dubois. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully Usyk just sticks to his boxing, gives him a beating, schools him and stops him. Hopefully. Just like the first fight. Let's hope, eh? Wonder what Fury will do now. Retire. I don't think so. I think we might see him fight at least one more time. I think the fight that makes the most sense for Fury is the AJ fight. Still a winnable fight, still a big fight. Both guys are at the end of their careers, or you would assume. Let's go ahead and make that fight. Why not? Why not? Yeah, hopefully it does. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, Fury AJ. That's a fight that makes perfect sense to me, Normally right wingers are blaming the Muslims, but they never drink in the first place. Are there less people in the clubs? No. Well, the clubs that I've gone to so far, a couple of them have been nightclubs. Some have been like pub restaurants that turn into nightclubs over the weekend, and they've been relatively busy, relatively so. I've not had much bother. Like so far in my security job, I've only had to like escort a few people out. Like basically, like a lot of the job is like just being there, keeping people safe, telling them where the toilet is and where the exits are. And if people are going into the bathroom to shoot up drugs, you see them going into the cubicles together. You got to tell them, hey, one at a time. And then that kind of scares them. And they're like, okay. And, it's like there was one guy, like basically on my first ever shift, there was this one guy towards the end of the shift. And this guy was so badly drunk. Like I felt sorry for the guy. He was like going up to like girls and trying to talk to them. And he went there with his mate, but his mate kind of abandoned him and was trying to get off with this girl. And this guy was like so incoherently drunk. It was crazy. And the place was shutting in about 20 minutes. So I was like, I went to the guy and like when someone's drunk and they're so like incoherent, you can barely get like a coherent sentence out of them. And I was asking this guy, like how are you getting home? Are you all right? This, that, and the other. And basically, I use kind of an old like trick that bouncers use to get people out or to get them to safety. Whereas I'm like, music's quite loud here. Come and have a word by the door. So like I took him to the stairs because it was like an upstairs nightclub. It's like got a pub and restaurant downstairs, and then the club area is upstairs, right? So I got the guy over to the stairs. And I'm like, come on over here. And I helped him down the stairs. And then I'm asking him, how are you getting home? Is someone coming to pick you up or you getting a taxi or whatever? And then he's like, it was just like rocking back and forward, like trying to hold on to something so he doesn't fall and just saying random crap. I couldn't even understand a word. So I was like, all right, mate, come over here, sit down. Right? I got him like a stool and I got him to sit on it. And I went up to the bar and I asked the chick at the bar, can I get a glass of water for this guy? Just to sober him up a bit because I don't want him going himself. So like I gave him the water, but like he drank it a little bit and then he just like slumped onto the table. Like he was like passed out on the table, like badly drunk, this guy. And then I saw his mate coming down the stairs and his mate was with this girl. He was like trying to get off with her. And like I said to his mate, because I saw that they were together earlier in the night. I said to him, I was like, "Hey mate, how's he getting home?" And his mate was like just acting like he didn't give a shit. And I'm like, "Mate, can you get him home for me? Can you promise me? Don't like go off with this girl and leave him." Like I'm like, make sure he gets home safely. So like basically like when I finished my shift, and those two I saw the two of them outside. And the drunk guy was like standing at the side of the road, like screaming and singing at the top of his voice. And his mate was just sitting on a stool, sitting on a step, behind him. It was quite funny actually, but the girl wasn't there. So I was like, I was relieved because I'm like, I thought that guy was going to go off with the girl and was going to leave his mate, who wasn't going to be able to get home himself. But thankfully that didn't happen. He actually did stay with him. And yeah, because I made him promise me. I was like, promise me you're not going to leave this guy. You're going to get him home. And he did. So thank God for that, you know. But that was quite interesting. And there was one guy I had to kick out. See, the first guy I had to kick out the club, and my heart sank because I was like, this is not going to go well. But thankfully it did. Like so one of the guys behind the bar came up to me. He's like, "Excuse me, we've had a few complaints about this big guy." He was like I think he was Romanian or something. He was some sort of foreign. I don't know what. I'm assuming he was Romanian. And they were like, "Yeah, he's been quite aggressive towards women. Can you any chance you could have a word with him?" And I'm like, "Who is it?" And they ported him out to me, and it's this guy. And I'm like, "Oh no," because the guy was huge. He was like 6'4" or something. This big, like handy looking guy. And I'm like, "Oh no," like because I'm thinking this is my first day on the job, and I'm gonna make an ass of myself here because I'm gonna have to wrestle this big guy out of this place, and he's not gonna go quietly. But thankfully, because basically what had happened is the guy had put his hands on a woman and had said something to her, and he was like going around just being a prat, like accusing multiple people of taking his drink and all that. So like I kind of put my hand on his back. I was like, "All right, mate, how you doing?" And I'm talking to him really, really friendly, and I'm like, I got him to like bend down so he could hear what I'm saying. I'm like, "What's going on, mate? Is everything all right?" And then he's like, he starts shouting, "Oh, that guy and this woman," and he's complaining about everybody. And then I managed to say to him, I was like, "Hey, mate, come on. I think you've had enough. It's time to go." And he argued with me for about a minute. But eventually, I used that same tactic. I was like, "It's loud here. Let's have a word by the stairs where it's quiet." And, like I managed to like negotiate him downstairs and negotiate him out the door. And as I'm like guiding him out the door, he's turning around and, "Oh, you this, that, and the other. You're taking their side," blah, blah, just like incoherent babble. And I managed to get the guy out without like physically removing him. So I thought that was quite I was quite relieved by that. Yeah. It's just like my luck, in it. Like the first guy, like my first night on the job, the first person I have to eject, and the guy's like towering over me. He was like a big guy, and I'm like, "Oh no, this is gonna be a pain in the arse." But like, thankfully, I managed to get him out without any trouble, so it was all good. So yeah, it was all right. Um, Pubs are shutting down due to oh yeah, that's true. A lot of them because of the like rent they have to pay and like the taxes on alcohol and all that. Like a lot of them just can't afford to stay open. But thankfully for them, there's still a lot of like people who go out clubbing on weekends and all that keep them in a job. Nordic will film your sparring if you annoy him. Yeah, yeah. If you annoy me, I'll secretly film you sparring, innit? I've actually toyed with the idea of doing that, like getting like one of them hidden cameras and setting it up, like so I can secretly film sparring. But I kind of feel like that would be a little bit sneaky. It's not really my style because I like to be honest about stuff like that, or I like to be. I mean, I know it's honest. I like to be like open with stuff like that, if you know what I mean. Like, and again, I've thought about doing some. What's the word I'm looking for? Like an experiment. I was talking about earlier how like nobody's got nobody that I encounter in these gyms seem like most. I'm exaggerating, but like most of the people I encounter in these boxing gyms don't have any sparring etiquette. They'll flat out smash your face in if they get the chance. I've actually had moments in sparring where I've stunned a guy and the coach has told me to keep it light. That has never happened to me. Like in reverse, like see if someone hits me and stuns me, I don't ever hear the coach tell them to keep it light. It seems to be one sided. So I've thought about like when I'm sparring a guy, like I've thought about like really setting about some guys in sparring and just seeing what happens and seeing if I get kicked out or not. Like it would be an interesting experiment to do to see if what I'm saying is all in my head or if it's true. Yeah, not filming sparring is very weird. It doesn't make any sense to me. You should switch gyms, yeah. But the reason I go to the gyms I go to is because it's convenient. Like they're just in convenient locations. Like, and there's not really a whole lot of choice. Like most of the boxing gyms in this country are like that. Like most of the boxing gyms you go to in this country are not, they're not like there's not a lot of quality, and those ones are not even the worst I've been to. Again, I've been to gyms where all they do is circuit training and they won't even let you spar. Like I've been to gyms like that are just awful. So yeah, but I don't understand why you would want to spar and not like study it, because again, the only way to see what you're doing in sparring and whether or not it's working is to film it and study it. That's how you improve. I would have thought logically, you know. I just need to get my charger. 1 second. All right, that's it plugged in. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like the negative experiences I've had lately in boxing gyms has kind of it's put it into perspective for me that I really don't have a lot of time. Like I'm really up against it because again, I'm 31 years old now. Coaches, like if you're 31 and you join a boxing gym, coaches are not interested in you. They give you no attention whatsoever. They will happily let you get smashed up in sparring and not even like try to develop you. They prioritize the younger, fitter, like just more or less miles on the clock, having like amateurs over you. Like it's like it's put it into perspective that I'm really up against it. Like if I want to achieve something in boxing, if I want to compete, um, it's going to be a real uphill battle. It is because getting proper coaching and getting like the opportunities consistently is just not practical. It's not practical. No, no, I didn't. No, I didn't do nothing to them. Trust me, it's not. I just think people don't like me. I'm just not a very likable person, I guess. It's a combination of everything. People, especially working class, average looking guy like you, aren't supposed to succeed. People are envious. If you look like Tommy Fury, it would be different. Yeah, if I was like a pretty boy, if I was like I don't know, like a tall, slim, like good looking guy with, nice, like puffy lips and all that, and a 9 pack and that, then maybe people would be more likely to want to see me succeed. But nah, I'm just not that type of person, am I? I'm never going to be that type of person. But I am a fighter. I can fight, so it is what it is. Yeah, yeah. UK is horrendous for snobbery. It is. Certain types of people, like Apology was saying, certain types of people just aren't meant to succeed. Certain types of people don't get the attention they need to succeed. It is what it is. Land a punch from the gods on the heavyweights Nordic, or maybe they're friends with the cut. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But I tell you one thing, like I'm not like gonna act like a tough guy and say, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. But like, I'll tell you one thing. Um, what I'm not gonna do anymore. What's not gonna happen is I'm not gonna get bullied. Like I'm not gonna let someone take liberties with me in a spar and not give it as good as I get. Like I've been guilty of that in the past. Again, I've been guilty in the past of like hitting someone in sparring and apologizing. Like, I do that all the time. I've been guilty in sparring of letting a guy go full contact and then not capitalizing on the mistakes they make because I feel like they're not a bad guy and I shouldn't hurt them and all that. Like that's not going to happen anymore. Like unless I'm sparring with a complete novice, someone who's very very new and doesn't know how to box yet. Unless that's the case, like if I'm sparring with someone who's reasonably experienced and who's reasonably talented, I'm not gonna hold back as much, and I'm not gonna let myself get taken advantage of like that. Like that won't happen again. Like what happened last week, that will not happen again. Can guarantee it. There's another boxing YouTuber called YB who's looking to fight other YouTubers. You guys could set it up yourselves too. Do you know? I'll look into that. I'm not against that idea. Like I'm not against the idea of competing against other boxers. I'm not against the idea at all. Like I would totally like. I mean, other boxers on YouTube. Like if there are other YouTubers who are in my situation, who are looking for opponents. I'm not against the idea. Obviously, it would need to make sense. Like, it would need to be taken seriously. Like, I don't want anybody to waste my time, like not show up or just like, cancel it last minute. It would need to, if I'm gonna, because I'm a busy guy, it would have to be worth my time. But I'm not against the idea. I definitely would look into it. I would totally be up for that. That's a great idea, actually. I'm definitely gonna look into it. Who's the most handsome boxer? Must be Tommy Fury. Right? I don't know who's handsome. I'm not into men. I prefer women personally, so I don't know who's more handsome. Are you athletic? No, not really. I'm a very average guy in terms of my genetics. I'm not very athletic at all. I am strong though. Like I'm strong, way stronger than the average person. But that's because I've trained for. I've done a lot of strength training lately. Like I've been doing my my barbell training, so that helps a lot with just making you more robust and physically durable and strong. And I think that does help with boxing. It's just difficult to balance recovery. But like, if you're referring to what I was referring to earlier about like the genetic side of being athletic, no, I'm not a very athletic person, no. But again, I do have certain gifts. Like I am stronger than the average person, I got a great chin and I'm strong, Anthony, YB is a bum scammer. Leave him. He pretends to be poor so people give him donations when he works for Jumans. Oh, does he now? But I'd be willing to compete against him if he wants an opponent. I'd definitely be up to the idea, I'd be open to it, I'm surprised that they don't like you. Your knowledge of boxing is really high. I don't know. Again, it's not really about like how much you know about boxing. I don't know if it's just like a personality thing. Maybe I'm just not that likable a person. I don't know, but for whatever reason, people really, really just seem to want to do me harm. I don't know. It just is what it is. Yeah, they probably look up to Canelo. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. They think Canelo's like a real fighter or something. That guy who threatened you is the same guy. Said he would come and touch your chin when you made the Terence Crawford C-level fight. He said, oh, is it that guy? I didn't even notice. Is that same guy? Yeah, that was. Do you know that guy? I remember that time specifically. See, when that guy did that, I was training at Morrison's gym. I don't go there anymore, right? I was there after he said that he was going to come to the gym and knock me out. I was there every other day for like the best part of like months. Like for like the best part of a year, I was going to that gym, and I told everybody where it was. I said I would give £5,000. I would offer $5,000 to any subscriber who could knock me out in sparring. And I talked about Terence Crawford, and that guy got triggered in the comments. That guy said he was coming to my gym and he was gonna touch my chin and knock me out and all that. And I was like, I went to the gym like the next day, and I'm like, where is he? Where are you? And I was going there for weeks and weeks, like every other day, and he never showed up. So if he's saying now, oh, I'm in your city for the week and I'm going to come to your gym, first of all, he doesn't even know where my current gym is because I haven't told anybody. So how would you know? And secondly, he didn't come the first time when he did know where my gym was, or I made it public what gym I was training at. He didn't show up. So yeah, if that's that same guy, he's obviously not coming. Obviously, like definitely not. Why is Usyk giving Dubois another chance? I was talking about this earlier. I can't get my head around it. I literally can't get my head around it. I don't understand why Usyk is doing this. It doesn't make any sense for me, I think he's making a mistake, to be honest. If you spar in a gym you don't box for, unfortunately, they will try taking advantage. Yeah, they will. But that's the problem. Look, I've made it clear I want to box for them because I just want to box. Like every gym I've ever gone to, I've asked them about fighting and competing, and I've told them, look, I'm willing to fight anybody, anywhere. And I just can't get the opportunity. The closest I got to getting an opportunity was when I was training with Scott, and he was going to get me a fight. He took my details and everything. He was, he was going to get me on a novice tournament, and he lost his license and couldn't coach fighters anymore. So Yeah, basically, or he was denied his coaching license, so that fell through. If that didn't happen, I'd have probably fought by now. But like every other amateur boxing gym I've gone to, it's like, oh, you know, you're not good enough yet. You're not. We don't. Well, it's not even you're not good enough. It's usually, well, we don't know if you're ready yet because we've not seen you this enough, this, that, and the other. And then I get a chance to spar, and I get set up, or you know, I get some like BS criticism about my guard being too high or something like that, and it's like it just seems like they give me the runaround. Like every gym I've been to for boxing, I feel as if they've wasted my time and given me the runaround when all they needed to do was schedule me a fight. Like that's what I feel like. I feel like I'm wasting my time with it. You know, I told my barber who I used to train, or who used to train a lot of fighters and has pictures with most popular boxers, and he was really interested, had suspected a similar thing in that time period. Yeah, I wouldn't wonder if a similar thing happened to him then. He just wasn't taken seriously or given an opportunity. It wouldn't surprise me one bit, you know. Yeah, Fury's retired so many times I've lost count, you know. So when he says he's retired, I just assume it means I'm not retiring because that's what it usually means, doesn't it? Like every fight, he's like, I'm not, I'm done now. I don't need the money. I'm retiring. 2 months later, he's got a fight scheduled or something. That's what it happens, you know. Oh, you told him about the Frotch gloves thing. Interesting. Yeah, I'm hoping that becomes common knowledge eventually. You know, that would be a lot better. It would. As a junior, I was often forced to spar one-handed. A lot of asshole trainers in English gyms as well. What, they had you spar one-handed? That's insane, man. What do you learn from that? I mean, you don't fight one-handed, do you? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dave Allen just went in there and barely did a thing. You know, barely did a thing. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. People have fake mates. Like that guy again, his mate was clearly badly drunk, could barely stay on his feet, looked like he didn't know where he was, and his mate's trying to get off with some girl. And it took me confronting the guy and telling him, make sure he gets home. Like I was quite assertive about it. I was like, promise me you make sure he gets home safe. And because I think he was going to leave him. I do, because he wasn't talking to him like for most of the night. He was ignoring him and trying to get off with some girl instead of looking after his mate. You know, that's what it was like. So you haven't been punched in the face yet during your job. Look at you. So I take it you have. Have you been punched on in the face on shift? Hey, there's still time for it. There's still time for it. It could happen. But I tell you one thing, I'm gonna be on my guard. I'm gonna be keeping myself sharp for it, just in case. Because yeah, I'm well aware it can happen. You know. Yeah, he was. I think he was trying to leave his friend to get off with a girl, but I intervened and I prevented it. You know. Yeah, then the girl left him. Yeah, yeah, and exactly. I had to tell the guy not to abandon his mate. Make sure he gets home. Yeah. And it was funny as well. I forgot to mention this. You know what? You know when I kicked the other guy out, like the guy I escorted out for putting his hands on women and all that. Like a guy came up to me and bought me a juice. Like he bought me a can of Iron Brew because I kicked that guy out. Because I think that guy put his hands on his fiance, what or something like what while he was in the toilet. He said that guy put his hands on his fiance and he was trying to find him and all that, but I kicked him out. So yeah, he thanked me for kicking the guy out and bought me a can of juice. I thought that was quite funny. Have you been called the R word yet? I have many times. A racist? Oh no, I've not been called that yet. Not yet, anyway. I'm assuming that might happen eventually at the job, but it's not happened yet, thankfully. So far, it's been all right in that regard. You know, I did witness an argument where and I had to break it up. This was on my second shift actually, and it was these two black guys were arguing with this white woman. And I think what happened is like they were asking like these girls out, these other two white girls, and I think one of them asked her out, and she rejected them. And then I don't know, she might have said something else, but like she didn't do herself any favors because it was like the guy, from what I could gather from like what I'd heard from what they were both telling me and what their friends were telling me was basically she said no to one of the guys, and then he said, "Why is it? Because I'm black." And then she said, no, it's because you're English. That's what she said in response, which technically is kind of racist, right? And so then he started calling her a racist, and the two were going back and forth, and she was like, I'm not a racist, how dare you say that, like Scottish accent, like how dare you call me a racist, like it's because you're English, not because you're black, because the black guy had an English accent, right? And then like I separated them, and I spoke to the girl first. I was like, hey, what's going on here? What's the matter? And she's like, he's calling me a racist. And she told me the situation. Like, I said it's because he's English, and he's saying it's because he's black, and blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, look, don't worry about it. Just keep your distance, right? Stay away from him. And then she's like, oh, no, but blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, look, yeah, I don't care. I'm like, look, just keep it civil. Stay away from them. It's all good. And I told them the same thing. I'm like, look, I know she was out of line, but just keep your distance from her. It's all good. And then about 10, 15 minutes later, she starts leaving with the people she was with. And then I heard the guy, like, well, one of the black guys, the one she was arguing with, shouted, see you later, Karen. And then, like, so he called her Karen. And then she turned around again and starts going off on one and screaming and shouting, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, I told her, I'm like, no, look, just leave it. That's enough. Time to go. And then I said to him, I was like, hey, listen, mate, don't do that again, right? You antagonized her. And then he was like, oh, I wasn't, he told me a lie. He was like, I wasn't talking to her. I was talking to my mate. I'm like, no, I was standing right there. You shouted to her. So I'm like, don't do that again, or I'm going to have to ask you to leave, right? It was unnecessary. So he was like, all right, sorry. And that was it. That was the only, like, sort of racially insensitive issue I've had to deal with so far. That was it. And again, it was. I thought I handled it pretty well, to be honest, because I didn't take anybody's side. I didn't like kick anybody out. Nothing. I just separated them, told them to stay away from each other. It's all good. So yeah, it was fine. You know, that's the only situation like that's similar to that I've dealt with so far. You know, relatable. Yeah, I think my story is quite relatable for us average guys. You know. Only if they start on you, know that. Yeah, if they start on me, then I'll film them in it and maybe sucker punch them. Who knows? Nah, I'm kidding. That's another thing that happened to me in sparring. I got sucker punched. Like this was like a week before that. I forgot all about this. I was in a sparring session and I'm sparring this one guy, and then the round ended. So like I'm like touching the guy's gloves and I'm still facing him. And then the next guy jumps in the ring, and before the round even starts, he uppercuts me in the chin. And I'm like, what were you playing at? And then I ended up sparring him for a round, and I whacked him with some heavy jabs, and he ended up like going to his knee at the end of the round. It was quite funny because I hit him with some really hard body shots. But yeah, that guy sucker punched me, and yeah, I was seething about that too. But I got my own back there, so it was all good. But yeah, that's I've got a lot of crazy stuff like that's been happening in boxing gyms, you know. I also used to train at gyms doing half-hour circuit training to start. Actual boxing should be separate. Yeah, look, strength and conditioning should be done outside of the boxing gym. Outside of the boxing gym, that shouldn't be done in the boxing gym. In the boxing gym, it should be all boxing. You should be in there learning to box. That's it. Nothing else. That's how it should be. You know. So I don't agree with all that terminal endurance stuff and bragging about work rate and all that. Like, no, that's all ancillary stuff, you know. Who's more skilled, Loma or Usyk? I think Loma's more skilled on the inside. Like he's got more of like a punch variety, basically. But Usyk's a lot better from long range. Usyk has got great like boxing fundamentals. I think his fundamentals are better, and he is better. But I think it depends what you mean by skilled, because Loma's more complex. He does more complex stuff, like, you know, more unorthodox stuff in the ring. And there's a lot of complexities to the way he approaches fights. Usyk is a lot more basic, but he's a lot more consistent, I would say, with his performances. You know, great jab, great punching technique, great fundamentals, great defense. He's better in that regard. So they're both more skilled in their own area, if that makes sense. I'd say Usyk's slightly better, if only because he's a little bit more consistent, you know. No, I won't be loading my gloves. That's one thing I never do, load my gloves. I'd never do that. I couldn't bring myself to do it, you know. Imagine that. Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to do it, though. But again, that did piss me off though when that coach accused me of using bag mitts. Again, I showed you the gloves, like just for anybody who's new. 1 second. So I was talking about this earlier. I was wearing these, right? These are Everlast Power Locks. These are actual 14-ounce sparring gloves, right? I was wearing these. Look at that. Do they look like bag mitts to you? Those are Everlast Power Locks. I was wearing those. And because I completely schooled this guy, right, his coach accused me of wearing bag mitts and made me wear a different pair. Like, those are not bag mitts. Those are actual Everlast Power Lock gloves. Like, those are professional sparring gloves. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, boxing gyms in this country, they annoy me. They really do. If you were of the world would love its own. But because ye are not of the world, but I have chosen you out of the world, therefore the world hateth you. John 15:19. Yep. Absolutely. You know, sounds like Jesus Christ said, the world before the world hated you, they hated me first. That's probably why. That's probably why they don't like me, isn't it? You never know, man. YB sacked the base dude. I don't know who the base dude was. I don't watch the YB, so I don't know much about him, you know. Used to know someone who went to a local boxing gym who was 28, wanted to be a Welsh area champion, who was pretty good. Coach told him he was too old, do anything. Mate, do you know, hearing that is making my blood boil. It's making my blood boil. That makes me so angry. 28 isn't even old. Like, and if the guy was game, if he was tough, he wanted to compete, he should have been allowed. He should have been allowed an opportunity. But the fact that some scumbag, like, loser amateur boxing coach can tell this guy, you're too old. First of all, that's age discrimination. That should be prohibited by law. Secondly, you just ruined the guy's hopes and dreams. You've ruined his opportunity. That's something that probably meant a lot to him. And you've taken the opportunity away from him. That's a disgrace. And it's all too common, unfortunately, in this country. Like, did I tell you guys the story before? How when I trained at that other gym near where I used to live, I went there a few times, right? And I saw this lad. I think the lad was about 14. He was like a little bit chubby, this lad, but he was kind of like looked tough, looked like he could handle himself. But he was only a kid, right? He was only like 14. And this kid was hitting the bag. And his technique was atrocious, right? He was hitting the bag, like smacking it, hurting his hands, throwing with like the sides of his hands. Clearly, the kid had no idea, like no footwork, no punching technique, nothing, right? So I went up to the kid and I noticed that they have like a box in the corner that has some like punching pads, right? So I asked the kid, and bear in mind, I'm not a coach. I've no experience of coaching boxing. But I asked the kid, I was like, hey, mate, do you want to hit? Because I'm assuming it was his first day. I'm assuming he's never been to the gym before. So I asked him, I was like, hey, mate, do you want to go on the pads? And I took him on the pads. And like I taught him just basic punches, jab, cross, left hook, right hook, uppercuts, right? That's all I taught him. Right? And I was showing him how to do it, how to stand. And then about 2 rounds later, this kid was hitting the pads hard, right? He was hitting the pads fast. He had good talent, this kid. Like I could tell one of these lads who's just built for boxing. And so it took me about probably 5 minutes to show the kid how to punch properly. And then I was showing him, practice this on the bag, practice your punches. This is how you box, right? This is how you box properly, right? And then I asked him, how long you been coming here? And expecting it's his first session. And he told me 2 weeks. So I'm like, hang on a second. And that made my blood boil, because I'm like, so this lad has been coming to the gym for 2 weeks. He's been paying his dues, paying his entry fee, and not one coach. There's like 3 or 4 coaches at that gym. Not one of the coaches at that gym taught the lad how to punch. Not one of the coaches at that gym took this lad on the bag, took him on the pads, taught him how to stand and how to throw a punch. And I was able to do it within 5 minutes. Like that's just one of the stories I hear about and things I experience in boxing gyms that piss me off. Like, it actually makes my blood boil. It actually pisses me off, because these coaches are getting paid to train these lads and teach people how to box and that. And they're just like, they're not upholding their end of the bargain, and they're not like motivating these guys. It's ridiculous, man. It really is. That stories like that annoy me though. They really do. Like it's all too common, unfortunately. Most handsome boxer is Clarissa Shields. Yeah, yeah. He looks like Predator. Clarence, Clarence Shields. Take roids Nordic and smash the heavyweights. Yeah, yeah. You imagine that. I get myself on a good stack and like bulk up like Mike Tyson and start smashing guys in the gym. You know, this wouldn't be the worst idea. I'll tell you that. It wouldn't be. Yeah, actually, wouldn't be. Yeah. Clarissa Shields looks like Charles Martin in drag. It's true. Do you do road work? Not at the moment. I have done road work in the past. Right now, I just can't be bothered with it because I don't see the benefit of it. I probably will though. Like, see if I get a fight scheduled, I probably will do road work because it will help me make weight. But aside from that, like, I don't see any like benefits of it aside from like a slight ancillary cardio exercise. But aside from that, I don't see the point in road work. Like, again, the main benefit of road work is making weight because it's catabolic. That's why, meaning it eats muscle mass, so it helps you make weight. It's not good for your health, but it helps you make weight. And if I'm going to compete, I'll probably need to do it. You know, they never show up. They can't fight. That's why they're always on the internet. Exactly. Look. Let me emphasize this as best I can. Right. I offered for the best part of a year. I went to the same gym. Right, I was there like every other day. Right, I offered £5,000 to any subscriber who could knock me out in sparring. Told you guys where the gym was. Right, I posted my workouts publicly. Not one person ever showed up to collect their £5,000. Not one person messaged me to arrange anything, the details, and numerous people within that time commented on my videos, "You're shit, you're fat, I'd batter you, I'd knock you out in the first round, you're unathletic." Like every other day nearly, I was getting comments like that. "You don't know how to punch, your technique's awful." But again, it's not one of these people took it upon themselves to one, send me any footage for comparison. Not one of these people showed up to the gym to actually collect their £5,000 or to challenge me. Nothing. So what does that tell you? Like, what does that tell you about these internet tough guys? None of them actually can fight, right? They're just all about, they like making a fake account and going online and threatening people, but they don't actually do nothing. So just tiresome at this point. I'm tired of it. I'm not even responding to it anymore, you know? I've never seen Charles Martin, Clarissa Shields, same room. Yeah. Yeah. You considered white collar boxing? I have. But again, white collar boxing to me seems to be very difficult to get into too. I don't know how you get into that either. Like, it just seems to be, you seem to like need to know people who can get you into it. White collar boxing. I don't know how it works exactly. It's just, I don't know. It's strange, you know. But I would like to do that. Any update on Froch? Last time you said he was in trouble with the law and women. If you can't say anything, I understand. I can't say too much, but what I will say is that he was sacked from commentary for that very reason. Yeah, but that's about it. That's about all I'll tell you. I don't want to tell you too much because I was told certain things in strictest confidence, and I don't want to betray anybody's trust in that regard. You know. Needless to say, he's having a crap time, you know. Did Nordic tell the girl to leave? No, I didn't say nothing to the girl. I didn't tell her to leave him. I just told him. I told him specifically, don't abandon this guy. Promise me you get him home safe. And thankfully he did. Or I assume he did because they were together outside. And the girls weren't there. It was just the two guys together. So I hope he did get him home safe, you know. God bless him. Nordic's only weakness is iron brew, and I've been a fan of the beverage lately. Yeah, I've got it right here. Yeah, right here. I love iron brew. It's too nice. I like it too much, but I enjoy it. It's nice. I shouldn't even be drinking it because I might be sparring tonight. Like, that's one thing I didn't even take into consideration there. I'm actually going to the gym later after talking all this and doing all this. Like, I'm actually going to the gym tonight, and I might be sparring. So you never know. I guess I'll let you guys know what happened. I might end up with another black eye. to match it tonight. You never know. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem, man. Hope you enjoy it. They are of the world, therefore speak they of the world, and the world heareth them. Yep. Absolutely, man. God bless you. White girls don't like that Kalergi plan, yeah. Hate to spar Nordic with that square head. Yeah, I do have a big ass head. Do you know what's quite annoying about it? Do you know when you get coaches that insist on you wearing a head guard? And I hate head guards, but I wear them if I'm asked to. No head guard fits me. Like, they're always so bloody tight, and it's annoying. Like, it actually hurts me after I wear them because I've got a big, like, square, weird shaped head. Like, my head is so asymmetrical, as you can see. So, like, when I try to wear a head guard, it's so uncomfortable. I don't like it. I've never found one that was comfortable or that fit right. I never have. Because you're English. Yeah, that's what she said. It was like he said to her, is it because I'm black? And she said, no, it's because you're English. That's what she said. And then he kicked off and said she was racist, and she screamed and said, I'm not racist. No, it was just a kind of a petty argument, if truth be told. But again, I didn't take sides. I just separated them, told them to stay away from each other. That's all it was, you know. It's like, I don't want to kick anyone out, so just stay away from each other. It is what it is. Have a good night, you know. We are of God. He that knoweth God heareth us. He that is not of God heareth not us. Hereby we know the spirit of truth and the spirit of error. Yep. Like, we have more of a conscience than these people because we're men of God. Absolutely. God bless you. Playing the race card when it no longer works as well as it does. Yeah, it definitely didn't work on that occasion. I'll tell you that. You know, she was having none of it. Do you think Toragati died from suicide, or was he killed? Well, most people seem to think his wife was behind it. I don't know. I don't know what the incentive was or what motive was for her to do that, if there is one. So I don't know, man. He might have done it himself. I don't know. I've no idea. I've not looked into the situation much. I saw a documentary, but it didn't seem to reveal anything interesting. Not to me, anyway. It might have been Daniel Dubois that sucker punched you. Yeah, imagine. There's actually a guy at the gym I train at who's like a spitting image of Deontay Wilder. Looks just like him. It's like this big African guy, this big black guy. Like, he wasn't one of the ones I sparred. I've not sparred him yet, but yeah, I don't know why that came to my mind there. He looks just like Deontay Wilder. This guy, it's funny. I technically loaded my gloves in my amateur fight. I used bag wraps instead of the approved ring wraps, which are thinner. Yeah, I guess technically that's loading your gloves, but that barely makes a difference, innit? Because it's just wraps. Like, so. I think I've used them wraps as well. They don't make much of a difference. In fact, if anything, like the regular ring wraps are better because they prevent you from like scraping your fingers. Because sometimes I'll use, you know, them like Lonsdale wraps, the ones that you just slip on. You don't have to actually wrap them. They're just like gloves. They fit on. But I've noticed that when I use them, my fingers scrape on the inside of the glove when I wear those. And it's quite uncomfortable. So like I prefer to use regular wraps. But the problem is right now I don't have a set of regular wraps. I think I threw them out, so I've been using them ones. And then, like, what I'll sometimes do is wrap a plaster around a couple of my fingers to prevent the friction, prevent them from tearing or whatever. Like, I do that sometimes, you know. Those can be used for sparring or bag work. Should probably be 16 ounce of your way there. Yeah. I used to spar with 16 ounce, but like I was. Problem is that the 16 ounce gloves that I had a pair of those Adidas Hybrid, and one of them like split open. Like, it ended up splitting open while I was training. So I used my other pair like recently, my pair of 14 ounce Everlast Power Locks, and yeah, that coach got annoyed. And said they were bag mitts, but then they're not bag mitts. Yeah, you can use them on the bag, but they're not bag mitts. Right? They're actual sparring gloves. They're designed for sparring, and they're professional sparring gloves as well. Again, it's Everlast. They're a good brand. So yeah, I don't know what that guy's problem was. I think he was just seething because I schooled his fighter. I think that's what it was, you know. Base dude is Triple B. Oh yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Oh, he's the guy that you're talking about got kicked off by YB. Yeah. Triple B is based. Yes. To be fair, it's better to start later because the guy had less damage. I get if it's a washed guy that does it like Rocky Marciano, but his faculty's intact. Most punch-drunk guys start early, yeah. Like Rocky Marciano, I think, started boxing in his 20s. But, yeah, because he didn't box as a kid, he probably didn't take many punches. So, yeah, I see what you're saying, you know. I see what you're saying. And I gave the gems in February 3 days each then left, yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. If they're not, like, giving you the kind of coaching you need, then I don't blame you, you know. God bless Nordic. Yeah, how's it going, Sven Otke, man? The legend. God bless you, man. If they saw a juiced Nordic, I think they would hesitate to bully him. Yeah, mate, if I got on like a proper stack and got like juiced up to the point where I'm like I've got that big Canelo neck and like, you know, big shoulders like Mike Tyson, I come to the gym like that, like a hard man, I bet nobody would try to bully me if I was like that. People think they can bully me because they look at the way the way I look. I just don't look like a very dangerous guy. But like, it's like if I looked like that, I don't think they would try. I really don't, you know. I think Don Charles has messed up antagonizing Usyk. He's going to take the bum out inside 6 if there's no shenanigans, yeah. But that depends on there being no shenanigans. That depends on, have we got a referee who's actually going to do his job? Or is a referee there to make sure that that Dubois wins? Is he going to turn a blind eye to low blows? I don't know, man. I'm hoping that Usyk just whoops his ass and schools him and stops him. I hope he does, but you never know, man. I'll have to wait and see. I'm very busy, so I just do road work and calisthenics some days and boxing, punch and footwork training other days. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, that because again, road work's a thing you can basically do anywhere. Same with calisthenics. You can do like push-ups and pull-ups and all that. And it's a good like substitute for like a more structured strength and conditioning training, you know. $5,000. Yeah, I offered $5,000. Like, you guys know that, right? I talked about it in live streams. I think I talked about it in community posts. I offered, and I responded to numerous people in the comments with this, right? I offered £5,000 to any subscriber who could knock me out in sparring. Not one person showed up to the gym. Not one person took me up on it. So I was disappointed. I thought someone would. I genuinely thought someone would, but no one did. You know, all the tough guys on the internet who tell me I'm fat and they'd knock me out, not one of them showed up to the gym to collect their $5,000. I was disappointed. I would. I would collect, but you've got £40 on me. Yeah. And again, look, if it's $5,000 on the line, I'm not holding back. I tell you that. I'm not holding back on anyone with that money on the line. I tell you that. Even if they're £40 lighter, I'll turn into the guy I was sparring, you know. Frotch is a wrong and Tyan Booth owns his, yeah. Yeah, Tyan Booth has like roasted him, and he like quite a few times. Called the contradiction Frotch. I heard you can't compete in the pros in the UK unless you had a certain amount of amateur fights. Yep. There are like I think there are exceptions to that, like Fabio Wardley, but he had a long like white collar career. So like I think ordinarily to get a license to box professional, you have to have had an amateur career, so a certain amount of amateur fights. And you have to obviously pass all sorts of medicals and that, and it's very difficult to get into. You've also got to pay like thousands of pounds to get a pro license, I think. So yeah, it's annoying, man. It will be difficult to get into. Frotch must have a filter on his channel that bans any mention of loaded gloves because my comments about it always vanish. Yeah, he probably does because he definitely doesn't like people bringing that up. He definitely doesn't. Yeah, Frotch never mentions Tyan Booth, does he? Like, not from what I can remember, anyway. No head guard fits me either. My head is huge. Yeah, man. Like, I don't know. Every head guard I wear, like that's always a concern for me before sparring because I can never get one that's comfortable. And most coaches insist on you wearing them. So, like, when I try to wear one, I prefer not wearing them because I feel like I'm more of a big target if I wear them. If I don't wear them, I don't get hit as much. That's always the case with me. But like, yeah, it's annoying, man. Like, I can never get one that's comfortable or that fits right, you know. I think it's at least 10 amateur fights to get a license. Used to be, yeah, something like that. I've not read the rules in a while, but it's something like that. I've got Crawford winning against Canelo. I think Crawford will school him. Yeah, I think I've said that from day one. I was talking about it earlier on the stream. Yeah, Crawford's body has less mileage and he's the bigger guy. Plus, Crawford has had real fights, so he's battle hardened at a level Canelo isn't. He's never had any real fights. The guy at your gym probably has better technique than Wilder. Do you know what he does? Like, I've seen that guy hit the bag. I've seen him. I've not seen him do any like head sparring. I've seen him do like a little bit of body sparring, but I've not seen him do any like proper sparring. But I've seen him hit the bag, and he's got very good technique. Very looks like a very dangerous guy. I'd love to spar him one day. I hope I get the chance to, because that would be fun. And I could like film it and then pretend I fought Wilder. Maybe it's Wilder in disguise. Yeah. Imagine it's Wilder like pretending to be someone else. That'd be funny. Like just going to an amateur gym. Yeah. Yeah, Nordic got 78 BMI TV to track down Nordic. Yeah, Wilder got 78 BMI TV to track down Nordic over his criticism. So like he's in the gym in disguise, pretending to be some African guy, and then like eventually he's gonna like get me in the ring and kick my ass, Imagine how much of a bum Canelo would be without all the stegs, considering how terrible he is with them. Yeah. Well, imagine how much of a bum he would be if his fights were actually real. Like if if his fights were actually real, imagine how many of the light heavyweights and super middleweights he fought would have smashed him in 3 rounds. Come on, like that's Canelo. His fights are all works. I was talking about that earlier. Worst tossers I ever met were amateur boxing coaches, all scavenger. Mate, I amateur boxing coaches are some of the most vile people I've ever met. I know exactly what you're saying. There's something about them. The sense of superiority these guys have is crazy to me. And most of them, you'll find that most of them weren't even good boxers. Like most of these amateur boxing coaches, most of them either didn't box or they had like a failed career. Like they were absolute bottom of the barrel trash as far as like amateur fighters themselves. And somehow they got a license to coach. And I don't know what it is. Like you go into the gyms, these amateur boxing coaches, they're so arrogant. They're so like ignorant as well. Like they don't seem to notice anything that matters. And they seem to think that they know it all. Like you'll hear that the advice they give to fighters sometimes. Like I watched one spar recently, and it was this guy was sparring this guy who was shorter than him, right? And the taller guy was like dipping to the side and throwing hooks and uppercuts to the body and backing the shorter guy up, which is something you don't normally see. But yeah, the taller guy was so much better on the inside, and he actually boxed really well. And the coach was telling him, "You need to stop swinging." That's what the coach said. And the lad turned to the coach and he was like, "I'm not swinging. I'm throwing like crisp hooks and uppercuts to the body." And then the coach was like, "Yeah, but you're swinging. You need to stop swinging." I'm like, "What?" I'm standing there ringside. Like, are you hearing this? Like, what's he talking about? Nobody's swinging. But the vibe I got from it was like the coach was trying to sound like he just wanted to critique something, and he wanted to sound like he was more knowledgeable and like he knows everything, and he's like, it's never, what you're doing is never good enough for him. And that's the vibe I got, was he just wanted to sound like a coach. There are other coaches who like they just, like I said, I talked about this earlier, they stand on their phone the whole session. Occasionally they'll look up at the clock and go, 5 seconds to go, or they'll go, "Come on, keep pushing," or something like that. That's their extent of their involvement in coaching the whole gym, is to just occasionally shout or "Okay, come on, push yourselves, come on, work hard," and like that's the kind of that's one of the personality types you find, is like ones who just don't give a crap, like just are there collecting a paycheck, right? You get other ones that are like, their attitude towards it is they treat the whole thing like a joke. Like you try to talk to them and they're like, and it's just that they've got a very belligerent attitude towards it. They laugh constantly, they joke, they constantly like shout across the gym to someone else, and they'll be constantly sarcastic, and like guys will be sparring and the coach won't even be watching the spar. He'll be like standing making jokes and shouting across the room. Like that's the general attitude that you find in boxing gyms in this country. Like the coaches are just vile. Like I don't think I've ever met an amateur boxing coach. Like I'm exaggerating because some of them are all right. Like, but like I don't think I've met one who wasn't like a total prick in the gym. Like at least not in the past few years. Like most of them are just awful, like completely awful. Like when I went to like I keep going back to this, right? I keep bringing this up, but like when I went to Scott Harrison's gym, and again, you can tell the difference between your average like loser amateur boxing coach who was like a failed amateur who just never achieved anything, but somehow later got a license to box, and then but thinks he knows everything, and then a guy who was like a genuine world class professional like him, like Scott, right? You see the difference in attitude, like how they approach a training session, how they deal with the people they're coaching. It's so much more professional. They don't treat it like it's a joke. They don't disrespect you. Like when I went to Scott Harrison's gym, right? I was in like awful condition when I first showed up at his gym. I was so out of shape. I was like 4.5 stone overweight. I hadn't trained in years. I was gassed just walking up the stairs. But as soon as I got there, like the first, he asked me, "Have you boxed before?" And I was like, "A little bit." And he's like, "All right, come into the gym." He hasn't cracked any jokes. He hasn't like shouted across the gym at anybody, like nothing. No, he took me into the ring. He's like, "Put your hands up. Show me how you move. Like move forward, move back." He's not even showing me how to punch yet. He's like, "Move forward, move backwards. Move to the side." Like he's showing me footwork. He's showing me how to move in the ring and how to have my guard up. And then he's like, "All right, keep working on that." And then he goes and talks to someone else and is telling them a similar sort of thing. Like that's how he handled it, right? He went around everybody individually and taught them all boxing fundamentals. There was no like gimmicky BS. There was no like acting like a prick. I know everything. Like no, he was being a coach. He was actually doing his job, and that's how it should be. And it's not difficult to see why he was so successful in his career when he knows he understands boxing at that level. He understands how to train, how to prepare. He has the right attitude. That's how it should be in an amateur boxing gym. You should be. It should be all about fundamentals and technique. That's the only focus that you should have. All that other stuff is ancillary stuff that can be done when you've got a fight coming up. So again, it annoys me because that will never happen again. Like, I don't think I'll ever find a gym like that in my life. That was the closest I ever got to having a proper coach and who would be in my corner and who would back me and would actually get me the opportunities to fight. That was when I was in my absolute worst shape of my life, and that's the respect he gave me. And he told me from the first session, "I'll get you a fight, this, that, and the other. I'll train you and all that." But you go to most amateur boxing gyms and it's some like stuck up prick who looks down his nose at you and doesn't give you any attention at all and treats the whole thing like it's a joke. That's what you get most of the time in boxing gyms. Yeah, Canelo is a fraud, but he's funny. Yeah, he's funny when he talks, isn't he? Like, "I was born ready. I was born ready," and all that stuff. I like David Benavidez because I haven't heard about Bomdrade for ages now. Yeah, David Benavidez like put that guy into irrelevance, didn't he? Thank God, eh? You look pretty stout to me. Oh, cheers, man. That's strong. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's because I've been doing a lot of strength training lately. That's another thing I've been doing aside from boxing. I do a lot of weight training now, and I feel like that helps me when I recover from it. It definitely has its benefits. Conor Bum didn't have an amateur career, but he has the surname. Yeah, that's a product of nepotism. Like if my dad was like a famous elite level, like world class boxer, I'd probably have I'd probably get a pro license as well without an amateur career. But yeah, that's nepotism, and not all of us are able to benefit from that, unfortunately. Dubois' new tough guy act is so fake. He's autistic, so just copying how Don Charles acts. Yeah, probably because it reminds me of Anthony Joshua's fake nice guy act. That's what Dubois' tough guy attitude reminds me of. They wanted £500 before pro medical and license, maybe more. I think it's over 1,000 now. Actually, I think it has gone up quite a bit. So it costs a lot of money to get a pro license. There's a lot of things you got to do. You got to get like hepatitis vaccine and everything. You got to like do a full medical. It's annoying, isn't it? Yeah, Connor Bum has industry plant written all over him. Yeah. Don Charles' son mouthing off to Usyk was mate. Don Charles, someone needs to lay that guy out. He's a scumbag. That guy. I've never liked that guy. Absolute bellend of a guy, you know. And he's a thug too. Any career reviews in the pipeline, Nordic? Well, I was going to review Enzo Macronelli's career quite soon, but having problems getting footage. That'll probably be the next one, though. Enzo Macronelli. I was going to do one for Vasily Girov just because someone asked me. I was going to do one for who was it again? I'm forgetting now. Maybe like Iran Barkley or someone like that. There was a lot of fighters I was going to do them for. I was going to do one for that was it. That heavyweight, Ruslan Chagayev. I was going to do one for him, and I was going to do one for Sultan Ibragimov. Those were some of the ones I had in mind, but getting footage hasn't been, and again, because I've been so busy and I've not had access to all my equipment and that, like it's harder than ever getting footage, but I will be doing some, no doubt about it. It's weird. Why does Wilder throw his punches with technique in the gym, but in the actual fight he swings? I can't get my head around that. It might just be a lack of confidence or something. It could be. I don't know. Like when he gets in there, the nerves take over and he forgets how to box. That happens sometimes, you know. Yeah, his son bottled it from Usyk for a street fight. Yeah, obviously that guy isn't going to face Usyk in the street. He you know, he's not stupid, is he? Or not that stupid anyway. And then amateur coach used to drink all the money. Yeah, that's not good, is it? Anybody else noticed Chisora used to slap his punches? Only learned how to punch correctly when he left Don Charles for a while. Yeah, Don Charles probably doesn't even know the first thing about how to throw a punch. That's probably why. That's probably why. Don Charles is the worst coach in the UK. Ben Davison is a close second. Well, definitely the worst professional coach, but I'm willing to bet there's probably at least 50 amateur coaches in Scotland that are way worse. Like, just the experience I've had lately is just awful, truly awful. Like, I don't know, man. I can't emphasize my dislike for Scottish boxing coaches as much, you know. I can't emphasize it enough, you know. I used to change gym regularly. Didn't want some idiot holding water in the corner wanting credit. Yeah. You know, when it's you doing all the work, but they want all the credit because they know everything. You'll find that as well. You know when amateur fighters win. I know professional coaches do this too, but amateur coaches do it more. When a fighter wins, they take all the credit. Oh, I coached him. We taught him how to do that. He's a member of our gym. I'm such a great coach. I know everything. See, when a fighter loses, it's, oh, you didn't do what I told you to do. You didn't perform. It's all your fault. Like, they take no credit for it whatsoever. That's another thing to watch out for. A lot of coaches do not take credit for the failures, but they'll take a lot of credit for the successes. They'll do that. See Nordic spar Smigger. Do you know what? I'd enjoy that. I'd enjoy sparring Smigger. No doubt about it, you know. No doubt about it. That was hilarious. I gassed. Mate, I did. See, when I first went to Scott Harrison's gym, his gym was on like the 3rd floor or something of this building. I was gassed when I went up the stairs. I couldn't believe it. I was that badly out of shape. I walked up like 3 flights of stairs and was already gassed. And I'm like, oh, now I need to do a training session. It just so happened that we ended up doing a circuit that session as well. Like, oh man, it was embarrassing. But even though I completely embarrassed myself that first session, you know, no one took the piss out of me. Like, Scott didn't disrespect me and tell me, oh, you're useless. You'll never fight. You're just here for fitness. No, he told me he'd get me a fight. Like, because I think he understands you're going to be, if you're out of shape, you can train and get in shape. Like, he understands it, you know, unlike most coaches, you know. Most coaches train every fight the same way. Yeah, that's another thing. And Del Boy talked about this too. Most coaches in this country, most amateur coaches anyway, don't take into consideration the what do you call it? Like they don't take into consideration the body mechanics or the style of a fighter, the physicality of a fighter. They're just, to them, every fight is the exact same, and there's no nuance to it whatsoever. You'll have a guy who's 5'8" like me sparring a guy who's 6'3", and you're telling both of them to box behind a jab on the outside. You don't take into consideration like how the fighter is built basically. Like, I'm never gonna fancy Dan around the ring like Muhammad Ali. That's never gonna happen. But I could fight like Joe Frazier or Rocky Marciano, for example. But that kind of style, the kind of aspect of boxing, like how styles match up. Most coaches, most amateur boxers don't even consider it. It's like they don't even think about it. It's frustrating, man. It really is. Yeah, how's it going, Bruce? Good to see you. Been a while, man. God bless you. One amateur coach used to complain about petrol money, taking fighters to shows, left him high and off, mate. Again, that's just so petty. It's not as if he's driving like from one city to another like regularly. No, he's probably driving like half an hour at most to go to another club show. It's not that big a deal. And why is he complaining about it if he's a coach anyway? If you're running a club show, or you're or running a gym and taking them to club shows, it should be a passion project. It should be something you're genuinely passionate about. But I find that most amateur boxing coaches in this country are not passionate about it. They don't care about it at all. That's what I've seen, or what I've experienced. You're in it for the wrong reasons if you're complaining about money. Barrios is not very good, but Pacquiao seems way too old to still perform even close to world level. Well, I was talking about this earlier. Look, Barrios is he's the perfect style of fighter for Pacquiao to beat, because Pacquiao's beaten guys like that numerous times. The concern I have is, can Pacquiao go 12 rounds? Can he still go 12 rounds at 46 years old and how long he's been out of the ring? I'm not sure. I don't know. If he can, he wins the fight. If he doesn't, it's going to be a hard night's work for him. Get David A to smash his jaw. Yeah, he can smash Don Charles's jaw again. We can go after him. You should do a Kovalev career review. I've thought about it, especially since he just retired recently, or had what was billed as his last fight. So if that was his last fight, that makes sense. He did, yeah. David Hay smacked Don Charles up and humiliated him, truth be told. Chigaev was a decent fighter, was battering a juiced up Lucas Brown when he was a diseased fat old man. Yeah. Chigaev had like hepatitis. He was badly overweight, and he still was completely schooling Lucas Brown before he got gassed and taken out. I think Chigaev was a great technical fighter. Like, he wasn't a great athlete, but he's one of the best technicians in heavyweight boxing in recent history. Yeah, Mickey at the start of Rocky 1 resembles the attitude of amateur boxing coaches. Yeah, he does. Like, very, very stubborn, very, very ignorant. But treats everybody like differently. Doesn't treat all his fighters the same. I see what you're saying. That's absolutely true. And Rocky kind of lacked motivation because of it. And he even took away his locker and everything. Like, that was quite sad. But yeah, I get Rocky was kind of a layabout and all that, and kind of disappointing. But yeah, Mickey's attitude towards it wasn't very good. But then when Rocky gets the title shot, you notice all of a sudden Mickey was interested and wanted to train him all of a sudden when he didn't before. 3 fights in the same weekend last week broke the top 5 for fewest punches thrown. 6 of the top 7 fights are in the last 18 months. Cowardly error. Yeah, where guys are just running around and tapping each other and refusing to get involved. That's unfortunately what's been promoted from the Mayweather era, So it is what it is. Just got to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, where was I? Thoughts on game boxing. What's game boxing? What do you mean? Not sure what that is. Sorry. Don't know how behind I am, but no woman is worth leaving your friend all drunken up for. No need to go do dumb things like that just to get your dick wet. Yeah, but again, that's why I made sure that, like, I made the guy promise me he gets home safe, because I didn't want him just going off with some girl and abandoning his mate, and thank God he didn't. So I'm quite happy with that. Because I could have just kicked him out and that would have been it, but that wouldn't have felt right to me. That happened to my work friend in his last fight. Completely abandoned and criticized him. And my other mate, he switched gyms. Now 3 of us are all with a different coach, a lot better as well. Yeah, hopefully the new coach you're with is better and actually takes an interest in coaching you. Because if you get completely abandoned and overly criticized, it's just like they're trying to discourage you. They're trying to get you out. That's what it feels like. Do you know this will sound quite funny. It kind of reminds me of, in the movie, because we're talking about movies, right? Well, we're talking about Rocky. The movie Kung Fu Panda, where he joins the dojo and all that. And basically the coach treats him like a joke. He calls him a fat ass and like tells him he's terrible. And he tries to get rid of him, right? He shows him no support whatsoever. He tells this is actually really, really relevant for some reason. Like, I'm just noticing this now. He tells the other martial artists to beat the absolute piss out of this guy. Just go in there and set about him. So they do it, right? They beat his ass. They completely and utterly humiliate him. And they're trying to get rid of him. They're trying to get him out the gym. And he doesn't develop at all as a result of it. But then later in the movie, when he decides to take an interest, and he decides to actually start spending time with him and coaching him and finding out what works for him, he ends up turning into a badass. He turns into the Dragon Warrior and starts kicking ass and all that. That's kind of what it's like. It's a similar situation of that movie, like in boxing gyms. If you get a guy who's a little bit different, maybe not as naturally talented, and the coaches just don't want to know, it's like they just want them out. They want rid of them. That's kind of what it's like. And again, like someone mentioned earlier, it's like Mickey in the first Rocky movie. He wanted him out, and he wasn't interested with him. That's what it was. That's what it's like. It's weird how movies kind of imitate life. You wonder where these stories come from. It's actually quite interesting. Do you know? I think Marciano had a very, very good style to beat Ali, because Ali could not deal with pressure, like Joe Frazier's pressure, and Joe Frazier was nowhere near as strong or as powerful as Marciano, in my opinion. Nowhere near as fit or as tough. And he was a lot more basic too. There wasn't as much subtleties with Frazier. He would just bob and weave and throw the left hook. Marciano would bob and weave and would come up top with hooks and uppercuts. He'd work your body. It would like switch up to the head, everything. Like Marciano was a lot more complex. Although he wasn't as big as Frazier, it was a lot more complex. And I think he might have been able to break Ali and stop him. Like, I thought about doing a career review for Marciano, because Marciano, I've actually been watching him a lot lately. And, because I'm trying to like change my own approach to boxing, be more violent, be more aggressive. Marciano's fighting style is one that I think would suit me potentially. I boxed for years. I was turned away from 2 amateur clubs in London in my mid-20s. I was actually turned away because I'm white. Wow, that's shocking, man. You're probably going to have a few white collar bouts, unfortunately. Yeah. It seems to me like that might be the only option. I don't think they'll get me on a club show. I don't think any boxing gym in this country would have the patience to put me on a club show and would actually give me the coaching I need. I think white collar is probably my best option, probably. So I guess that's what I'll have to do, The coach was Jewish, used to train with Mickey Duff. Oh, did he now? Interesting. I wonder who he was. Yeah, who was the coach? Like was he well known? Like, was he a fighter? Was he promoted by Mickey Duff? Like, I know Mickey Duff was a promoter, wasn't he? Imagine if Tyson Fury had the discipline that Rocky Marciano had, a true ATG there. Oh yeah, like if Tyson Fury had that kind of discipline and worked that hard, could you imagine how unstoppable he would have been? Like, that's probably greatest of all time heavyweight if he had that. It depends on only on conditioning reflexes, especially decline with age. Barrios might just be too quick for him. Yeah. But like Pacquiao is still very quick for a 46-year-old. He's still very quick. Like we saw that in his last exhibition. So I I think that what was I going to say? I think Pacquiao could employ a similar sort of tactic that he used against Margarito and against De La Hoya. Obviously, not to the same degree because he's a lot older and slower now. But I still think he has the speed and the quickness to just get in and outbox Barrios. But I don't know, man. Like I don't know if he can do it for 12 rounds. Like I could see Pacquiao schooling Barrios for the first half, then getting tired and kind of walk down late. I don't know, man. It'll be interesting. Nah, he was a shit trainer. Only went there as I was banned 1 year. Only 2 London clubs would let me join at the time. All right. That's a shame. Kovalev will be haunted for agreeing to fight Ward in America. Yeah. But it's his own fault, in my opinion. It's his own fault. He shouldn't have done it. He should have demanded the fight be in Russia. Then it would have been a win for him, you know, because it would have been fairly officiated, you know. I remember getting selected to box for London. Suddenly, coach was cool with me. I left that gym as well. Yeah. He's cool with you once you've already got an opportunity, which is what he should have got for you as a coach, because that's part of the responsibilities of a coach. You don't just train a fighter. You get them opportunities. You get them fights, and you get them the right fights. You know. But a lot of these coaches, they don't want to do the work. They want to take the credit for the work, but they don't want to actually do it, you know. That's what it is. Good thing about London, more gyms. Just leave when they annoy you. Yeah, if there's a lot of gyms there, then that'll be helpful because you've got plenty to choose from, you know. In Glasgow, there's not quite as many, you know. You think Loma will retire or not? I think, didn't he say he was retiring before the what you call it fight, the Cambosos one? Didn't he say he was retiring? Something tells me he did. I could be wrong about that. I'm sure I heard he said he was retiring then. So, virtual reality boxing. You put on a headset and box other people. Yeah, that could be a good like alternative. Just box virtual reality. Just play Fight Night in virtual reality. Or whatever happened to Kenny Anderson. Kenny Anderson fought Robin Reed for the British title, won that fight, and then he and then he ended up failing a drug test. I can't remember if he was set to fight someone after that, but he ended up failing a drug test. Then he retired after failing the drug test. He never boxed again. Yeah, unfortunately. He was a good fighter. I think he could have gone further. He was set to fight George Groves again, and Groves pulled out. But yeah, it would have been interesting to see where he went. But yeah, he was a talented amateur who was a decent pro as well. Like he had stamina issues, I think, and I think he had issues outside of the gym and all that. But yeah, he could have done better. I think he could have gone further. You know. Yeah, Poe and Master Shifu. Yeah, because when Poe joins the Jade Temple, Master Shifu doesn't like him. He calls him a fat ass and like tells him he sucks and he wants to get rid of him. And then he actually sets him up. Like he has him spar with the other kung fu masters and just tells him to set about him and beat him up and then get him out. And he puts him into training that he's not ready for and all that and makes him do all this crazy stuff that could damage his body and like tires him out. And but despite all of it, like despite all the crap Poe has to deal with, he doesn't quit. He's like a real warrior never quits and he keeps going. And then eventually shit hits the fan. Tai Lung comes back to lay waste to the Jade Valley, and it turns out all of Shifu's other prodigies, his other martial artists, all get their asses kicked. Like Tai Lung shows up and just bitch slaps the lot of them at the same time. So Shifu realizes his only chance of saving his reputation and his own arse is to train Poe. So when he does, he finally takes an interest in him. And he turns out to be like one of the greatest like kung fu masters ever because he had the right sort of nurturing, the right sort of like respect. And, you know, he takes into consideration who he is. He doesn't try to train him like he trains the other ones. He realizes he's a big fat panda. So he's going to need have him use his own attributes, use what works for him, and it works. Man, that's a good movie. That's a great movie, isn't it? It really is. Like, there was also a what do you call it? Like this arcade I went to recently. They had a Kung Fu Panda arcade game. I want to play that again. It was fun. I might actually show you guys that, like, in a video. That would be fun. That's a great movie, though. I need to watch it again. I had a Rastafarian idiot coach screaming in the corner at me. Got rid of him as well. Can't have that in the coach. Yeah. When I hate it when coaches do that. They scream at you and like trying to be motivators, and they think that they're doing something when really they're just giving you an earache and annoying you. Coaches should never scream at the fighter. Like, if you're in the corner with a fighter, you should be calm, assertive, and you need to tell the fighter what he's doing wrong, what he should be doing, what needs to be done right. Like, you need to be giving tactical advice and technical advice. That's what you should be doing in the corner. And all these coaches that are just like screaming and going off their head and all that, like trying to be like the loudest one in the room, those are not coaches. Those are just attention-seeking idiots. But unfortunately, that's most Scottish boxing coaches. That's what most of them are like, Most Marciano beat Ezzard Charles and old Joe Louis. He beats Ali. I agree. He definitely could. It's definitely a possibility. From what you've been saying, I'm thinking better off continuing to learn to box through VR, as I've been doing. Can't afford paying $200 a month a boxing gym at the time being. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a decent alternative. Like I still think it's better to get practical training in a gym, because at least you can hit the bag and occasionally spar and stuff like that. But like, I do think that's a decent little like substitute potentially. Like, if you've not got time to go to the gym or something, you could do that instead. I don't see no problem with it. Two Jew coaches, Jerry Sinclair and Brian Smart. Brian trained Audley and DeGale briefly. Oh, did he now? Interesting. I need to look them up. Brian gave DeGale his nickname Chunky. Oh, did he? His nickname Chunky. Interesting. Don't know why people say Ali beats every heavyweight. He doesn't. Look, Ali never even fought a super heavyweight in his career. He never fought anywhere, like guys who were anywhere near as big as like modern heavyweights, did he? So a guy like Tyson Fury or Usyk, like Ali would be like a one-round knockout for them, like any like elite modern heavyweight, Kenny Anderson, that's a blast from the past. Didn't Groves claim Anderson had mob links and was threatened that there were shooters in the stadium? I don't know about that. He might have, but I know that was a good fight. Like, Anderson was winning and he dropped Groves, but he came back and, yeah, Groves won by stoppage. But they were set to have a rematch and that didn't happen. Oh, did Walt's boy go to the boxing? That's good. Yeah, I never watched Kung Fu Panda 4. Like, I just kind of thought they would ruin it. But the first movie is a classic. I love that movie. It's one of my favorite movies. A lot of DreamWorks movies are underrated. They have a lot of themes that are great, especially for kids, unlike other pointless movies these days. Yeah, like again, movies like Shrek and movies like Kung Fu Panda, like those movies had a surprising amount of heart to them, and some interesting, like, relatable characters. Like a character like Shrek is like he kind of represents like your average working class, like ostracized guy who's like living on his own and is kind of an introvert and all that. He's a very relatable character, and like how his story is resolved and all that is fascinating. I like those movies. I think they're really, really good for kids. And Kung Fu Panda is another great one. It's very relatable, Yeah, the welterweight division doesn't have a lot of quality now when you consider that there's guys like what's his name? Guys like Barrios are holding titles. I mean, that's not a great look for the division. The fact that a 46-year-old Pacquiao can potentially come back and become a world champion doesn't really show that the division has a lot of quality, That's what it seems like to me. I'm waiting for the next generation of Eastern Euro boxers to arise. Seems like we were maybe in a special era with Kovalev, Triple G, Usyk, Lomachenko, Beterbiev. Yeah. I think that we've probably passed like the golden era of like elite Eastern European guys, but like you never know. Like a lot of guys might follow in their footsteps. I think that the success that guys like Kovalev and Usyk and that have had, I think, might inspire a lot of young guys in that part of the world to get into boxing. But you never know, because there's a big war going on in that part of the world, which will be like a bit of a talent drain, I assume. So yeah, we probably are past the best era of Eastern European fighters, and I have no like hope whatsoever for boxing in this country. Like Eastern Europe, that they've got a war going on, which is a problem in that regard. It'll be, like I said, a talent drain. But in this country right now, there's no one. Like I said, there's no one to nurture the talent, because boxing coaches in this country are garbage. So and it's particularly bad in Scotland. Like, it's bad in Britain overall, but it's particularly bad in Scotland. Like, I don't think there'll be like for example, guys like Josh Taylor who came along. He's like he's the exception to the rule. He's a guy who just slipped through the cracks and was like better than everybody else of his era. Like, he's one of the few guys who actually made it. And I think that's because he kind of he had one of the better amateur coaches on his way through, and he. But when he turned pro, he found himself, like, in my opinion, one of the best coaches in Britain right now, which is Shane McGuigan. So, but like that's not going to happen with most like amateur boxers from this country. So yeah, I don't think Scotland will be out of the gutter at all with boxing. I think Scottish boxing is dead right now. Scottish boxing is in the gutter. It's going nowhere. Like, British boxing in general is bad. Scottish boxing is worse than it's ever been. And it's because of the coaches, because they're all crap, because they're all useless, That's just what it is, Can't emphasize it enough. At least the welterweight division has the great Conor Benn. Yeah, Conor Benn. He's probably the best British welterweight right now. I mean, I know Josh Taylor's there, but he's on his way out, isn't he? So how much has he really got left, Marciano gets a bad rep for no reason. It's because he's white. That's why. Because he's white. That's why he gets a bad rep. Look, he was insanely crude but effective. He never ducked and beat. And the old men he beat were still world level. Exactly. Look, Joe Louis was 37, which I know that's old by the standard of his era, but he was still a world-class heavyweight who was on a winning streak. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's still a credible win. His victory over Ezzard Charles was very impressive. He wasn't the favourite to win that fight, I don't think. His knockout against Walcott was one of the most impressive knockouts I've ever seen against a very tough guy who was still world level. He cleaned up the division. He fought professionally for like 7 years, had a record of like 49-0 with like 45 knockouts or something like that. Or was it 46 knockouts? I don't know, like crazy record for the time, And he cleaned up the division. He was the best heavyweight of his era. It's just because he's white, that's why he doesn't get the credit for it, I'm not playing GTA 6. Not playing it. It's just more open world garbage. It'll be Sweet Baby Ink infested crap. I'm not playing it. I'm not interested in it. I'll just stick to retro games for now. I would favor Ortiz. I think he's just better technically of the two. I don't think Ortiz is great, but Jaron Ennis is very untested. That guy's fought nobody. So right now, I'd favor Ortiz on points in a competitive fight. Yeah, favor Ortiz. If it's at 154, that is. He wouldn't be able to make welterweight, but he could win at 154. Marciano had ties with the mafia. I don't think they fixed his fights. Just close friends behind the scenes. Yeah, I could see that. It wouldn't surprise me. I do think he had a lot of real fights though, and his knockouts look particularly real to me. I feel like a sheep. I just go along with the trend and buy GTA 6. I might wait till the price goes down and see how it looks though. Games playing reviews. I've got no interest in it whatsoever. Red Dead Redemption 2 was complete garbage, and it'll just be the exact same as that. It'll be like full of like cultural Marxist crap, and like I'm just not interested. I'm sick of open world games anyway. I've talked about that at length on my gaming channel. I've played so many open world games. I've had enough of them. I don't have any interest in them whatsoever right now. I'll play the old ones that I know are good and I know that I like, but I'm not that interested in them. most elite Eastern fighters are either staying in the amateurs or fighting in the IBAs these days. Yeah, a lot of them do, because amateur boxing is a lot more highly regarded and I think a lot more accessible in Eastern Europe than it is here, So there's not always much of an incentive for them to turn pro when you think about it. Conor Benn is so bad that he couldn't beat a washed-up drained Eubank who got KO'd by Liam Smith. Conor had every advantage and still lost. Yeah, look, Conor Benn and Eubank are both bums. They're both prospects or products of nepotism, and they're not very good. I don't rate either of them, if truth be told. GTA 6 might seem too demanding for my PC. Yeah, it might be. I usually play games on console anyway, so that won't be an issue for me. But I'm not buying a new console now. The most up-to-date consoles I have are the PS4, Xbox One. I don't have the ones that came after because I don't play new games really anymore. I play retro games. Again, I was talking about this earlier. I just completed that game, Condemned Criminal Origins from 2005. I'm gonna review that soon. I've been replaying Duke Nukem Forever, the DLC. I've been replaying the Spyro games, the originals. So I'm enjoying playing the old games. I feel at home playing retro games. I do. That's what I do. Why are they making two main characters? Just make one, no woman. Make it. Well, is one of them going to be a woman? Well, that tells you everything you need to know about that game, doesn't it? I'm not giving Rockstar my money. They're not getting a penny off me, Uzbeks are dominating the amateur scene, but have been underwhelming as pros so far. I think the reason for that is Uzbeks have more of an amateur style. They're very high volume. They're very overly aggressive at times. They're different to like the Russians and Ukrainians and all that. Like the Russians are more fundamentally sound, but the Uzbeks seem to be just like gun ho, and they go in there and throw a lot of punches. They're all extremely fit. I think that works well in the amateurs. I think those guys have more amateur styles, but when they turn pro, it doesn't translate well. So yeah, I haven't bought a new game since around 2018. Just not interested these days. Yeah, new games, they're all cultural Marxist, AI generated crap. So I'm not interested in them. I'll play my retro games. That suits me. My top 3 all-time consoles. My favorite console of all time is the PS1. It's probably not the best console. It's just my favorite because it's the one I grew up with. Second favorite will probably be the Xbox 360. My third favorite will probably be the PS2. So yeah. And then after that, probably the PS3. Those are my favorite consoles. Yeah. Yeah. Old games are objectively better than new ones. I don't care what anybody cares, I mean, I don't care what anybody says. That old games are objectively better. Some of them, anyway. Ones from my era were, anyway. Conor Benn's Australian accent long gone. Fake Essex boy now. Yeah, Didn't he used to have a Australian accent? Because that's where he grew up, isn't it? I think so. Anyway, I love the PS1. Yeah, it's my favorite console. The PS1. I'm replaying the Spyro games. Great games. The conditioning of Marciano is something that I think every up-and-coming boxer should look up to with modern-day techniques. Yeah, definitely, because Marciano did a lot of real functional fitness. Like you're saying here, he would hit the bag, and it'll be like a big, heavy bag too. And he would just stand there for an hour throwing nothing but power punches. And he would also run wearing steel toe cap boots and all that. He did a lot of crazy training. Rocky Marciano was a workhorse. Obviously, that takes its toll on the body, and it worked for him because he had a short career, fighting 7 years. And sometimes that's all you need in boxing. So yeah, I think Marciano was very smart in his approach to training because it worked for him. Oh yeah, that Cyberpunk game, that looked so terrible. That my mate had that and he gave up on it. He said it was so boring, but yeah, I'll never play it. Yeah, Rocky Marciano would train 9 months for a fight. I think Marciano just trained all the time, even when he wasn't fighting, he was still training. I don't mind AI. I think it can help. Just don't make crap. Yeah, Don't make cultural Marxist propaganda, you know. Yeah, the old stuff is the best. I bought Undisputed and swapped that between Fight Night Champion. Undisputed is more realistic, but Champion is fun. Is more fun. I've still not played that Undisputed game. I just don't like the look of it. I think it just looks boring. And I think Champion looks much faster and much more fluid. It came out in 2011, you know, which was a great year for gaming, by the way. I've thought about making a video talking specifically about 2011 and its impact on gaming. My opinion, just my personal opinion, I think that was the greatest year in gaming history. I genuinely do. Just bought a great condition DS with Cooking Mama and Nintendogs. I remember that. My missus had that. And Super Mario for £20 in flea market. In a flea market. Great value, mate. That's great. Those are all great games. Yeah, my missus, she loves the Nintendo DS. She's got one. And I think she's got both of those games. She's got Mario 64 for it, like the remake. And she's got Nintendogs, and she's got some cooking games. I don't know if she's got that one, but she has got some cooking games. I used to have a DS as well. I used to play Lego Star Wars. You remember that? Like the DS version. One modern game has £100 skin. Yeah, imagine paying £100, which is like more than the price of a full price game for a single graphical asset. Like that's modern gaming summed up. And it's normies summed up, you know. Chris Eubanks Sr. was well paid to show up at the fight attention seat. Yeah, the Eubanks just bore me. They're just a boring reality TV group of normies. You know, it's bread and circus for the normies. That's what that is. Also, I played the Undisputed game at a friend's house the other night, and I swear it's exactly the same game as Don King Prize Fighter. Yeah, I've got that as well. I'm going to review that. That game is awful. Like Don King Prize Fighter. Remember that game? That game is so bad. I remember Arthur Abraham was on that game, and it looks nothing like him. But the controls of that game and the gameplay were awful. Like 1 out of 10 boxing game, like truly awful. Yep, fighters should train all the time. Take time off when body needs recovery, not 6 months off like that slob Bacoli. Bacoli looks as if he hasn't trained in years. Like, I don't know what he was thinking going into that Ajagba fight in that state. It's like he just wasn't interested in winning, you know? They only concentrate on graphics these days, but the actual games are all terrible. You buy it, a scam for microtransactions, you only buy 75% of the game. Yeah, like EA, like they sell you part of the game, the rest of it's locked behind a paywall, you know? What came out in 2011? Remind me again. Well, in 2011, you had Skyrim, you had Batman Arkham City, War in the North, Duke Nukem Forever, Fight Night Champion. What else did you have? Alice Madness Returns, Saints Row the Third, Gears of War 3. Those are just some of the ones off the top of my head. There were so many games that year. Like 2011 had some of my favorite games of all time. Like 2011 was an amazing year. It really was. Probably my favorite year ever. I love that year. They say 1998 and 2004 are the best years for gaming. Well, they were very good. 1998, that's when Spyro came out. You had Crash Bandicoot 3. So many games that year. 2004 was pretty good as well. There was quite a few like 6th generation version games that came out that year that were pretty good. I like to see Italma flatten the so-called vegetarian slum. Hopefully MJ Akhmadaliev can give Inoue a good fight. He looks more beatable now. Akhmadaliev's a good technical boxer, and he's tough and game, so that won't be an easy fight. But I do think Inoue will probably win. Probably, like he's just too powerful and too sharp, you know, too aggressive. I think he'll win. Billy Nelson claiming Bacoli a vegetarian, no way. Size, yeah, I doubt that very much, unless he's just like stuffing his face with like crisps every day or something like and bread. I don't know. I doubt he's a vegetarian very much. Very much. Chris Eubanks Sr. looks like a Neanderthal. He does, doesn't he? He's got that big, like, weird square head, doesn't he? He's very strange looking. I disagree, Nordic. I think Usyk is an interesting character when he's talking crap or not. I don't. I find him boring. I think he's just a showman and an attention seeker. Yeah, I don't find him interesting at all. That's a stack list, all great games. Oh yeah, they are. Those are all. That's just off the top of my head. There were other games that year that were great. Those are just ones off the top of my head. Great games. All the retro servers shut down. No retro games are better and post. Yeah, like the Halo 3 server and all that. Like they shut those games down because they know people will play them instead of the new crap. So they have to get rid of them. Or they have to limit people's access to them. But thankfully, I'm more about physical media anyway. So that's more my thing, you know. You ever play Fahrenheit, Indigo Prophecy? If not, great game. I've never played Fahrenheit, but that's one of them old Sega point and click adventures, isn't it? Like an interactive movie. I've never played it though. I don't know Indigo Prophecy. I don't know what that is. It rings a bell, but I don't know what it is. But I might check it out at some point. Another thing I've been doing recently is I bought a Nokia 201 from 2011, and I've been playing Java games like Doom RPG, Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I never played any of them Java games. I don't think I had one of them. But yeah, like remember Nokia used to have their own like handheld consoles, like what was it, the N-Gage or whatever they called it. I never had it though. But yeah, I know they had some decent like ports on there that were quite fun. Oh yeah, Inoue's fight was the only one in the weekend that's worth watching. Like the rest of them were just playing patty cake, you know. That's just how boxing is now, unfortunately. Again, it's the Mayweather era incentivized running and being a coward. That's what it did. I've got that game. Yeah, I reviewed that game, Die Hard Trilogy. I reviewed it for my Christmas special a couple of years ago. Yeah, that was quite fun, that game. Yeah, William Skull ran off with 3 million. Yeah, he got 3 million to just run around and do nothing. That you know, a typical Canelo fight. All his fights are the same. They're all rigged sparring sessions. Every single one of them. That's just how they all go, you know. They should just release the source code so anyone can edit and make their own server. Is there a country that will not care if you host another game's content? Yeah, yeah. If you have the sort of technical know-how, then why not? Spec Ops. No, I've never played that, but I know what it is. Yeah, it's a PS2 game, isn't it? I've never played that, but it looks good. I'd like to check it out at some point. My friend bought an undisputed DLC pack just to use Zili Zhang for the Chinese power. Like, do they not have a character creator where you could create your own Zili Zhang? Like, I would probably just do that instead of paying for the DLC. Yeah, I very, very vehemently am against DLC now. Not saying I've not bought DLC in the past, I have, but I don't do it nowadays. I'm not interested. I want the full game for the full price, you know. If I'm paying full price anyway. Someone would actually pull that narrative if they liked Eubank Senior. I never said it insultingly. Yeah. I remember customization being an option and people make their own stuff. Yeah. They limit that in modern games to convince people to buy UFCs. I mean to buy DLCs. What do you think, Canelo Crawford? I'm going with Crawford on points. I think unanimous decision for Crawford. That's the result I'm going with. Easy work, actually. I think it'll be an easy fight. To see Inoue doing what Pacquiao did, or what Pacquiao did to Hatton, to Ball, more of a slow, punishing beating. Yeah. Yeah, because Ball is kind of similar to Hatton, but he's not quite as like overly aggressive. He's a little bit more tactful in how he goes about it, and maybe not as big a puncher. But I think Inoue can catch him on the way in at some point and make him pay for his aggression. You know, I definitely think he can. Do you see what happened with the Crew Online only game, and Ubisoft took it down the servers, rendering it unplayable? Criminal. Yeah, I remember that. And the people that paid for the game were pissed off. And it just goes to show you, you don't own these modern games. See if you buy a modern like online only game. That's the problem with online only. You don't own it. They can legally take it off you and take it off and shut down the servers and have you never play it. They can easily do that. So you've got no chance of owning a game if it's not physical. That's why I tend to stick to physical media, because physical media, they can't take it off you. You own it. You know, I've long said that. I've long said, look, you buy a game online only, it's not yours. You don't actually own it. So, you know, don't be so quick to give up your physical ownership of games, you know. You can create a fighter on Undisputed. Yeah, you can just do that then. Just do that instead of buying a DLC, you know. Medal of Honors were great on PS1 and PS2. I never played them. I never played Medal of Honor, but I've heard they were really good, like the originals. But yeah, I've never experienced them. I did play some of the old Call of Duties though back in the day, and you know, people would always like debate as to what was better. You know, days when DLC wasn't a thing, and everything was in the game. Good time. Yeah, absolutely. Like back then, when you buy a game, you own the game. When you pay full price for a game, you know you've actually got it in your hand. You've got the full experience. Nowadays, it's you buy part of the game, and then they'll release the rest of it in installments, in separate payments, which add up to more than what you paid for the game itself. That's the modern way of doing things, you know. Is what it is. Yeah, I've got Crawford beating Canelo. I said it from day one. He'll school him. Canelo's not as big as people think. He hasn't had a real fight his entire life. Crawford has. Right? Crawford's had real fights, so he's battle hardened. Crawford is more athletic of the two. Crawford doesn't plod as much. He's more effective on the inside. He's got longer reach. In my opinion, he'll school Canelo and he'll beat him on points. I think that's what will happen. The Battlefield 3 campaign. No, do you know, I never played any of the Battlefield games. Never played a single one of them. But I know those games were really, really good shooters because they had more of like a class system to Call of Duty. So they were better in a lot of ways. But I never got around to playing them personally. I can only imagine the Canelo fanboy meltdown that will happen if Crawford wins. I'll be heading straight over to BDA boxing. If that mate the BDA audience will need to be put on suicide watch if that happens, because that's that whole audience. Well, let me. I'm exaggerating. That's the majority of that audience. A bunch of Mexicans who are like, yeah, man, Canelo, man. Like that's the vast majority of that audience is just a bunch of like nationalistic Mexicans who want to jerk off to Canelo and Virgil Ortiz. So if that happens, these guys are going to be like seething, you know. You can create characters in Undisputed. It's there's hardly no trunks, gloves, or boots, and tattoos are childish. Character creator looks like a plastic surgery victim. Yeah, it looks surprisingly low budget to me, that game. Like I don't know, I just don't like the look of it, and I just can't be bothered with it. I'm definitely not buying a bloody new console just to play it, you know. What is the future for David Benavidez? Beterbiev and Bivol looking for a trilogy. Well, maybe when Beterbiev, or if Beterbiev and Bivol fight again, Benavidez can push for his mandatory shot because he's an interim champion, isn't he? So he can push for his mandatory shot against the winner. If not, then he can just wait for one of them to retire and then he'll be elevated to champion. So he's either way, he's got a guaranteed route to being light heavyweight champion, you know. So he's in a beneficial situation right now, Benavidez. He probably won't get the Canelo fight anytime soon unless he's willing to take a dive, you know. Did you watch the Ioka versus Puma Martinez rematch? No, I didn't watch it. I heard about it, but I didn't watch it. Ioka is completely shot at the end of his career, though. I'm guessing that they're going to say he was running, Canelo's too old, but those excuses will fall flat considering the circumstances. Yeah. Look, if Canelo can knock out light heavyweights like Sergey Kovalev, then the fight's easy. But people don't realize, again, I'm like a stuck record. They don't realize those weren't real fights. They were works. And if they put him in against Crawford and the establishment still has plans for Crawford, they're not going to have Crawford take a dive and throw the fight. So I think it'll be a real fight, most likely, and Crawford wins easily if it's a real fight. I think any B-level welterweight would beat Crawford. Oh, sorry, would beat Canelo in a real fight. Anyone. I'm not saying Crawford is amazing or anything. Beating Canelo is not impressive. Canelo sucks. He sucks. He's garbage. Crawford should beat him easily. If Crawford doesn't beat him easily, Crawford deserves to be criticised. It's actually a cherry pick for Crawford taking the fight, if truth be told. He should be fighting world-class guys at 154 if he wants to prove himself. How's it going, Del Boy? How you doing, man? PC gaming is where it's at these days. Other platforms don't make sense aside from retro, yeah. And because I'm a retro gamer, like I just play my old consoles, like because it's more accessible for me. But if I was to stick specifically to like modern games, I'd probably get a good quality PC because it's just more technically proficient, because modern consoles basically are just PCs. That's all they are now. They're just like fancy PCs. So yeah, I see what you mean. I hadn't gamed in over 10 years till I bought a decent PC. Back into it more now, yeah, because you've got more of an option. Like you can emulate games and everything on PC. There's a lot more you can do, But because as a retro gamer, right now I don't see the point. I just stick to my old consoles, I play NBA 2K from time to time. You pay 80 quid for the game. You have to spend extra 50 quid to upgrade your player if you want to have even a chance to compete online. Yeah, so it's pay to win, basically. If you don't pay extra money, you're just going to get your ass handed to you. That's what it is, That's what it is. I reckon Johnny Fisher will be given a manufactured world title shot in around 2 years. He sells tickets and self-promotion is working. But it would have to be like a winnable fight. And is there anybody at heavyweight he could actually compete with who's good enough to hold a world title? I'm not so sure. So I'd be very surprised if Johnny Fisher won a world title. Like, could they even fake that? Could they even like swindle a situation there? I don't know, man. Francois Botha versus Razor Ruddock. I'd probably go with Botha on points. Razor Ruddock was overrated in my opinion. He never beat anybody. He only ever beat like journeyman. And the two guys he fought, Tyson and Morrison, basically knocked him out, didn't they? So yeah, I think Botha was a little bit more refined. He'd probably win on points. I believe I heard in an interview from Triple G a couple of months ago, he said he never actually retired. Maybe he'll pull a Pacquiao in the next few months and years. Maybe. I'm not interested because he took a dive against Canelo. So his career is dead to me. His career is not an interest of mine right now. So yeah, not interested in Triple G. He should stay retired. Hopefully he goes broke. He deserves it for that scam. How about the Borderlands games? No, I don't like the look of them games. I don't like the look at them. They've got like those, I don't know, something about like the humor of those games, the writing. I don't think it would suit me. Not sure why. I think you'd like Borderlands 1. Maybe I'll check it out at some point. I mean, I could get that game for relatively cheap, so I might check it out. But from what I've seen of it, it doesn't look like the kind of thing that would appeal to me. It just doesn't. Need to stop awarding cowardness in the sport. The running we see this era is what I call the Mayweather effect: less damage and take the money. I guess. I mean, that's what I said. The Mayweather era incentivized running, and it incentivized not competing and not taking risks. That's just what happened. It's unfortunate, but it's just how things are. Hopefully, boxing changes, the culture changes, and it becomes more like it used to be, old school. I think that would be a lot better, Top 5 boxers right now. I get questions like this a lot, and my mind changes, but the guys that are up there right now are Usyk, Inoue, Beterbiev. I know Bivol beat Beterbiev in his last fight, but I thought Beterbiev won. So yeah, Usyk, Inoue, Beterbiev. Put Bivol up there, I guess, because he got the win. And aside from that, I don't know, man. I don't know who comes after that. Maybe Loma if he's still active, like technically. I don't know. We'll go with them. Although with Mayweather, we knew he was a fighter who had to adopt them due to brittle hands and with his judges and cherry picking along the way. All Mayweather's fights were fixed. They were all works, every single one of them, in my opinion. No, Fisher won't win a world title. He'll get a shot. Well, maybe he'll get a shot like at Dubois or so. Like, so say if Dubois holds on to his title, if he gets that win over Usyk, maybe they'll throw Johnny Fisher in with him for an easy title defense against someone well known in the UK. I could see that happening, especially if he beats Dave Allen in the rematch. Like, they could definitely do that. I watched Mayweather versus De La Hoya the other day and realized how overrated his defense. Mayweather's defense was garbage. He got outboxed by what's his name, Carlos Baldemir. He outboxed May. He won that fight clearly. Like Zab Judah beat him. Castillo beat him. Miguel Cotto beat him. Pacquiao beat him easily. It wasn't even close. De La Hoya beat him clearly. Wasn't even close. Mayweather lost loads of fights. Robert Guerrero beat him. Count the punches. Robert Guerrero won that fight clearly. Maidana beat him twice clearly. It's just all Mayweather's fights were just predetermined results. Didn't matter what happened in the ring, and all of those guys that I just mentioned held back on him. Like, they could have all stopped him. Like, the guy had no defense whatsoever. Complete garbage. No footwork, no power. He's just an industry plant, just like Canelo. He was the exact same level as Canelo, to be honest. The best Johnny Fisher could do is have a Matt Skelton-like career, win some, lose some, win a British title, sneak a title shot and lose. Yeah, that's his level. A Matt Skelton type level. That's Johnny Fisher's level. Look, if you're getting dropped and going the distance with Dave Allen, you're not world class, and you're never going to be world class. And I'm sure he's not under any illusions that he's ever going to be world class. I'm sure he knows his level because he has to, you know. Let's be honest, Johnny Fisher gets hates due to his father and the supposed robbery. He seemed like a good dude. He should stop Allen this time, win on points. Yeah, I don't think it was a robbery. I thought he won against Allen, but he definitely got exposed. There's no doubt about it. But like, again, if you're getting dropped and going the distance with Allen, you're not world class. I don't think anyone thinks he's world class, or I don't think him or any of the people working with him think he's world class. He just, a big guy, tough guy, can punch, got a lot of heart. He's got a right attitude towards sport. He goes in there and comes to win, and he's entertaining. People enjoy that. I've got nothing against the guy, but let's call it what it is. He's not world class. But he's an entertaining fighter, Johnny Fisher's dad, only mid-50s. He's ready to go, yeah. Mate, but that guy obviously has an eating disorder. Obviously. Like, that guy, like, Johnny Fisher's dad is so badly overweight. Like, it's not even funny. I don't find it funny. People find the guy funny. They find it like he's just a big fat guy. It's a joke. But I don't find that funny. That guy clearly has an eating disorder. And he needs to... He's like my 600-pound life contestant. That's what he's like. One of these guys who just eats all day and can't stop. Sad. I feel sorry for the guy. I really do. Who wins Nordic? Felix Trinidad versus Crawford. I give Felix Trinidad a very good puncher's chance because he had a great left hook. If he landed it, he could knock Crawford out. But I think Crawford might be able to walk him down and stop him, or just crowd him on the inside and win on points. It would be interesting. Very interesting fight. I think the chances are, though, Crawford would get caught on the way in by that left hook at some point. And it just depends, does he have the chin to take it and recover? Can he recover from it? I'm not so sure. I'll go with Trinidad, actually. Because I think he would land that punch at some point, I still think Janibek has a chance to be top 5. He's not fighting anyone at the moment. Yeah, Janibek is so inactive and he's not fought anybody of note, but he definitely has the talent to be one of the best fighters in the sport. He just isn't developing as far as I'm concerned, and he hasn't proven himself. De La Hoya was a real fighter, good power with speed, skill, great stamina, good toughness. He's just weird. Yeah, he's just a bit of a creep, isn't he? Like, he could fight, but he's a bit of a creep, I like to see Janibek fight more. I think he can beat a lot of guys, especially those bums at 168. Yeah, I think he's a little bit big for middleweight, so I would like to see him move up. I'd like to see him fight Chris Eubank Jr. just to see him get rid of that guy, get him out of the sport. I think that would make sense. That would be a big name on his record too. Yeah, God bless you, guy. How you doing? Yeah, Skull would have beaten Canelo if it was real. If look, anybody Canelo has fought in the past 15 years would have beaten him if it was real. Any one of them, except maybe Khan and maybe James Kirkland. Aside from that, they would have all beaten him if it was real. Yeah, Pacquiao's one of my favorites ever too. Oh yeah, Hamza Shiraz is getting a title shot, isn't he? Even though he got that gift draw against Adames. Shouldn't there be a rematch there? Like, those guys should be rematching, I think. I shouldn't be drinking that right before going to the gym. But you know what? I don't care. I don't care. That's how hard I am, innit? I'm kidding. Ali admitted he called it dancing because his trainers thought running sounded too cowardly. Yeah, so he called it dancing. But to be fair, Ali did take a lot of risks in fights. Like I know he moved around on the back foot, but he did take a lot of risks. He did. I see a lot of guys in comments saying Loma's trash because he had 3 losses. Oh, mate, look, you're dealing with normies. Don't try to apply logic where there is none. You can't win an argument with an idiot. Look, if you fight world-class opponents, literal world-class championship-level opponents, your entire professional career, it's 3 losses is nothing. Like most fighters, if they tried that out, the amateurs would have. If let's say you had 15 fights, every single one of them is a world-class championship-level opponent. Most fighters out the amateurs would lose all 15 fights. So the fact that Loma has only had 3 losses really says a lot, doesn't it, about how great a fighter he was, Andy Ruiz has opened a pizza place, has he now? Interesting. I mean, that's not a good sign though for Andy, is it? Because I think he could be doing without the pizza. But yeah, I know I'm one to talk, but yeah, like, he's opened a pizza place. He might eat himself out of business. I don't know, man. He'll need to be careful there with his profits. But yeah, that's quite interesting. Gatti was tough but limited. Wasn't an ATG. Guys he beat were usually high-level journeymen. Yeah, Gatti wasn't that good. Gatti was like a C- level fighter, in my opinion. High-level journeyman. I would love to have the type of and heart that Gatti had. Sadly, he died the way he did. Yeah, Gatti had a lot of heart. He was a warrior. Wasn't a great fighter. Wasn't world class by any standard, but he was a great warrior. Had a lot of heart. No doubt about it. Can Errol Spence make a comeback? I'm not sure. I think Errol Spence is brain damaged. I don't think he'll ever be the same. I honestly don't, Trinidad hit like a truck, had higher KO percentage than all the middle and super middleweight greats, Hearns, Leonard, Pac, Oscar, Floyd. Yeah. Trinidad's left hook was incredible. He had one of the best left hooks you'll ever see in the sport. Great left hook. But he had his vulnerabilities too. Technically, he wasn't great. Didn't have a great chin. Yeah, he was chinny himself, but that left hook was his equalizer. And that would be very dangerous for Crawford, Conor Ben gone in at number 4 with the IBF at 154. Not a chance. Yeah. More Italiev would put him into retirement. I don't like it. Iron Brew 1901 is not very nice. It's not very nice. I prefer the previous recipe, the one that they got rid of. That one was way better. Sadly, they don't sell that anymore. So that's what it is. Yeah, Rory's opening a pizza place. Too perfect. Yeah, and just imagining him like eating his own supply. Like, could you imagine that? So I take it he's retired then. It's like, if he's running a pizza place, I don't know, he might not be running it. He might have just opened it in his name. But I take it he's not fighting if that's his business venture. Because he's just, I don't think he's motivated. I don't think he's interested, The boxing schedule looks pretty dead until Usyk versus Dubois. I was looking forward to Miller versus Wardley, but even that's off. Yeah, a lot of people were looking forward to that. I thought it was a mismatch. I thought Wardley was going to smash Miller, personally. Didn't think it was even competitive. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he tests positive again, you know. You got into a fight or just sparring? Well, let me be. I was talking about it earlier. If you want to reverse it, I went into a lot of detail about it, what happened. If you want to rewind the stream and find it, but technically it was sparring. I wouldn't call it sparring. Like what happened to me in the ring there last, like I wouldn't call that sparring. I would call it like a mugging is what I would call it. I would call it a setup, you know. So yeah, I'm not gonna go into detail about it again. Just rewind the stream and find it. I was talking about it at some point during the stream, unless someone wants to tell him. I reckon Ben would have put it on Haney and potentially stop him. Hope it happens in the UK too. I don't know. Haney would just run all night and Ben would just chase him and land nothing. He'd land nothing on him, in my opinion. Only time I'd buy Iron Brew 1901 is when it's in the co-op clearance section, yeah. And when you can't get the other type. That's the only time I'd get it, you know. Not a fan of Ben. I strongly dislike Haney and his awful style. Yeah, Haney's boring. He would just run away all night. And like I said, Ben would chase him. And, yeah, Haney would probably get the decision. That's probably what would happen there, you know. Shakur versus Zepeda. I don't know, man. Like, Zepeda's a better fighter than Shakur. But all of Shakur's fights are fixed, all of them. So Zepeda will probably just show up and do nothing and just spar with him. That's probably what will happen. Probably another like Oscar Valdez situation where the guy just does nothing. That's probably what will happen, you know. Not gonna lie, I don't care for Usyk Dubois too. Crawford, Canelo, or the Pac-Man comeback. Not much on the schedule. I'm excited for. Yeah, I'm somewhat interested in the Pacquiao one, just out of curiosity. Just to see how it goes. You know, it's just because I don't know whether Pacquiao can go 12 rounds. That's the issue. Like, I know he can beat Barrios. I know that. Barrios is a perfect opponent for him. But can Pacquiao go 12 rounds at 46, having been out of the ring so long? I don't know. That's why I'd probably watch it out of curiosity. Usyk Dubois 2 is just a pathetic fight that shouldn't be happening. It's a complete like scam. And yeah, I've got no interest in it. Crawford Canelo, I think, is a mismatch. I think Crawford is cherry picking one of the biggest bums in boxing when he should be fighting, you know, some of the dangerous guys at 154. You know, it's just a cynical cash grab. That's all it is, and I'm fairly confident Crawford wins easily. So yeah, that's how I view it. None of them are particularly like interesting to me, except the Pacquiao fight. I'm just curious about. I'm curious to see how he looks if it happens. I'm curious to see if he can still go 12 rounds. That's all it is. It's like seeing Pacquiao hit the heavy bag for 12 rounds. That's what it's like. You know, I want to know if he can do it. Jarrell Miller is a complete bomb. Wardley would have finished him inside 9 rounds. Jarrell Miller is just a big guy who's just a punching bag. That's all he is. Like he literally wins fights just by being big and heavy. If he gets a guy who's bigger than him or is his size who can punch, he's got absolutely nothing. He's useless. I don't rate him one bit. Is Barrios a championship level fighter? Well, no, but he has a belt because welterweight is such a weak division right now that even a guy like him can pick up a belt. And that's why the idea of Pacquiao coming back and winning a title is mortifying for the welterweight division. It shows how poor the quality is because no 46-year-old former legend who's like shot and retired should be able to come back and just beat one of the champions and win the title. That's not how it typically goes in boxing, is it? You know, that's an indication of how poor the division is. Pac wins. Hope he retires again. Yeah, you never know. Maybe Manny's just addicted to fighting. He just likes fighting, and he just won't ever retire. One of these guys who will make the sport retire him, kind of like Roy Jones did, instead of retire on his own terms. You know. I'm hoping Zepeda isn't compromised. I'm hoping that too. If he's not compromised, he'll win that fight. But he probably is. He probably is compromised. It's Shakur doesn't fight real fights. All his opponents just play patty cake with him, and his fights are just all works as far as I'm concerned, just like Canelo. So I've got no interest in that fight. I don't trust Zepeda. If the fight happens and Zepeda proves me wrong and he wins, then I'll watch it. But I'm not watching it aside from that, you know. I'm fascinated by the Zepeda fight if he turns up and fight. Yeah, if Zepeda turns up and fights, he will absolutely embarrass that feather-fisted bum. But I don't think he'll show up to fight. I think he'll just show up to, you know, play pat a cake and do bugger all, basically. That's what I think he'll do, you know. If Pac wins, they'll feed him to Ennis. Do you know what? Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if Pacquiao fought Jerome Ennis. I mean, he was willing to fight Errol Spence a few years ago, wasn't he? So Pacquiao's crazy enough to do it. That guy's a nutcase. He is, like, he's just not right in the head. Pacquiao is insane. Like, that he'll take that fight. Caballero is the hardest challenge for Usyk. Don't think he would win though. Well, Caballero, like I said earlier in the stream, Caballero's been on a tear lately. He's on a really good winning streak. You know, that win over Zhang, very impressive. Beat him in better fashion than anyone else. You know, he had that impressive win over Makhmudov. You know, he's going in there against big guys, big punchers, taking the fight to them and stopping them. So he's proven himself, and he's right in the place he needs to be to get a title shot. So I think he's one of the guys who definitely deserves the shot. He deserves it a lot more than Dubois does, because he already had the shot and he failed. So, and you know, Dubois bottled it when he was supposed to fight Parker. So why is he not being forced to reschedule the Parker fight? That's what I don't get. Why is he able to just skip Parker and fight Usyk when he already had the Usyk fight before? He didn't deserve it then, and he got his ass kicked. So I don't think Dubois should be getting that fight. It should be either Parker or Caballero. They're the, like, Caballero and Parker are the two, like, most deserving heavyweight contenders right now, in my opinion. Oh yeah, weight training is definitely the best fat burner. Like weight training completely changes your body composition. It does, and it forces your body to use its fat stores for energy and for recovery. And of course you develop new tissue. And if you've got a lot of, like, body fat already, your body is comfortable developing tissue. So you're able to change your composition entirely. You know, your gut muscle gets so much more refined, your shoulders, everything. Like weight training is so good for just general health and fitness. I've noticed that over the past, like, 5 months or so. Like my body changed completely from doing, like, barbell training, you know. And a lot of people don't realize the health benefits of it. Also, it's good for your, like, blood sugar levels, because muscle is a great insulin absorber. So and it's just great for your health in general. Like, being stronger is just better than not being stronger, obviously, you know. I'd rather see Manny have semi-exhibition fights against guys like Cotto Marquez. Well, that would make more sense, because that way he can make a lot of money and not have to put himself at risk or his record at risk, you know. That would make more sense to me. I mean, that's the era of boxing that we're in now. That's how things are generally done now, you know. So it would make a lot more sense to me if he did that, you know. Manny Pacquiao versus Roberto Duran, which I think Pacquiao beats both of them on points. I think they're the right style, you know. Come forward, Mexican brawlers, you know. Well, I just think he would move around them laterally and outbox them from long range, kind of like he did to Brandon Rios. It'll be a harder fight than Brandon Rios, don't get me wrong. I still think he'd win. Barrios did beat Ugas, who made Pacquiao eat through a struggle. I thought Pacquiao beat Ugas anyway. And let's not forget, Barrios fought him after the Spence fight where he took a pasting, so it wasn't the same Ugas that Pacquiao fought. Wasn't the same guy. I mean, Pacquiao messed up Ugas's face as well. Look at how he looked after that fight. You know, he was so that doesn't. I don't think too much of that. You know, I think that was more of a circumstantial win for Barrios. You know, what was Kelbrook doing mating with Ebony Bridge? Was that true? Was that true, or was that like a joke? I don't know. Kell Brook has never been the smartest. He was never disciplined and performed brave but stupid decisions throughout his career. Yeah, Kell Brook was poorly managed, like really, really poorly managed. Like Matchroom did a terrible job promoting and managing him, in my opinion. They really did. Genuinely baffles me how guys like Haney and Shakur try to act tough, build up fights, then just go on their bike for tour. Yeah, so I'm going to smash you. I'm from the streets. I'm a gangster. And then they get in the ring and they just run. And it's all tactics. And it's like they barely throw a power punch the whole fight, you know? I just think it's just them trying to sell the fight by being very disingenuous, you know? Hopefully Caballel becomes champion and Moses Italma has to go to Germany for the title shot. Can't wait for the narrative. Italma has to knock him out to get a draw. You know what? I'd have a lot of fun with that one. I would. I'll tell you that. But it's funny because you never hear, you know, when a European fighter goes over to Britain, you never hear, oh, how is he going to get the decision here in Britain? You have to knock him out to get a draw here in Britain. You never hear that, do you? You always hear it in Germany, though. Even though in Germany, the judges aren't even German. The judges will be like from like France, Italy, Puerto Rico, Spain, America, Britain sometimes, Belgium, I don't know, like the Congo. You've got bloody judges from all over the place in Germany because it's always international. But they still say, can't get a decision in Germany, you know? Do you believe Nordic that Margarito did load his gloves through? No, I don't believe that. I think it was nonsense. I think it was Nazim Richardson creating a false narrative, and that's why it was thrown out of court. That story made no sense, you know. One exercise that's completely changed me is intense shadow boxing. It makes me feel stronger. Also, I notice better muscle tone and has good cardio effects. Yeah, see, I don't particularly. I do a lot of shadow boxing, obviously, because I box, but I don't particularly like it. I feel like it's just like I prefer when there's some resistance. I prefer hitting the bag. I think it's just a better workout, you know. But yeah, I know what you mean. It is good. It is good for cardio for sure. Gets your bone density up also. Yeah, it does. Yeah, because the micro fractures kind of fuse together, and yeah, it makes your bone so much stronger, and it makes you less injury prone. And that's a good thing about it is when you do like a structured strength program, you know, when you apply stress recovery adaptation, and you do the program properly, it makes you much less likely to injure yourself. Like if you get into an accident or a fight or whatever, like you're less likely to end up with joint problems or like fractures and stuff. It's so much better for your bones. It's true. Because that's part of the process of getting stronger. It's not just your muscles that get stronger, it's your bones as well. You know, bones are of course like what powers the muscle, you know, they're the structure beneath it. Still think Porter beat Brook to this day. That was a very close fight. That could have gone either way. Very close fight. Brook did a lot of clinching too, which he shouldn't have got away with. Like I think he landed more shots and better shots, but he should have probably had points deducted for all the clinching he did in that fight. It was very, very unusual that he got away with that in America, is what I will say. You know, I wanted Italma to succeed, but he's getting overhyped. Like with Ordinary Harrison and David Odd as Nails Pricey. I was talking about this earlier in the stream. Someone brought up Italma, how Gareth A. Davis was trying to hype him up. And I'm talking about he's getting way too much hype too early. He shouldn't be getting anywhere near this kind of hype at this stage of his career because he's done nothing. He's done nothing worth talking about. So I don't get where the hype is coming from. Like let the guy, let the kid develop. Let him build up a legacy. Let him learn his craft. Let him beat at least like a flipping Robert Hellenius type opponent. Let him at least beat like a Gerald Washington level opponent. Let him fight guys who are like developmental opponents, and we'll see how good he is when he steps up. Let's not talk about him fighting Tyson Fury and Usyk right now. Like he's nowhere near ready for that. And that's the problem in this country. You get so much hype so quickly, and when it comes time to step up, these guys end up like bottling it because they're not ready a lot of the time, you know. So give the guy a break. Let him develop, you know. A bit random, but do you like gammon? Had it this morning. Beautiful. I love gammon. I like a nice gammon joint. Beautiful, man. I love it. Kakache at 36 is suddenly destroying everyone. Makes you think, yeah, he could be on the roids. But I don't know. Kakache is he's probably just a late bloomer in boxing. You know, one of these guys who's kind of developed slowly throughout the years and hasn't taken much punishment, and has gotten to the point where his skills have come together, and he's taken the sport more seriously than ever, and he's having his best results and his best performances. You know. That's what I'd say, and I think he's looked very good his last few fights, and he's beaten 3 like world class opponents now in his career that a lot of people didn't think he was going to beat. So I thought he would win. I picked him to beat Warrington and Wood, so I wasn't surprised. But yeah, I think he's done very well, and I would like to see him step up again. I genuinely would. One of the best fighters in the country right now. Gammon, egg, and chips is a top tier. Oh man, I love gammon, egg, and chips. I love it. I love, like, you know, when you get a nice runny egg and you dip the chips into it, beautiful. And then like dip the gammon into it as well. That's great, beautiful. Yeah, don't get me started, isn't it? Nice. Joe Joyce is the new Chisora. Yeah, Chisora passed the torch to Joe Joyce, and he became the new Chisora. He became the like punch drunk, like meme heavyweight. Don't know what happened to Joyce. I think Joyce. I don't know. I think Joyce just completely and utterly lost the plot, and just forgot how to box. It's bizarre. It's extraordinary, because he went from being a top 5 heavyweight to being a literal bum from one fight to the next. Just a punching bag, you know. Frank Warren, Italma will knock out Usyk. Also Frank Warren. We're gonna get him in with the heavyweight journeyman who was knocked out in 2 by Gassiev. Tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it? About like how genuine this hype is that they keep giving us, you know? Yeah. They know he's not there, which is why they're not having him fight anybody. They're talking about him beating the best guys in the division, and he's not fighting anybody to prove it, you know? Recently, I've been having fresh honeycomb, costs a bit more money, but a real game changer. Nice. I like honey. I like honey in tea. It's beautiful. Ebony Bridges looks like a man in a dress. No wonder Kelly likes the bloke. Yeah. Well, I've heard some stories in that regard about Kell Brook. You know, some quite disturbing tales, I must say. Disturbing stories. Kakache versus Nunes is the fight. Nunes pummeled Rakimov. I think Nunes would be too relentless. Did you know that's a hard fight, actually? That's a hard fight. But I want to see it. Kakache's on a roll right now. He's had some great wins recently, so stick him in with that guy. Why not? That's the logical next step, and it's a title shot, so why not? You know, why not? I'd totally love to see it. You notice Joyce aged randomly 10 years in 1 year. Yeah, he did. Yeah. From like the Parker fight to the Zhang fight, he just became an old man, didn't he? And he's got no reflexes anymore. He can't take a punch. He can't give a punch. He's forgotten how to punch. Against Chisora, he's punching like that. That's how Joyce is punching now. You know, best promoter in boxing. I don't know, man. I don't like any promoter, but like, who's the most successful promoter in boxing? Probably Bob Arum. Probably. As much as it pains me to say it, probably Bob Arum. Joyce look. Yeah, I already read that, didn't I? It's a shame Mauricio Lara is out of action. A version of him that knocked out Warrington would give Kakache a war. That would be a good opponent for Kakache, just because of the history of him fighting Warrington and Wood. You know, he would be a guy that they could really sell as an opponent. Yeah, and I think at super featherweight that'd be a great matchup for him. But the Sugar Nunes fight is the logical next step. You know. Shout out to Triple B. How's it going, man? God bless you. Caballel is 100% German, according to Otto Wallen. Of course she's German. He was born in Germany, okay, guys? Yeah. We all bleed the shame. Kelly Maloney, the best promoter. Yeah. We all bleed the shame. He's not on PEDs. I've lost a lot of respect for Tyson Fury. He bans the cross from Usyk's corner despite his love for his religion, but refuses to be fair and shave that beard. He's been shown up. Fury's been shown up like long ago, mate. He's humiliated himself time and time again. He's a liar. He's a hypocrite, and I've long lost respect for him. I long have, you know. If you put banana milk and honey into a blender, it tastes delicious, nicer than any processed banana milkshake. Yeah, I might try that one day. That'll be all right. Just going to the toilet. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, where was I? Let's have a look. Where were we? Caballero's dad had a kebab shop in Germany. He sounds German. Hashtag remove kebab. The base one has returned. Yep. Shout out to Triple B. Nunes was his Mando and he dropped the title. Yeah. I think it was because he wanted to fight Lee Wood. I think that was why. That was why he gave up the title, wasn't it? I think that was the case anyway. Feels like they did something to Lara against Wood. He hasn't recovered yet. Well, I know for a fact they set him up in that fight and drained him. And in the fight he had nothing. He had no stamina. I was at that fight, and he like passed out at the weigh-in and everything. He couldn't even stand. And apparently the British Boxing Board messed him up and set him up for it. So he's probably just never been the same. That kind of thing does irreparable damage to the body. You know, eating disorders and being drained. It's not good. It does, like I said, irreparable damage to the body, you know. What would you do if Otto Wallin was standing right in front of you? Well, if he was standing right in front of me, that means he'd be in my house. So I'd tell him to get out of my house, like, immediately. That's what I would do. Yeah, that Lara Wood rematch was bizarre. It was indeed. Yeah, how's it going, man? But yeah, if Otto Wallin was in my house now, I'd be like, get out. What are you doing in here? You're trespassing. Yeah, thoughts on Ben Eubank fight. Yeah, but I've been wondering what Triple B's thoughts on that were. I'm wondering about it. Mexican boxers are undisciplined when it comes to staying in shape. Yeah, a lot of them are. I know that it's like common practice for Mexicans to apparently starve themselves on the week of the weigh-in, and I think that was an issue for that particular fight. Like, Lara was like not eating that week; he was starving himself, and then like there was the British Boxing Board of Control did something like they messed with his preparation or something, and he ended up in really bad like shape at the weigh-in, you know. Eubank Ben wasn't that great. Technically, Ben is off. Do you know what? I didn't even watch it. I'm honest with you guys, I didn't even watch it. I had no interest. I didn't even watch the highlights. I had no interest whatsoever in Eubank or Ben. Products of nepotism, they're both bums. I'm not interested, you know. Yeah, they need clenbuterol. Don't you mean Mexican meat? Don't you mean Mexican beef? Or 30 eggs? I wouldn't have matched Josh Taylor with that fella next. Forget the man's name. He's wrong for that. Yeah, Echo Esserman. I know Echo is a very good athlete. Like, that guy's always in shape. He's very fit. and he's coming to win, and he's going to put it all on the line. That's going to be a hard fight. And yeah, I'm going to that fight. I mentioned earlier, my mate is coming up from down south, and we're going to that fight. So it's going to be interesting. He actually knows Echo, and he knows his team and all that. I've heard good things about his preparation, his trainers. I think that's a potential upset. I'm rooting for Josh Taylor, but I think he will win it. He is the better fighter, but I wouldn't be surprised if he lost. Like, an upset wouldn't surprise me in that fight, not at all. Do you think Gage will ever come out of the closet? I thought he already came out of the closet. Did he not? Did he not? Has he not already done that? I don't know. I have no idea. Echo has been at domestic level for ages. Solid fighter, though Taylor should win if he has anything left. Yeah, if Taylor is like 50% of the fighter he used to be, he'll win that fight convincingly. But is he even 20% of the fighter he used to be? I mean, is he off the gear? Is he off the booze? I don't know. Like, Taylor is not a guy who lives the life. Echo does live the life. I know he lives the life. Taylor doesn't. Taylor doesn't look after himself. He's extremely arrogant, extremely like dismissive of his opponents. And I wouldn't be surprised if he lost that fight. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Yeah, he is kind of based. Like, I do like Josh. I am a supporter of his, but I do think he's majorly on the decline now. I really do. I don't think he's got anywhere near the I don't think he's got the stamina he used to have. I don't think he's got the reflexes. He's had a lot of like muscular atrophy from like starving himself, having an eating disorder. He's been on drugs. He's been on alcohol. He just doesn't live the life. He doesn't. He doesn't live the life. He never has. And it's caught up with him. Yeah, he doesn't. He looks like a junkie these days. Yeah, how's it going, Austin? God bless you, man. It will be. I'd be like Taylor if I made it in boxing. I'd burn out quick. Yeah, a lot of people would, because a lot of people just they get to that level, they achieve a lot of success, and then it gets to their head, and they enjoy it a little bit too much. They party a little bit too much, and they throw away what they've earned. They throw away what they've achieved. Sadly, that's all too common in this country. That's just what it is, and that's what's happened to Taylor, I think. And I don't think, even if he beats Echo Esserman, is he going to go on to win a title at welterweight? I wouldn't be confident in his ability to do that now. Like, does he even beat like Brian Norman Jr. or someone? Would he even beat Barrios now? Like, maybe, but like, will he get that fight? I doubt it. We'll have to wait and see how he looks. Like, I just don't trust him. I think he's long past his prime now. I really do, and I don't think he's ever going to get back there. If you make as a pro boxer, just make money quick and retire. Yeah, you could, for sure. Yep, Scott Fitzgerald is another perfect example of this. His story is quite sad too. Could have achieved a lot more in his career. Yeah, Scott Fitzgerald, I think, like, mental health issues like ruined his career. He could have he had that great win over Anthony Fowler, and he never did anything. Never reached that level again. Just completely threw his career down the trash. He could beat Barrios. He should go for if the Pac fight falls through. Yeah, hopefully, because Frank Warren's like promoting Josh now. Hopefully, Frank Warren can put up the money and get him a title shot. If he could get him Barrios, that's the best chance of him winning a title. But would he beat someone like that unbeaten guy, Brian Norman Jr.? Would he beat someone like that? Someone who's young and hungry and ready to prove themselves? I don't think so. Not unless he goes out there and does a number on Echo. If he does that, then yeah, I'll be very, very interested to see what he does. But right now, I've got no hope for him whatsoever. I don't. Who are the best Scottish prospects right now? Alex Arthur's son turning pro at light heavyweight. Alex Arthur's son, I've heard he's a good boxer, but I've also heard he's a bit of an arrogant prick. That's what I've heard from people who know him. Like, apparently he's just an arrogant prick and no one likes him. But as far as Scottish prospects, I don't think there's anybody at all. I don't think, because I was talking about this at length. For those of you who have just joined the stream, earlier in the stream, I went on a big, long rant about the state of Scottish boxing coaches and how they're all a bunch of pricks and they're all clueless, and there's just nobody in this country who knows anything about boxing. Like none of the coaches in this country have got the right attitude towards it. And that's why Scotland just can't produce a world champion. Like Josh Taylor is the exception to the rule. He's someone who slipped through the cracks. But like, aside from him, no one like in recent boxing history has come close to like, and it's just because like they're just not taught right. Like the amateur coaches in this country are a disgrace. They've got a horrible attitude like towards the sport, So I don't think there's any Scottish prospects right now. There's nobody even worth talking about, Who was a Scottish fighter that had to retire completely? Oh, that's someone I know. I'm not gonna put his information out there. That's someone I know personally who competed as a pro, and he messed up his career and his health. He ended up with brain damage due to weight making and that. So yeah, I'm not gonna talk too much about that. I'm not sure what to think of Norman yet. Looks okay, but unproven. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I use him as an example because he's got a title right now at welterweight, but he's a young, unbeaten guy who's hungry and who's in shape and ready to prove himself. Like, that's a guy who I don't think Josh Taylor would beat at this stage. Like, his prime, he would. Probably not now. You don't see many Scottish champions except for Taylor recently. Like in the past, there were Ken Buchanan and Jim Watt. Yeah, there used to be a lot of good Scottish fighters, but there isn't any now. And it's because there's no good trainers. That's why. Because all the coaches, look, Peter Harrison, Scott Harrison's dad, was a great coach. That guy was a genius. That guy he was the best coach Scotland has ever had, in my opinion. But when he basically retired, he ended up out of the game. No one else came anywhere close. Like all the like amateur boxing coaches in this country are just a bunch of pricks. All of them. Like none of them know nothing. I gave a bunch of stories earlier about boxing gyms I've attended lately, and it's all complete and utter crap. It is. Like there's nothing. Technically, Bacoli is Scottish, yeah, because we all bleed the shame. Yeah, the SNP would call him Scottish. He's from the flipping Congo. But he's just as Scottish as me, Maybe even more so because I'm an English bastard. Apparently, you ask most people in Scotland, they claim they can't understand me, even though I speak plain English. Even at domestic level, you don't have guys like Kenny Anderson. Yeah. Back in the day, guys like Kenny Anderson, tough guys who came through the amateurs who were decent British level fighters. You don't even have that now. Like in Scotland, there's no good fighters anymore. Like there's nobody who comes anywhere close to that level. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Billy Nelson claims that Bacoli is a vegetarian, so he must just like stuff his face with crisps every day or something. If he's really a vegetarian, Josh Taylor or Aaron Pryor? That would depend if Aaron Pryor had his magic mixture. If he had that, then maybe he'd win. If he didn't, then nah. I watched The Last King of Scotland recently. Genius nickname for Bacoli. Yeah, that is a good nickname, I must admit. It is, It is, If Bacoli is vegetarian, then Andy Ruiz has never been fat. Just completely impossible. Yeah. Andy Ruiz is like a dedicated athlete who counts calories and all that. If Bacoli is a vegetarian, Oh, man. Billy Nelson is a red-faced, drunk, desperate to make money out of Bacoli, yeah. To be fair, Billy Nelson is a good coach. Like he has had a lot of success in coaching, but he does come across as a prick, doesn't he? Like that guy, like he comes across as really annoying. Like nobody likes him. That's how he comes across, doesn't he? I don't know about prospects from Ireland and Wales. I have no idea actually, no idea whatsoever. Who are the best fighters in history per weight class, in your opinion? That's a hard question, man. I'd have to go through every weight class and think about it, and then you got guys who were great in multiple divisions, like Pacquiao, for example. It's hard to say, man. I'd have to really think about it and maybe like devise a video. Billy Nelson looks like an alcoholic. Well, he is Scottish, so I mean, what do you expect? Bacoli is if Bacoli is vegetarian, then I'm from the Congo. Yeah. Bacoli lives off bushmeat. Yeah, if he's vegetarian, then I'm the Queen of France or something. Yeah. Irish bloke that beat Liam Smith is good. Oh yeah, I forgot about that guy. Yeah. What's his name? Aaron McKenna or whatever. He looks all right, doesn't he? I've not seen enough of him to really know how good he is. Because I do think that Liam Smith is kind of shot now, you know. Honestly, I think Prime Lomachenko is the best fighter I've ever seen. Lomachenko is one of the best like technical fighters I've ever seen. Like he's not the greatest athlete, but I think he's one of the best like technicians I've ever seen in boxing. Him and Usyk are both up there at that level. You know, they're both great at their own thing. You know, Bacoli lives off bushmeat like Zhang lives off dumplings. Yeah, yeah. Zhang likes his chicken fried rice, I'd imagine. Best light flyweight, and super flyweight, Sonny Edwards. Could just ragdoll Sonny Edwards. Like, could you imagine fighting Sonny Edwards? Like, you just put your hand on his head and he'd be like, while you're just holding him back. Oh yeah, top 10 cruiserweights of all time. That's a great video. I might actually do that. Top 10 cruiserweights of all time. The normies in the comments will say it's James Toney, but like. But it would be Usyk. Guys like Usyk, Marco Huck, Lebedev. Those are like up there. You know, there's loads of great cruiserweights. I definitely would like to make that video. That'd be a great idea. Top 10 cruiserweights. Bacoli would cook Sonny Edwards on a spit roast and eat him in one sitting with seasoning. Look, Sonny Edwards wouldn't make more than a mouthful though for Bacoli. What Bacoli would need is he would need about 10 Sonny Edwards, and then he would make a pie out of all them. Like one Sonny Edwards, he could use him as a toothpick. Maybe it wouldn't be enough. You know, it would be like that scene in The Hobbit. You know where they capture all the dwarves, the trolls capture all the dwarves, and they start like trying to cook them on a spit. That'd be like Bacoli with a whole bunch of flyweights. You know. Yeah, how's it going, Iron Fist? God bless you, man. Bacoli versus Zhang. I would go Bacoli because I think he would break Zhang down and stop him because Zhang has no stamina. It will be the same as the Caballero fight, in my opinion. Maybe even quicker. I think Loma's technically better than Pac, but Pac is so much more athletic. Like Pacquiao was a freak athlete, and I think he would be too fast, too powerful. He would catch Loma, either stop him late or win a close decision. Like because I think like he would like mess up his face, keep hitting him with straight lefts. He would land the more eye-catching shots, you know. So Sonny Edwards is the guy at school you'd practice WWE moves on. Yeah. Sonny Edwards would lose to Charles Martin in a brawl. Dude is so weak physically, yeah. Like if I was sparring Sonny Edwards, I'd be like scared to hit too hard in case I broke his skull or something. I'd be very careful, you know. 100 Sonny Edwards or 1 Martin Bacoli. That would literally be like a troll fighting like a load of orcs or something. That's what it would be like. I'd go with Martin Bacoli. I genuinely would. I believe Lomachenko is tremendous both as a technical fighter and as an athlete. Amazing coordination in arms and feet. Dexterity and punch combinations is phenomenal. Yeah, it was. But there are guys who are faster and more explosive and more powerful. Like Pacquiao was so much faster and had so much quicker feet. You know, he could punch while off balance. Like for Lomachenko, everything had to be perfect for him to land like a powerful punch to do you damage. Pacquiao could be off balance and land a straight left from nowhere and knock you out. Like he had that kind of power and that kind of explosivity. He was more gifted naturally than Loma was. And I think Pacquiao would have won prime for prime. No, I've never watched Dalton Smith. I don't know anything about him. Don't forget the untouchable talent that was Johnny the Entertainer Nelson. Easily beat average Southpaw Usyk. Yeah, remember he said Usyk's an average Southpaw. That was embarrassing, honestly. He's a clown, Johnny Nelson. He shouldn't have a job as a commentator. He's utterly clueless, you know. Top 10 cruiserweight or Tony. Because he in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, that's what they'll say. But he in the Hall of Fame. But he beat Jirov. Yeah, because Jirov was totally like one of the best cruiserweight title holders ever, wasn't he? You know? Phil LaGreco versus Lomachenko. Remember Phil LaGreco? Like his like career, like the crowning moment of his career was pissing off Amir Khan and getting him to throw a glass of water at him before getting like sparked in a round by him. That was like his claim to fame, you know? Yeah, first round by Loma. Loma versus Floyd. Loma would school Floyd and win every single round and win on points. I don't think he'd stop him. I think he'd win every single round and win on points easily. Wouldn't be shocked if Bacoli is like 45. Yeah, he could be one of these guys who has a false age listed. That wouldn't surprise me one bit. Anyway, guys, I need to go soon because I've got a train to catch and I'm going to the gym. Yeah, this has been going for 5.5 hours. I can't believe I've been streaming this long. But yeah, I don't normally stream this early. Like I'd usually be starting the stream around about this time. So yeah, I'm going to wrap this one up. Thanks, I've really enjoyed it. This has been quite an interesting one actually, and I've really enjoyed it. So yeah, thanks for stopping by, guys. God bless each and every one of you, and we'll see what I do with the channel this week. I've got to work late this weekend, but never know. I might sneak in a video or a quick live if time permits it. We'll see. But yeah, thanks for watching and God bless.